Sorry about that. These things are a little tricky to fly.
Yeah, well, I swear with a slightly larger one, you could do some genuine damage, like maybe even kill somebody. Wait a minute. Let's start the show.
I'm guessing this story's about drones.
It is. In fact, we have two awesome flying stories in this episode. One of them is about these guys. But first up, we have a totally amazing story. Let me ask you, do the words Dragon Lady mean anything to you?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, I think we're probably thinking of different things, because Dragon Lady is, in fact, the nickname for the legendary high-altitude single-seater U-2 reconnaissance plane in use by the Air Force since the late 50s.
Okay, what about it?
Well, there is a myth that the U-2 plane is the toughest plane to fly and to land of any other plane. I think we should take a close look at that.
The Air Force isn't going to let us get anywhere near something like that.
C-134.8, 34.8.
I thought the same thing, but amazingly, they have agreed to let you and I have a close-up, first-person look at their U-2 program and see just how tough those planes are to operate.
Cool. What are we waiting for?
I have the slightest idea. Let's do this.
It takes off straight up and looks something like a jet-propelled four-poster.
The history of aviation is littered with oxymoronic aerodynamics, finicky flyers, and design duds. So, is it possible that one of the most long-lived and highly valued U.S. Air Force vehicles is also the toughest to fly? To open this investigation, there's only one destination.
300 to 06300. Pin 3 searching and pin 3 is BFR. 25, reback track, I far away. Opinion 903, fly heading 250, effective clear climb. Opinion 902, descend and maintain level 450.
Well, when you've got questions about the U-2 plane, they will get answered here. I'm standing at the home of the U-2 program. This is where the planes are serviced. This is where the pilots train before flying to every corner of the globe to do their jobs. We should totally be able to get to the bottom of this myth here, and we might even get a flight.
Adam and Jamie's first stop is the top. A briefing with Base Commander Colonel Lee to find out exactly what the U-2 is tasked to do.
The aircraft that we fly are not armed with weapons, but they are armed with knowledge. What that means is eyes and ears on adversaries. This is our mission, to train, deploy, and employ our airmen and assets to deliver globally integrated intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance in support of national objectives.
It's a big job for a big plane.
So, we get to see the plane?
Let's go look at a U-2.
All right.
To begin to understand just how hard it is to manage this marvel of aviation engineering,
Well, Adam, Jamie, this is the infamous and venerable U-2 Dragon Lady.
Major Bartholomew, who has more U-2 flying hours than any Air Force pilot in history, runs the guys through the specs.
The original design dates from the mid-50s. Single engine, high altitude, long wingspan, lots of thrust, lots of lift. We can take a heavy payload up to a great altitude and loiter for a long time.
It's clearly a distinctive design, an oversized glider with a huge turbojet engine.
That's cool.
So the whole 40,000-pound airplane steers based on that.
But what exactly makes it so tough to pilot?
The challenges this aircraft presents its pilots are numerous and significant.
All the fuel is kept in the wing.
First up, the plane can't even support its own massive wingspan when it's taking off.
When the wing develops lift, the pogo falls away.
Next, recon missions can be lengthy. and are carried out at very high altitudes, which requires complex pressure suit technologies and extreme safety features.
Everything is so thin and so light and just strong enough.
And then there's the landing.
It has quite a heavy footprint because there's just the one main gear carrying all the load.
6, 5, 4.
The wheels are along the center line of the fuselage, so it's like trying to land a bicycle.
When the airplane does tip over, these skids protect the wingtip.
And we'll see later, but on approach, the pilot can't even see the runway.
3, 2.
He has to be guided down by a pilot in a chase car.
2, hold at 1 inches.
So far, it's looking pretty good for the Myth.
It's an impressive checklist of piloting challenges. But where next?
Well, we need to get a look at this baby in action. To that end, Jamie and I have been given the go-ahead to hitch a ride to the edge of space, and we will now embark on a week-long training program. Yep, it takes a week just to learn how to be a passenger. The problem is, there is only room for one of us.
Whoa!
Please, please, please let it be me.
So the next story is deadly drones?
Indeed it is. If the press is to be believed, drones are totally in our future, delivering our packages and maybe even our pizzas. But there are those who think that they are a deadly danger hiding in plain sight, that a simple gust of wind could send a drone into you and the propellers could slice your throat and kill you.
That sounds like it's custom made for us.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's get to testing.
But testing the Myth with what? First up, Adam and Jamie take a tour of the full range of drone technology, starting with the supersize.
Allow me to introduce our high-tech, custom-built camera platform. It's got 8 motors totaling 2,800 watts of power. It carries a self-stabilized, high-definition, 3-pound camera. And it's allowing us to get some fantastic aerial shots like these.
That amazing piece of technology was made possible by 4 advances over the past decade. Higher-powered, smaller lithium-ion batteries, miniature high-powered motors, miniaturized electronics components like GPS navigation and accelerometers, and smaller high-definition cameras.
Pretty cool, huh?
And at the other end of the scale,
This is your basic consumer-level multi-rotor. It's on the small side, but it has all the features that the large ones do. Propellers, motors,
Well, as in any new technology, there can be casualties.
but as per the Myth, would one of those casualties ever be human? Could a drone really be deadly? To begin their quest in earnest, it's back to the shop, where Adam has 2 mid-range models most likely to be used in a commercial delivery.
On the left here is a fly-it right out of the box small model. Slightly larger is a intermediate kit level model, which comes with all the pieces you need to fly. You just have to assemble them. This one's apparently ready to fly, so I'm gonna give it a shot. See how easy it actually is. Really easy to fly. Now, obviously, depending upon the operator, these things present certain dangers, but whether or not they're lethal actually depends on a couple of important factors.
And some of those factors are the size and stiffness of the propellers, the power of the motors, and how fast the blade tips are spinning.
So first up, they're going to measure how fast the blades of the rotors are spinning.
7,000. This thing right here is a laser tachometer. You can see the little red dot it's setting out. And it's reading these propeller blades as traveling at 7,500 RPM.
Approximately 180 miles an hour. That sounds dangerous. But what does that mean in terms of power? Is it fast and powerful enough to spin a Hyneman?
So we've determined that the tip speed of these propellers can be as high as 180 miles an hour, but that's just a number. What does it mean in terms of the actual power they possess? Watch what happens to Mr. Hyneman when I turn on the propeller he's holding on to. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. That's half power.
Well, you know what? You guys are gonna be in deep doo-doo if I barf.
You want more power?
More power, Scotty. I need more power. Oh, my goodness. You sure this is safe?
I'm pretty sure, and I also know that Mr. Hyneman doesn't barf, so I feel totally confident. You want more?
Sure. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna take off.
You look pretty stable.
Wow. The room is still moving the same speed it was when I was actually moving.
Would you do me a favor? Would you get up and walk? Oh, totally normal. Never mind.
While the damage done so far is enlightening, a proof of concept is required.
Ew, it dripped juice on me.
To find out if a multi-rotor propeller could ever cause a flesh wound, Adam and Jamie have a standard-sized blade spinning at flight speed on a stick and a chicken.
I think today's lesson is going to be fairly self-explanatory whenever you're ready, sir. Yeah! There we go. Yeah! Check that out. That right there, my friends, that's an injury. But let's face it, we're not just talking about an injury, we're talking about lethality. Which means we're really talking about this vein right here, the jugular, yeah. I think if we're gonna continue testing, we need to make a neck as a testing platform that we can run our multi-rotors into.
Could a drone delivery ever be deadly? Adam and Jamie have a promising proof of concept.
Yeah, there we go.
Now, to cut a little deeper.
Now, if we're going to be testing whether one of these can slice through one of these, we're gonna need one of each. And these are easy to buy at the store, but these, well, they're a little harder to come by. We're gonna have to make our own. And to do that, I'm gonna use a lot of this and this guy right here. And it's going to spurt blood if it actually gets cut. It's gonna be awesome.
Yep, Adam's manufacturing a mortal mannequin that will react accurately to an impact.
The basic gist of what I'm gonna be doing is casting a neck out of ballistics gelatin. How tall is this neck? Who were these men? With holes in it that I can fill with blood that will be blue for televisual purposes. But it needs to be really close to the edge of the skin. So I'm gonna effectively mold those veins using these brass rods in here. It's sort of like thinking inside out and backwards.
With the negative mold of the blood vessels in place, it's time to prepare the fake flesh.
As Jamie and I have discovered, this stuff reacts to a bullet similar to human flesh, but to get the tenacity of skin and muscle, we need to add this fiberglass filler to the ballistics gel as we're casting it into my mold. Oh, beauty. Oh, I'm very pleased with how this is going so far, based on nothing.
Once set, it's simply a case of easing the fleshy throat free of the mold.
Almost. Come on.
That's it. All right. Thank you.
Then Adam plumbs the system with blue blood
Nice.
and tests his anatomically accurate jugular. It's at the right depth beneath the flesh
That is a bleeding neck.
and requires the same force to slice.
All right, can someone give me a Band-Aid?
Next, Adam mounts the neck ready for its date with a potentially deadly drone.
Allow me to introduce you to the analog bursting jugular vein multi-rotor testing neck rig. Yeah, Rolls right off the tongue. It is basically a rig for bleeding when it senses a lethal injury. Now, I have more than 2 veins in this rig, even though we have only 2 in our neck, because we can test multiple times just by turning the neck. Yeah, it's like that versatile. So we can test as much as we want and watch bursting blue blood fly out of the veins. I'm gonna stop talking now.
But before Adam's blue blood dummy is deployed in the drone firing line, it's back to Beale Air Force Base to tackle the myth that the U-2 is the world's toughest plane to pilot.
Welcome to high-altitude physiology and full pressure suit orientation.
Adam and Jamie are both in training for an in-flight investigation. One will fly, one will be on standby.
Pop your helmet off just like that.
And they're starting with several not-so-brief briefings
You're gonna have a suit controller like this.
about the safety equipment
It acts as a backup pressurization system.
and emergency procedures.
We're going to teach you how to parachute safely to the ground.
These are no minute-long demonstrations from a flight attendant
Primarily, it's to prevent decompression sickness.
and a clear indication of the enormity of the endeavor.
If you lose cabin pressure, the suit would
If
inflate.
you are unconscious, there are inflators
During this
inside.
time, your visor is going to freeze over. You will not be able to
The
see.
blades up.
They're not sugarcoating this for us. There are a lot of potential dangers to taking a flight like this, and there's a lot of contingencies that they have carefully planned for.
You can use that as a flotation device if need be.
Perhaps the worst possible one is if we have to exit the plane sometime between taking off and landing.
You have to put your hands in front of you, protect your jugular.
And in that case, there is a bunch of equipment that could maximize our chances for survival. And in this room, we are going to learn about some of that equipment. I really, well, I think it's pretty cool stuff, but I hope we never have to touch it.
You have steel wire. You're gonna have a small compass, pocket knife. If you have to cut yourself down from something.
Now, we're nowhere near getting into one of these planes yet, but already we've got all this stuff that we have to know how to deal with.
The good news is you have an ejection seat. The bad news is you actually have to pull your own ejection handle to get out of the aircraft.
Even something like peeing seems like it's kind of a complicated ordeal.
Push down, lock it to the side, and you can begin your slowed, controlled urination.
I don't think that I don't want to be pushing or pulling buttons without really knowing exactly what they do. So it's going to take a little practice.
So why all of this complex equipment? Why is the U-2 program the only program besides NASA
Absolutely unreal.
and the space program that utilizes a full pressure suit?
The primary purpose of wearing this full pressure suit is to prevent hypoxia.
Well, one is, of course, because it flies higher than any other normal airplane into what they call the space equivalent zone above 50,000 feet. But more primarily is what happens to us when we go to that height. Our bodies have evolved to process oxygen properly from sea level to 10,000 feet.
How much is 8 minus 3? 8 minus 3 is 4.
When we go above that, we cease being able to functionally take in oxygen.
Put up the switches, we will die. Put up the switches.
Therefore, the suit and the cabin of the plane have to artificially induce the conditions of atmospheric pressure in order so that the pilots stay alive. That is a significant amount of technology to solve that one problem.
Let's pull down on the red lanyard.
It potentially could whack you in the face.
It releases a hook on the inside of your harness.
After a full day of intense information acquisition, day 3 dawns, and our raw recruits
Time to start training.
are getting physical.
Want to see the coolest part? Aha, look at that. Patch.
With a crash course in what to do if the plane crashes.
That's 3 weeks of Army Airborne parachute training right there. That's all you do.
Land.
This is pretty cool. We've just gotten walked through all of the different contingencies that could happen if we have to bail out of the plane at altitude. This is very cool. What happens when the parachute lands, how to land.
As soon as you land like so,
You're gonna break one of them.
something's broken.
Fascinating. And most specifically, there we are. I just learned how to actually lower myself if I end up landing in a tree and I'm like hanging above the ground. Oh, Ah, there we go. And then lowering myself safely down to the ground.
Lower myself down.
Very nice.
All of this is stuff that I hope I only ever have to try here in the safety of this room.
It's been a long and exhausting day.
Bail out, bail out, bail out.
And the sheer scale of the task, technology, and expertise required to fly at the edge of space could not be more apparent.
It's quite an experience being trained in this fast and furious way.
So in order to actuate that, you push the button, and
Copy.
then it rotates back 45 degrees.
These guys are dumping an overwhelming amount of information into our heads.
Because the minute you look down is when the seat's gonna fire, and you're probably gonna break your back.
They're describing the various fixes and methods.
It's a sharp tug, but
Copy.
if you need to get out of the airplane, you'll find a way.
Yeah. What would pretty much be the worst day of my whole life, but it doesn't happen very often.
No.
At all. Okay. To have to actually implement some of this stuff, to actually have to remember some of it.
You pull it, and that will actually come out in your hands.
I was like, wow, what if I actually have to do this?
In the highly, highly unlikely event that both the primary and the backup fail, you're left with a tertiary manual bailout.
That sounds really bad.
Yeah, it's a bad day. Questions on that?
Piece of cake.
Piece of cake?
Two words come to mind during all this: complex and terrifying.
3 days of information overload.
The ejection seat we have was also used in the first 4 flights of the Space Shuttle Columbia.
And the rigors of flying the Dragon Lady are evident. But is it the hardest plane to pilot? To find out, the Mythbusters are being prepped to fly to the edge of space.
These are like my space jammies.
And despite the high spirits,
All right, sir, can you hear me?
Yep, I kind of feel like dancing.
the pressure is on, literally.
All right, bring you up on system 2.
Jamie and Adam have one final stage of training to be passed as fit to fly.
Oh,
You doing okay?
that's different. In fact, that doesn't feel very good. Ow.
Can I bring you back down?
I could see somebody feeling like panicking. It's just, that's a lot of stuff to process.
They each have a full systems check in the pressure suit, followed by a high-altitude emergency simulation.
Right now, Jamie is getting fitted into this high-altitude pressure chamber.
Right and left gloves are integrated and locked.
It will replicate the lack of pressures that he might experience under different circumstances in that very suit.
The environment inside the chamber will simulate the flight plan of a U-2.
So, Jamie, what we're going to do now is bring the chamber up to 5,000 feet, check the ears and sinuses and make sure they're clearing okay.
If the cabin pressure of the U-2 was to fail,
How you feeling right now?
I feel fine.
Jamie needs to prove he can operate the suit and emergency systems.
So right now we're just doing a slow ascent up to flight level 400.
As they approach cruising altitude, there's a startling reminder of the dangers involved.
Oh, there we go.
A beaker of water at body temperature begins to boil. If Jamie's suit were to fail, that's what the liquids in his body would do.
All right, let's go ahead and try to reach that ejection handle.
With that thought in mind, and at maximum altitude, Jamie has a few tasks to complete.
Down by your right buttocks there, that's the scramble handle. Pull it up towards your chin just a little bit. That's good.
The final being the suit's automated response to a sudden cabin pressure failure.
3, 2, 1. And go ahead and pull that helmet hold down.
That was something else. It's kind of scary, actually.
1.
There's a lot of force, and when they decompressed rapidly, it's just like, whoa. You're sort of feeling like popcorn.
While Jamie clearly didn't enjoy the experience, he did pass muster.
Oh, awesome.
Cue fanboy Savage.
Oh, the gloves.
The coolest thing about this is I'm not just wearing a suit. I'm not even wearing a machine.
Wow. Oh, man, that's far out.
Woo! I'm wearing the apex of decades of tens of thousands of people problem solving how to survive in hostile conditions. And I can feel that technology. Whoa. I can feel how reliable they've made things to touch and to understand with your hands. All of this born by hard experience. Lots of people gave their lives so that this suit could protect these pilots.
Are you good to go?
I am good to go.
Honestly, everything about this kind of astounds me that people do this every single day.
Starting climb to 5,000 feet at 5,000 feet per minute.
It takes a team of people to put me in this suit correctly.
How's your comfort level?
Well, I'm fighting up a storm.
But more than that, once I was under the simulated depressurizations.
Oh, there we go. Wow.
Where the suit would inflate, it gets incredibly tiring.
Locate the ejection handle in between your legs. Oh, there you go. So your fingers around it. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
These guys have to be in incredible shape because I was just sitting in a chair being tested. These guys are actually potentially flying planes under these conditions.
3, 2, 1. Go ahead and pull that green lanyard. Use the mirror.
So, our training is done and we are ready to fly.
Excellent. Welcome. Welcome, everyone.
Remember, we went through all of that just to be passengers on the U-2. Now we got to do two things. One, we got to figure out which one of us is going to fly, me or Jamie. And two, we got to let these professionals figure out the logistics of their flight plan. Just a little bit of waiting.
While Adam and Jamie wait for flight clearance, the guys decamp to the perfect location for wind-protected precision flying.
We are testing the myth that multi-rotors can possibly be lethal. So this is our multi-rotor. This is our multi-rotor pilot, James Franklin Hyneman. And this is our potential victim with veins filled with blue blood, clearly a Vulcan, who we're going to steer this thing right into. You ready to fly?
Sure. Okay, here we go.
All right.
For this first test, we're going to get our little copter up about this high.
I wouldn't want this thing flying at me. Sounds like a swarm of angry bees.
And then drive it right into the neck of our dummy. And we'll see what happens at that speed with those propellers.
Oh! That was a perfect hit.
And it was going pretty quick.
Oh!
It doesn't seem to me that anything at all happened to the neck.
Take a look at the high-speed footage of the multi-rotor hitting the neck. You can see the props bending right out of the way, even in the face of something as soft as neck flesh. Yeah, clearly they were designed to do that.
Yep, the fly-it-out-of-the-box quadcopter didn't make a dent. But next up, the kit model.
That one's much scarier.
More likely to be used for large deliveries, it's heavier, has more power, 6 rotors, and sturdier propellers. Let's see what it can do.
Oh.
Oop. That's no good.
Take 2.
It's going right for me. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Sorry about that.
I'd rather not experiment on each other.
The larger model is proving trickier to handle.
Aww.
But eventually, Jamie gets it going where he wants it.
Yeah. Ah! Nice! Well, bigger multi-rotor, bigger propellers, nice fat hit right here in the vein. Nothing. No penetration. I just say that aside from being amazing pieces of technology, these multi-rotors are genuinely spooky to be around. One, they sound like a hive of angry bees. Oh. 2, I am genuinely physically afraid of them hitting me, but apparently that fear is without any reason because we've been smacking them into our neck without any injury whatsoever. So where does that leave us? Well, come on, we're the Mythbusters. We're gonna sling our camera platform into it. This has 8 rotors, weighs 16 pounds, and the propellers are not made of plastic that bends out of the way. No, they're made of carbon fiber. I'm genuinely scared about what this is going to do to this neck. Scared and hopeful.
The myth that one of these can cause a lethal injury is looking suspect.
He's totally fine.
But the team is dumping the two realistic mid-range models and going for broke with the Mythbusters' own custom-made camera-carrying behemoth.
I thought the other two multi-rotors were scary.
Cue the team's expert pilot, Duncan, and this myth's final chance for gory glory.
I was wrong. That thing is terrifying.
This large multi-rotor is a different beast than what we've been handling earlier.
All right, shall we do this?
You ready?
Ready.
It's much bigger and heavier. Once it starts to move into the neck, it doesn't want to just bounce off because it's so heavy. So I think this is going to actually do something to our neck, something bad.
Look at that!
It's bleeding.
That's bad. Dude! Yes! There you have it, kids. It's all fun and games until someone loses an eye or vein.
You put your finger there, you'll be fine.
I'm not sure. So what have we proven after all this mayhem? I think we've actually proven two different things. On one hand, the smaller multi-rotors you can buy at the store are pretty darn safe, and they're designed to be that way. But this is a new hobby, and there are lots of people building larger and larger multi-rotors to handle bigger and bigger payloads. And when those multi-rotors get bigger, the dangers they present are absolutely real. I know we've been looking at a worst-case scenario, but I think we got to call this thing plausible. You agree?
I agree. You know, as a general rule, I always try not to put my neck near large, heavy, fast-moving objects with spinning blades on them.
I think that's a good general rule. Let's get out of here.
Back at Beale, the guys are ready to carry out the final test on the mythically difficult-to-fly U-2. But only one of them gets to go.
Well, you know, for crying out loud, you're a fanatic about this stuff. You collect these things.
Yeah, I do.
So I can't, in good conscience, deny you the pleasure of doing something like that.
I really appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much.
You owe me one.
Oh, I totally owe you one. Absolutely.
Jamie the gentleman steps down. A very happy Adam steps up.
I'm pretty excited. Can you tell?
For the defining, not quite hands-on test.
Now it's go time to figure out just how hard this plane will be to fly. I won't be flying it. No. I'll just be helping to assess that.
It is an unbelievable day here in Northern California. There is barely a cloud in the sky. It's incredibly clear. It is a perfect day for flying.
So Adam, you can hear the engine starting to spool up.
Oh yeah.
Once that's happened and we have sufficient RPM, I'll add a little bit of jet fuel here.
Okay, here we go, folks. Adam's got to be freaking out about now.
All right, Adam, at this point, you need to make sure that the boost lever is aft and your T-block there under your left rib cage is 1 notch open.
Yes, it is currently 1 notch open. Boost lever is still aft.
I'll tell you one thing, this plane is such a unique and problematic thing to fly that it requires a lot of people to make sure it's all perfect before it takes off.
All right, the pogo crew has pulled the pins, so the pogos will fall away as we take off.
Please fly heading 250, effective for your climb.
All the checklists have been checked. We are just seconds away from taking off.
All right, here we go. Brake release, full power.
Here we go.
Here we go. We are taking off. Oh, man. That is a lot of horsepower. Wow, we're already lifting. That's crazy. Whoa! Wow.
Man, that's steep.
Wow. We are already lifting. We're banking hard to the right. This is part of a takeoff that keeps the U-2 above the base. We're sort of spiraling straight up.
Holy cow! That was so fast!
We're turning on a dime as we spiral up into the air, climbing very rapidly.
After a tricky takeoff and rapid initial ascent,
Oh my God, the view is beautiful.
Major Bartholomew and Adam get a chance to sit back and relax.
Right now we just passed the top of Mount Everest.
Until they attain cruising altitude.
We're transitioning now from 160 knot climb to a 0.715 Mach cruise.
3/4 the speed of sound. This is officially the highest off the ground I have ever been. We're coming up on 60,000 feet, 12 miles above the surface of the Earth. The sky has gotten to be a very, very dark blue. What an unbelievably beautiful day. And from this height, 67,500 feet, the edge of our planet has a definitive curve to it. It is more three-dimensional than I have ever seen it. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, 70,000 feet. At this point, aside from the 6 astronauts on the space station, we are the 2 highest humans off of planet Earth. More than double the height of a standard commercial airliner. Oh, and did I mention I'm wearing a pressurized spacesuit? Yeah! Strapped to a rocket. This is not a bad way to spend your day. Jamie, I totally owe you one.
The complex, exhaustive preparations and taxing takeoff seem a world away.
Oh, look at that. Wow. That is San Francisco. That's my home.
But this is exactly what the U-2 is designed to do. Spend hours up here, looking down, gathering intelligence.
The view from a commercial airliner is beautiful. This one is transcendent.
It's the maneuvers at either end of proceedings where the pilots earn the big bucks. The challenges in landing this plane are unique, and Adam is about to get a real close look.
We'll be back with our landing after this commercial break.
Hey, Space Boy, how you doing up there?
I'm doing pretty good, Jamie. The view up here is absolutely astonishing. Looking up makes you realize that you've left the bulk of the Earth's atmosphere. That's why it's dark. You're looking down at this fragile mist that surrounds our globe that allows us to breathe. What allows me to do so is the ingenuity of thousands and thousands of hardworking men and women who have sought to harness the raw materials that we dig out of the ground into things as astonishing as airplanes and pressure suits. What a privilege.
Well, have fun up there. Don't pull that yellow handle between your legs.
I promise I won't. I'll talk to you when I land.
Roger. Over and out.
I don't know if it's me or my ears or the altitude, but my voice sounds lower, kind of like that time I inhaled the sulfur hexafluoride.
It's scientific!
I'm convinced it's the 100% oxygen. I think it has a slightly opposite effect to helium.
That's interesting. The sound waves moving through the oxygen are probably slightly different, and so it sounds quite unique to us.
Well, that could be it.
That right there is Lake Tahoe. And it's hard to describe how absolutely blue it is. That is an incredible cerulean blue. It is almost like a jewel, like a polished stone. It sort of feels impossible. If you did a painting of it, someone might say, I think you made it a little too blue. And yet, there it is. And it's genuine. I just let out a good burp and a couple of good farts. All this pressurization is moving the gas in my body around with its own logic. So above me, this little string that you can see is a yaw string. And as long as it's straight, according to the plane, you know that you're flying straight forward. If it starts to move to the left or to the right, you know you're slipping through the air somewhat sideways. And that was an invention of the Wright brothers. This plane encompasses the entire history of aviation in one machine. I love the low-tech elegance.
Yeah, this is the one instrument on the aircraft that's not going to fail, even with total electrical loss.
Oh, man. That is a lot of horsepower. Wow, we're already lifting. That's crazy. Whoa! Wow! Oh, my God, the view is beautiful. Wow, look at that.
There's no doubt the high-altitude U-2 is a beautiful piece of aviation technology.
Caffeinated apple pie.
Yeah.
But the question yet to be answered is...
Oh, that's delicious.
Is it the most difficult to fly and land?
These guys fly these planes upwards of 12 to 14 hours at a time.
Yep, and after such mammoth flight times...
You must have some butt shimmying exercises you do to keep yourself from going numb during long flights.
I call it building your ass callus.
Comes the landing.
Alrighty. Ready to begin the descent?
This is where the rubber meets the runway.
I'm going to start by dropping the gear so you'll feel a little bit of a clunk.
And perhaps the biggest challenge facing any pilot anywhere.
2 gear down and locked. Now I'm going to bring the throttle back.
The Dragon Lady lands tail wheel first at a speed that practically stalls the wing. And with only 2 sets of landing gear in the center of the fuselage, it's like landing a bicycle.
The pilot has lowered the landing gear and implemented several procedures to add drag so that it's moving slow enough when we get to the runway that we can actually land.
That's not all. There's the ground effect. The U-2's high aspect ratio wings and commensurate uplift means that on final approach, it tends to float, requiring incredible skill to control. There's also the issue of runway visibility.
This is a chase car, and it's being driven by an actual U-2 pilot, because the pilot in the plane has such limited visibility that he can't even see the runway when he's down close to it. This pilot is going to be talking him down with foot-by-foot instructions so that he can respond appropriately at the right time.
Then we got our threshold speed, being enter 2300 down to 2 until established. And now this is the fun part. This is the part where I earned the big U2 pilot bonus money. All right, so we have one guy rolling out on final ahead of us.
Yeehaw!
We are gear down, flaps full, speed brakes out, stall strips deployed, lights on, and spoilers in the landing position. Configured and ready for landing.
At the T.
Look at that.
15, 12, 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, let it down a little, 4, 3, 2, hold it 1 inches.
Wow.
Very nice. Welcome back, gentlemen.
He's required by tradition to say very nice, whether it is or not.
Oh, okay.
It's been a lot of fun. Thanks, Adam. Now there's our big old reception committee. All right, throttle off.
All right, editors, if you could give us a little montage of some of the astonishing things we've gotten to do in the course of doing Mythbusters.
Welcome back.
I'm thinking flying a rocket car across the desert.
Watching the rocket sled accelerate to the speed of sound and hit the immovable wall.
That was awesome! Sliding down a 200-foot water slide 70 feet through the air into a target. This tops all of those by a factor of 2. That was unbelievable, unrepeatable, incredible. I'm out of superlatives. I have just spent the last 2 hours strapped to a rocket, wearing a spacesuit, flying to the edge of our Earth's atmosphere and seeing my hometown from a vantage point.
Wow, it's a great view of the bridge.
It is an incredible view.
That was completely unique.
So Adam, how do you figure we're gonna call this? Because, I mean, this is supposed to be the most difficult plane to fly, but we haven't looked at any other planes.
Okay, but we did learn this. It is a completely unique airframe, purpose-built for a completely unique mission. It requires a more numerous flight crew and a more exhaustive set of protocols than any other plane in the military, and it is the only airborne endeavor besides going to space that requires the wearing of a spacesuit.
This is not a bad way to spend your day.
I think that places it in the plausible category.
Okay.
All right, I think it also places it in the ultra-cool category.
Absolutely.
Let's get out of here.
So Adam, do you know why she's called the Dragon Lady?
No, I don't.
Because you don't know whether she's gonna land like a dragon or a lady. You know, Adam, I was thinking we should do another Star Wars episode.
Seriously, I mean, it's a fictional universe. I'm just not sure how much material there is to test.
I find your lack of faith upsetting. I mean, disturbing.
Okay, well, are you gonna be in here all day? Because we could get started doing some other stuff.
Nah, you go ahead. I like it in here. It's private. Nice bucket.
Thank you. Dude, we've got an entirely new episode of Myths just from Star Wars again.
That's that movie where they have those sword things that light up or something, right?
Lightsabers. They're called lightsabers. And yes, that is the movie. And we have a whole myth about lightsabers in this episode.
Do we get to make one?
No, we're not. We're going to test whether being on higher ground gives you a tactical advantage with a lightsaber.
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground!
But I'm getting ahead of myself. First, we are testing a myth about these laser blasters.
And those are?
Well, these are the weapons of the stormtroopers in the films.
Stop that ship! Blast them!
And no matter how often they shoot at the good guys always seem to be able to dodge out of the way of them.
So it sounds to me like I'm going to have to use the Force.
Well, yes, but please, this time only for good.
If I must.
It's a well-known Star Wars trope. Somehow the heroes always manage to dodge the bullet. But is it actually possible to dive out of the way in time? To find out, Adam and Jamie are going to simulate their own blaster battle and try it out for themselves. And while Jamie begins building the gun, Adam investigates the velocity of the ammunition in question.
Let's talk laser blasters. Oh, wait, it's Star Wars. Let's talk laser blasters. See, everyone in the Star Wars universe shoots at each other with things we collectively refer to as laser blasters, even though the characters only call them blasters. But we think of them as lasers. The question is, are they? Well, let's find out. I've got here a handheld laser pointer, shoots a green laser. Let's figure out how fast this thing goes. 3, 2, 1, there we go. All right. Yep, 186,000 miles per second. I'm kidding. I'm not measuring light with this. It's actually a force gauge. Get it? Force gauge. The fact is, we all know how fast light moves. So I'm going to venture to say that the bolts from the blasters on Star Wars move a lot slower than the speed of light. How much slower? I'm going to find out by watching Star Wars, measuring them with calipers and using some math to figure out how fast they might move in the real world. That hallway is 88 inches wide. Once I get enough measurements, I'm going to average them out, and it should give me a consistent laser blast speed.
By extrapolating from a visual reference,
Harrison is 6 feet tall,
and timing how long it takes the blaster bolt to cover a known distance, Adam can calculate its velocity. And before you can say laborious arithmetic,
7 frames.
Adam has calculated an average from across all 6 movies.
I've got a speed of between 130 and 135 miles per hour at a distance of about 40 feet. So that's what Jamie's gun will replicate. 130 miles an hour at 40 feet.
We're going to be replicating the performance of the blasters we see in the movie, and to do that, we're going to be using this pneumatic launcher by plumbing compressed air into the back of it. Every time you pull on the trigger down here, it fires a round, and then these pistons push forward and advance another round into position, ready to fire.
Ow!
That's what I'm talking about. Now, we can put anything that we want inside these tubes. So I'm going to be experimenting to find out what we can fit in there that accurately replicates the performance of what we see in the movie and hopefully doesn't hurt us at the same time.
In theory, by altering the air pressure powering his gun,
it looks like that's about 350 PSI.
Jamie will be able to match the movie specs with his non-lethal ammo.
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
But in practice, there's a speed problem.
This only said it was 26 miles per hour, right?
Measuring problem.
Didn't quite get a reading.
1.
And accuracy problem.
And they're going off to the side.
Whose year we have all the problems.
Our first laser blasts don't fly straight, and we can't get a reading on how fast they're going, so there's still some problem solving to do. We may end up going with a totally different solution. We don't know at this point.
So while the team locates the drawing board, Darth Hyneman and Jedi Savage go head-to-head in a lightsaber duel to tackle the myth of higher ground.
So tell me about this higher ground thing.
Well, it takes place at the end of the 3rd Star Wars movie. Obi-Wan and Anakin are having an epic battle with lightsabers. And at the battle's climax, Obi-Wan is standing on a hill slightly above Anakin, and he says to him,
"It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground!"
Well, from a military perspective, it makes sense, but as far as one-on-one, I'm not so sure. What happens in the movie?
Right after he says that, Obi-Wan proceeds to chop off a bunch of Anakin's limbs.
So the myth is that if you have higher ground, it's guaranteed you'll win.
Exactly. Ready to do some sword fighting?
Sure.
Anakin versus Obi-Wan, a pivotal moment in the Star Wars canon. An epic battle that results in the birth of Darth Vader. But is topography really the deciding factor?
Now, Jamie and I are going to be battling with swords, but it begs the question, how do you determine who wins? Well, we think with lightsabers, it's pretty straightforward. First touch wins, really, because anything you touch with a lightsaber, you're pretty much taken home as a keepsake. And I believe I have an idea for determining definitively who wins each of our sword battles.
To test the dueling advantage of higher ground,
fascinating.
Adam's connecting the dots on a complicated conductive plan.
Mindbender.
Once revealed, it will clearly show who wins each battle.
Ding.
Thanks to bright lights lit up by a lightsaber.
Blue and yellow it is.
And clever clothing that can carry a current.
This, believe it or not, is actually metal. It moves like fabric. It is an incredibly fine copper mesh. It's super conductive, and that's why I'm using it. I'm gonna make some clothing out of this stuff. Nice, one-size-fits-all conductive pants.
These are looking cool. It's amazing how supple this stuff is.
It's just beautiful.
We're gonna have to see if it's a Faraday cage.
Well, I figure my cell phone's gonna stop working the moment I put it on, right?
With the copper conductive clothing complete,
oh yeah,
it's time for the
lightsabers.
What about them?
Well, there's probably some people wondering about now whether we're gonna spend part of this episode making our own real lightsabers.
Well, I've got news for them. We're not.
No.
For a whole host of reasons.
Yes, not least of which, photons. Light is made up of photons, but photons move in a single direction. You can't program one to stop 3 feet from its source. And even if you gather a bunch in a small place, like we do with lasers, the beams of a lightsaber would likely pass right through each other.
Well, and then there's the power required, because while there are lasers that cut through stone and metal, they require a massive power input. You'd have to have something like a small nuclear reactor attached to it.
Meaning,
but what if you could harness a non-laser technology like this cutting torch to make a lightsaber?
Well, you've still got your portability problems. You've got an awful lot of heat to deal with, and you still don't have something that behaves exactly like a lightsaber.
You're right.
Oddly enough, you'd be better off trying to build your own Death Star than a lightsaber.
We should try that.
To test this age-old military adage,
I'm making a lightsaber.
Adam's faking them.
So a lightsaber is massless, right? The blade has no mass, it's just light.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, muy auténtico.
So we need our blade to be incredibly light, which is good because we want to be able to smack on each other without hurting each other. And the blade, in this case, will be played by a beautiful, super light, crazy light carbon fiber tube. Oh, that's cool. It feels like there's almost nothing there.
The final stage is a layer of foam pipe insulation, over which goes a sheath of conductive copper mesh.
This is reminding me of something. Time to put the padding on the saber. Oh, good, good, good. That's exactly what I wanted.
Adam's finally ready to reveal his plan.
There's your Jedi weapon. What I've got here is some conductive suits with conductive swords, so that as Jamie and I sword fight, it's not bad. Give me a whack. Okay, not on the face. We can determine precisely who gets hit first, and that is when my sword touches Jamie, his belt lights up. Hey, look at that, it totally worked. When he touches me, my belt lights up. Hey, there we go. And we should be able to view exactly who wins. Time for Jamie and I to sword fight.
And the fighting is going to start here, but I think maybe it ought to be a little more sci-fi.
Jamie and I are going to begin with a control that is fighting each other on flat ground.
Looks good to me.
We're gonna put a pair of X's on this platform where we start. And when a bell sounds, can you give me a bell sounds, editors? No. No. That's it. When we hear the bell, we start fighting. Whoever touches first wins, and you know because the other guy's lit up. Reset, go back to 0, and try again. Oh, it's like putting on a straitjacket. There we go. Dude, this is hot.
In a best of 25 bouts on an even surface, our copper-clad Jedi will establish a comparative control.
You look great.
Then they'll repeat the test on higher ground and compare the difference in scores.
We're battling with lightsabers.
We've ended up working with quite a variety of weapons on this show, and with things like guns and knives, we've even become somewhat proficient. But when it comes to things like swords, not so much. Adam and I are pretty much a blank slate.
With the rig ready,
when I touch you, you light up.
Nice.
Our tabula rasas are ready to roll.
Excellent. I think we're ready to do some sword fighting.
Yeah.
Okay, count us into a ding.
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground!
To test the combat cliche that height equals might,
ding.
Adams concocted a set of copper suits and non-lethal lightsabers to do battle with.
Okay, not on the face.
And first up, a flat ground best of 25 control.
Ah!
That's one.
After they establish their relative abilities on the scoreboard,
I think you got me on that one. This is kind of fun. Just repairing my lightsaber blade. Great. It's a little known thing Jedi sometimes have to do. Your blade can get bruised. That's what it's called, a light bruise. Not a light bruise, but a light bruise.
they'll adjust the height of the playing field.
Ha! Got your knee.
And find out if higher ground really is the ultimate advantage in a deadly duel.
This is genuinely entertaining.
Adam, did I ever tell you I was on the fencing club in college? What, 34 years ago? And it was only because there was a hot chick that I was dating and she wanted to do it, so I was doing it with her.
That's a reason I learned a lot of things in my life. It's true.
On guard.
All right.
Yep, with no prospective mates to impress. Technique, strategy, and composure are conspicuous by their absence.
Right in the heart.
Our neophyte fighters are simply frantically flailing their way through each bout.
Actually trying to come up with a strategy for blocking a hit and then going in and making a hit is incredibly difficult.
Gotcha.
There's a lot going on, including a guy with a blade trying to kill you while you're trying to think.
If there's one thing we've learned from our experience with working with weapons on this show, it's that it's not like it is in the movies where you can hack away with a sword or unload a machine gun and nobody gets hurt. The reality is that people get hurt instantly. All we have to do is a few spars and then we've got a hit. And in the case of something like a lightsaber, just a light touch can mean that you've been cut completely in half. So it's a serious thing.
As the match comes to its increasingly desperate...
I'm going right for the direct approach.
...and competitive conclusion...
Oh, really? Really? That's how it is.
The score indicates that with no topographical advantage, this was the perfect baseline.
Good Jamie and I have completed 25 trials on even ground. That's a good shin hit right there. And experimentally, the results are kind of awesome. We are totally evenly matched. I had 13 wins to Jamie's 12. That means it's time now to go to higher ground. We're gonna do another 25 trials. It's heads. I'm higher ground.
Okay. Now that one of us is going to be fighting from higher ground, there we go. I would note that in the movie, Obi-Wan tells Anakin that...
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground!
Now that means that when Adam and I start to fight, we're not talking about like one winning by a few points or the other.
That seems great.
If this idea is true, the person on higher ground has to totally dominate that battle.
I gotcha. This is very interesting. When we were on level ground, Jamie and I were very toe-to-toe in terms of attack and defense.
It's over, Jamie. I've got the higher ground.
But now that I'm on the higher ground, I'm definitely noticing Jamie is much more on the defensive, and I am able to take the lead in attack.
I got you, Sleep.
I'm not sure if this is shifting the balance in my favor because it's still early, but it definitely feels like I am much more on the offensive.
With Adam on higher ground, at first it was a little intimidating because he's over top of you. It sort of seems like he's dominant, like he has a higher reach and more power swinging down. You got me in the face. Does that count?
I was aiming for your chest. Sorry about that.
But the longer I played with him, I found that seeming disadvantage was actually an opportunity.
Oh, you got me in the foot. I don't know how to counter that.
Namely that if I cleared his blade with a powerful sideways swipe and then swung in towards his ankles, which are now exposed.
I see your strategy.
You can't win. I've got the lower ground. They call me ankle biter. And that worked almost every time I was able to get the timing right. Oh, I hit myself in the groin.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna need a minute. I think I did it with the butt of my lightsaber.
Let's take a minute for Mr. Hyneman to walk it off.
I know, you guys are loving this. Isn't this great TV?
You know, when I was a teenager practicing juggling, one of the juggling things is to take a pair of juggling pins and practice this spinning technique, which actually used to be an Olympic event. And I was about 16 when I was getting really good at it, and I tried to move. I smacked myself right in the trunk with a juggling pin. I was all alone in the house. I spent like half an hour on the bathroom floor just weeping. You want a drink? You want a scotch or bourbon?
No. I'm good to go.
Okay. I really thought that being above Jamie would just give me this towering plank, and I was just gonna win every one. But he has access to my ankles, which he used incredibly effectively. Once I get close, my legs are just done for. From my perspective, I don't think I can call the high ground an ultimate advantage at this point.
Yep, despite finishing with a scoreboard advantage, Adam feels the numbers don't tell the whole story.
There's two things wrong with the data we've thus far gathered. One is we're looking for a definitive advantage, not a soft advantage. Two, and most importantly, we're not sword fighters. We don't know the first thing about fighting with swords like this. We need the assistance and perhaps even some training from an expert. Yeah, that's what we need, an expert.
And while the guys wait on a Jedi delivery, it's back to the workshop, where the Hyneman has dumped his foam failure.
And they're going off to the side.
To test the myth that the Star Wars laser blaster dodge is feasible physics or a filmic fiction, Jamie has to match the movie's velocity with more accurate aerodynamic ammo.
Straight ping pong ball, not very accurate. It's going about 60 miles an hour, which isn't good. But we have ping pong balls made out of foam, and when I put a skewer on them, 150 miles an hour and dead straight.
That's cool.
1. Bullseye.
After converting his arrow-inspired prototype into a more polished version,
Let's see what that does.
and adjusting the air pressure powering the gun,
Okay, 80 PSI in 3, 2, 1.
Jamie nails the blaster benchmark he's after.
We've done a number of runs now, and we're getting very consistent speeds of 130 miles an hour out of our gun. So we're right where we need to be.
Yep, but without a comparison to, say, a bow and arrow, it's difficult to gauge what 130 miles per hour really means.
I thought a visual chart showing the relative speeds of things might be helpful at this moment. For instance, here is a piece of tape representing the speed of the arrow, and it's a little bit shorter than the piece of tape representing our blaster because it was slower. This is the relative speed of a bullet compared to the blaster, many times faster. But we call it, all the time, we call it a laser blaster. Laser is light, so how does the speed of light compare to all of this? Well, it's a lot faster. Significantly. The line goes out the door, it goes for a while. It's just a little faster than our blaster bolts.
But before the guys hit the location for the Dodge denouement,
are you sure about this?
Adam's gonna shoot first.
Okay, Adam, go for it.
To find out how much a failed test is going to hurt.
3, 2, 1. How was that?
Well, I tell you what, you definitely want to be wearing a cup.
So it's a good ouch?
It's an incentive not to want to get hit.
Perfect. Welcome to the Mythbusters version of the Star Wars universe. We're investigating the myth that the good guys always seem to be able to just dive out of the way of the blasters used throughout the Star Wars universe. Now we have built ourselves our own little version of a rebel ship with a 40-foot hallway. We're gonna set up our blaster at the other end that shoots air bullets at the correct speed, and Jamie and I are each gonna take turns standing here and attempting to get out of the way of those blaster bolts.
With their rebel ship ship-shape,
all right.
First up, they're making sure they stay on target.
We're gonna shoot him first to make sure that the darts are hitting the right spot. You know, we're asking our target stormtrooper to do precisely what stormtroopers do in all the movies, which is get shot.
3, 2, 1. Okay, firing now. Well, that's weird. 2, 1. Oops, that one went off to the side.
Yeah.
1.
Off to both sides, high and low. The gun is firing at the correct speed.
Pressure, check the pressure.
Yep.
Pressure's good?
Yep. Firing. Now that's just crazy.
But at some point in the mass production of the ammunition, they've become unpredictable.
They're kind of like this.
The arrow-like fletching has somehow lost the aerodynamic qualities of Jamie's handmade prototypes.
That means I'm headed back to the shop to come up with something else.
Back at base, Jamie decides to start over. And this time, he's borrowing a design element from Bullet Ballistics.
3, 2, 1. I think that's going to work. And it's diabolically simple. A couple of ice cream spoons that are put in the crisscross that I've cut into the balls. And because I've scissored them, this is going to be like rifling. It's going to spin it and hopefully make it more true.
And with that, Jamie whips up a bucket load. Before heading back aboard, where Adam gets an eye-watering demo.
3, 2, 1.
Ow! We are back in business. These darts are working beautifully. The only concern I have is that they keep hitting our stormtrooper where it counts.
You first.
Okay.
Here's how this test is going to work. Jamie's going to be standing over there. I'm going to be standing over here, and I'm going to be shooting Jamie. Oh, there's more. Right, there is more. I'm going to be shooting these darts at him, and he's going to try and get out of the way.
This is it. The Hyneman steps up to the plate to put his body in the firing line for science.
All right, Mr. Hyneman, are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm not going to count it down, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so at some point in the next 10 seconds, we're going to fire.
As far as reaction time goes, we know that a sprinter on the blocks, ready to do a race, can react within 160 milliseconds of the starting pistol firing. Jamie's got 220 to get out of the way of this bullet. Personally, I don't think he's going to be able to do it.
A hit. A palpable hit. Jamie barely moved, but it's the best of three, and maybe now he's got his eye in.
Mr. Hyneman, you feeling fast?
I'm set. Got me.
Got you.
As far as I can tell, I'm just starting to move about the time I get hit. And that means that the flight time of the projectile and my reaction time are pretty close to the same.
All right. At some point in the next... right in the center of your solar plexus there.
Yeah.
That's a three-peat. Moving at the average speed from all 6 movies, the blaster seems unavoidable. Jamie's unable to react and take evasive action in time.
All right, sir.
Which means it's Adam's turn.
Ah! Right in the shoulder. Whew. Ah! The adrenaline dump is intense.
And once he gets an identical and conclusive result,
That was no contest. 3 for 3.
this myth is on the ropes.
Well, there's just no getting out of the way of those things. But I'm thinking there might be a wrinkle we want to add to this that makes it more realistic.
But before they test a more realistic quick draw, our junior Jedi will test the martial myth of a higher ground advantage by learning from a lightsaber master.
Training is what we are going to get today. And not just general sword fighting training. Oh, no. Lightsaber training. See, the stunt coordinator for the Star Wars films, Nick Gillard, has invented a true martial form for dueling with lightsabers. And what we've got here is one of his proteges, Colby Boothman, a world-class level fencer, an expert in Jedi sword style.
I can come at you a million different ways.
He's going to show us some of the ropes of dueling with lightsabers.
Colby begins at the beginning. He covers the basics of balance and stance.
So that's like a very strong kendo pose.
Handling and footwork.
There you go.
If Adam and Jamie are to genuinely test the combat advantage of higher ground,
Hold on, let me analyze that.
they need to know a lot more about how to handle their weapons.
Just like that.
That's close.
Yeah, it's very, very personal. The original trilogies were at a more traditional distance. In the prequels, Nick had brought everything in very tight. And that's part of what makes the fights so interesting in the prequels, is because they're very intense. At the same time, they're so close that you can see the reactions from the actors. And that's why they trained so long for the prequels. Hayden and Ewan trained every single day for about 8 weeks.
Oh, that feels very Jedi. It feels like a very Jedi move. I recognize that move. That's cool.
In episode 3, the fight is originally about 15 minutes long.
Crazy.
That fight, they had to open up 3 studios. It's the length of 3 football fields just in one fight.
Wow. Well, we haven't been training very long, but what is
already crystal clear is that up till now, Jamie and I have basically been like a couple of gorillas with baseball bats, just kind of wailing away at each other. I don't know if I make the hooting sounds. Is that very Jedi? Hopefully, by the time we're done with this, I almost got him in the head.
You did get me in that.
Our sword fighting will do a little more justice to the beauty of the lightsaber as an actual weapon.
In a testament to the teacher's ability rather than the students, several hours later, our journeyman Jedi begin to make real progress.
This is very cool getting the lightsaber 101 from Colby, and we're learning that it is sort of like a dance. Hey!
There we go.
But if there's a word that typifies dancing, it's cooperation.
Oops, sorry.
And in fact, a sword fight is sort of the opposite of that.
You're looking for the opening, you're trying to close down those openings.
So we're just starting to learn how to win the battle against the other. It's a lot to learn in a very short period of time.
With the basics down, it's time to translate those techniques to an uneven playing field.
There we go.
A lot of times, it's not so much putting as much power as you can, it's trying to hit the openings that you see.
Where, after an hour of intense one-on-one sparring, from both vantage points, our fledgling fencers are exhausted.
Hold on a second. Shing!
But prepared for the ultimate fiery finale on the soon-to-be volcanic planet of Mustafar.
Now, the scene we're going to be creating here is the hellish interior of a volcano with molten magma, smoke, and fire. This may look like a giant tie-dyed t-shirt, but actually this is our volcanic sky. That's looking pretty good.
Yep, to match conditions of the iconic silver screen scene, the team is going to recreate not just the topography, but the volcanic atmosphere.
Nice. This thing is our lava flow. It's made out of clear plastic so that we can get lights underneath it to make it glow like lava does. One edge is higher than the other, so when we pour the lava in, it'll flow this way. And our lava itself is going to be guar gum. It's a powder like this stuff. And when you add it to water along with a little food colorant, voila, you've got this goopy lava stuff. It's perfect.
With the suitably dramatic backdrop ready to rock, Jamie gets to work accurately faking the footing.
And there we go, one instant volcanic rock slope. This ramp is what we're going to be fighting on. I actually took footage of the movie and the fight scene, and I held a protractor on the screen and measured it. That's what this angle right here is. And we've also put an uneven black terrain, which pretty faithfully replicates that scene.
And while the finishing touches are applied to their fake inferno, there's an unresolved reaction time test to tackle.
Thus far, Jamie and I have been completely unsuccessful in dodging the bullets from our blaster. And we've constructed, I think, a pretty nice experiment. We've removed a lot of variables.
I'm not going to count it down, right?
Yeah.
But now I'm thinking we might have removed one too many. What? I know science is all about removing variables to look at the essence of a thing, but what we've got here is almost like a sniper arrangement. But at 40 feet, I can see the stormtrooper holding the blaster. I can see him see me, and he goes, "Blaster!" That action of the lifting of the gun, that might make all the difference.
So to replicate that scenario, these stands are holding this weapon in a standard carry position, so that when I identify a potential target, all I have to do is raise the gun and fire.
Let's do it. All right, Hyneman, I'm feeling good about this one. Hold on just a sec. There we go, properly covered. All right, sir, I'm ready when you are.
Okay.
Oh, ow! Right in the knee. Oh,
The gun raise takes an additional 400 milliseconds. Despite that, Adam's first attempt would have left him limping.
There was no getting out of the way of that one.
Set?
Yep.
That was a good one.
Unlike the first series of tests, Adam is able to move before the bolt reaches him, but he still can't avoid the hit.
All right, sir. I'm ready when you are.
Uh-oh.
I just had to curse because that hurt really, really badly. I'm done testing. I failed 3 times. That really hurt. I'm gonna walk it off. Well, never let it be said that Jamie and I don't put our bodies on the line to test the stuff that we're doing. I started out the story thinking that the blaster bolts look darned slow, almost comically slow. But turns out, even when I can see our trooper lifting his rifle into position, it's fast enough to get me every single time. There is no dodging these blaster bolts.
Or is there?
Now, as it happens, in a prior episode, we clocked our reaction times, and mine was somewhat faster than Adam's. So before we call this one, I'm gonna have a go and see whether we get any different results.
You ready, Hyneman?
I'm ready.
Can the Hoosier do what no normal human can?
1 for 1.
Jamie's fast, but there's simply not enough time to sight the incoming projectile, react.
That's 2 for 2.
And then move all of your body parts out of the way.
I felt it on my...
Well, I think that's pretty definitive. You just can't dodge out of the way of these blaster bolts. And that's why, in any gunfight, I recommend you shoot first. So, what have we learned today about humans' ability to dodge blaster bolts?
Not gonna happen.
I was totally surprised by that. Let's get out of here.
Dude, it's a set.
Oh, right.
Before we come out swinging, let's talk about this higher ground thing, because from a military point of view, it's supposed to be really important.
Well, it does provide several distinct advantages. It is easier to defend, and being on higher ground affords you a wider field of vision than your opponent. As long as 2,500 years ago, Chinese General Sun Tzu advised that if your enemy was on higher ground, do not ascend to attack him.
Yeah, but while higher ground may be really important if you're talking armies having to charge up or down a hill, we're just talking about 2 guys that are only a few feet away from each other, and that may be an entirely different thing.
Right, well, and then there's the moralistic argument. See, when Obi-Wan says to Anakin, "It's over, I have the higher ground," he might be talking from a moral perspective as a Jedi who has rejected the dark side and he's on the right side morally.
Yeah, but we've got no way of testing that one.
No, we don't. Wait, what are we doing back here on the Rebel base? I thought we had put this myth to bed.
Uh-oh.
And we had, except, well, we realized that we'd left one thing hanging. And that is, when we looked at all the ways the good guys get out of the way of the blaster bolts from the stormtroopers, they don't just dive out of the way. No. In fact, Jedi have their own technique. They pull out their lightsaber. I would have one, but I'm Han Solo and he doesn't carry one. And they actually deflect the blaster bolts coming towards them with the lightsaber. Is that possible? That's what we want to test. All we need is a Jedi.
Well, as luck would have it. Are you ready, Colby?
Let's do it.
As we know, Colby Boothman, Master Swordsman, is about as qualified as anybody to attempt to fend off blaster bolts with a sword.
Colby, are you ready?
Ready.
The rules of this game are pretty straightforward.
Colby, here we go.
Without warning, I'm going to fire a shot. Colby's going to make his best effort to knock it out of the air.
Whoa!
Holy crap, he actually blocked it.
Yep, our earthbound Jedi made contact. But with the next 3 sailing past his defenses, maybe it was a one-off lucky hit?
Nah, it hit me.
Did he get that one?
Yeah.
Nice!
Well, it doesn't get any neater than that. Our Jedi was actually able to deflect some of our laser blasts. Now, I know we're talking about a fictional character in a fictional universe with fictional physics. I recognize all of that, but after the difficulty Jamie and I had dodging those things, I think Colby demonstrated some pretty amazing skills being able to actually stop them with his lightsaber, i.e. bamboo thing. Welcome to the planet Mustafar. Jamie and I wanted to know if higher ground is in fact a crushing advantage when it comes to battling with lightsabers. So we brought in one of the actual fight coordinators from the Star Wars films to give us a little lightsaber 101, and now we've replicated the exact pitch of terrain that Obi-Wan and Anakin have their final battle on. Also, for your viewing pleasure, we've replicated some of the aesthetics of the planet itself. We couldn't resist. Am I allowed to make my own sound effects?
Okay, go ahead and turn the power on.
So how's this gonna work? Well, we're gonna do 25 rounds with Adam on the high ground and then 25 rounds with me on the high ground.
There you go, sir.
To protect the lower person's head, we're using this kendo helmet, and it's wired along with the rest of the suit, so we'll be able to see if we actually get a score on that.
I'm gonna do a systems check on your helmet.
Yeah.
Hey, reset.
The rules are simple. Yep. When you get hit by a sword stroke and your lights light up, that's a point for your opponent.
Totally feels more realistic with this terrain, doesn't it?
Yeah, it came out quite nice. At the end, we'll tally up the score and see what we got.
You ready, Hyneman?
You betcha.
Are you a Sith or a Jedi?
I would be a Sith.
That's what I would have said, but I didn't want to insult you. All right, let's go, Sith. Gotcha.
Our recently graduated Jedi once again do battle for science.
Nice. Gotcha. This is intense. Reset. It's pretty clear that just one day of training won't make us sword experts, but it gave us some insight into ways to move the lightsaber. And it also does what all training does. It slows the process down a little bit. Reset. I feel like it's much less of a free-for-all in this test than it was when we started. Oh, gotcha.
They are certainly more skilled.
Reset.
More clinical in their execution.
Oh, dead. Reset.
But as the contest continues, it's clear Jamie, supposedly at a deadly disadvantage,
Dead.
is holding his own.
You and I are quite evenly matched, sir.
At this point, I feel like I'm making quite a number of scores. And to me, that says that this is not a definitive thing, that higher ground always wins.
Yep, and with Jamie exacting the revenge of the Sith.
You didn't quite nail me in the ghoulies, but that was a good shot. Careful with that, will you?
Part 1 of the competition reaches its exhausting conclusion.
So, that's it for the 25 rounds of Jamie from the lower ground position. Now it's my turn. We're not gonna look at the score just yet, because it's not about which one of us does better. It's about whether higher ground does significantly better than lower ground.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Hyneman, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. But my intuition right now says higher ground is not a crushing advantage.
However, when Jamie takes the high ground, he immediately racks up several quick-fire wins. And Adam's obviously off balance.
Reset. Oh! Okay.
But as Adam adjusts
Oh, I got your foot there.
and finds his footing,
You got me.
it once again appears to be a relatively even contest. Despite the uneven playing field, each position seemingly offers as many scoring possibilities, equal pros and cons. And with all 50 fights done and dusted, the conclusion is clear.
Yeah, they both have their different sort of approaches. In the higher ground, you feel a slight bit of superiority because you're high up, but that's quickly dispelled by dying repeatedly.
So what do the numbers say?
Well, the numbers tell an interesting story, though it's not the story that the movie tells. Out of 50 trials, low ground won 26 times and high ground won 24 times.
Well, that's about as close to dead even as you can get without being dead even.
Indeed, and that tells me that this myth is dead busted.
Let's go back to our home planet.
Okay. Where's Jamie's home planet?
I find the defendants guilty.
In 2002, a crack science duo was sent to prison for a crime they didn't commit. These men promptly escaped from a maximum security stockade to the San Francisco underground. Today, masked with their new identities, they survive as soldiers of science. If you have a problem, if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire the Mythbusters.
You ready for the A-Team special?
I was born ready, fool.
Outstanding.
Jamie, did you ever watch that show, The A-Team?
Sure.
All right. Which character from The A-Team do you think I most closely resemble?
Which one was that guy that keeps ending up in the mental institution?
Murdoch. That's Murdoch.
That's the one.
All right. Well, we have an entire episode devoted to the 80s cult classic, The A-Team.
What's on the docket?
Well, later we will be trying to disable a car with a manhole courtesy of a sewer explosion. But first up, we have what is really a classic A-Team trope. See, in almost every episode, the guys are stranded somewhere and they have to build a weapon with only the materials they have at their disposal, right?
Right.
Okay, so in this one, the A-Team is stranded in a lumber yard. The bad guys are on their way back, and the A-Team builds a cannon out of a log that shoots 2x4s with a controlled propane explosion to defeat the bad guys.
Sounds dubious.
Well, I think we should test it out. If it doesn't work, maybe you and I could do better.
Maybe.
So.
Don't touch me.
Okay. So, shall we gather all the materials we saw in the clip?
Are you gonna keep that thing in your mouth the whole time?
As long as I can stand it.
All right. So, solenoids. It looks almost exactly the same. In the show, the A-Team guys built their wood cannon in a general-purpose shop that was attached to a lumber yard. Now, they had a log, and they drilled a hole down the middle of it to make a cannon barrel.
Beautiful.
They're using half 2x4s as ammo, and we did see a tank of propane, so that appears to be the propellant. That's what we've got to work with, so we're going to use that equipment to build our wood cannon.
Awesome. Having cross-referenced the clip, the guys collate all of the A-Team's cannon components.
Ammo for bad guys.
Before Adam rolls out the barrel, literally.
There I am. Now, in the clip, they drill the hole in the log using a drill bit like this called an auger bit. It's gonna take a while. But frankly, we could not find one in the size that we needed. We're using a different kind of drill bit called a Forster bit. One of my single favorite drill bits of all time.
Adam uses the Forstner.
I feel like the villain in some kind of movie.
But even so, it's a tough task.
I know. It seems strange to me, too, to keep having to sharpen this bit when all I'm doing is drilling into wood. But the fact is that the molecules that make up wood are incredibly dulling to metal blades. You gotta sharpen it all the time.
In fact, it takes 40 minutes of hard labor before Adam's barrel is fully bored.
There we go. Now that's a hole.
So next, it's over to Jamie, who inserts a hose to fill the barrel with propane.
Look at that, perfect fit.
Before prepping the cannon's ignition system.
So how are we going to ignite the propane in our cannon? Well, the easiest way is with a spark. And the easiest way for us to get one of those is just to plug a couple of wires into the wall socket. But that's only going to make a small spark, and we need a big one for reliable ignition of the propane. And for that, we're going to use our favorite device for generating large sparks, and that's the neon transformer. And there it is.
And once wired in, their cannon is the perfect copycat. It's got a 40-inch long log barrel, propane as fuel, a sparking ignition system, and planks as projectiles. Plus, the whole thing's mounted on a forklift, just like the A-Team. But the question is, will it work?
All right. Loading the device. There we go. Okay. Device is loaded.
For test 1,
1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000.
They're giving it some gas. 5 seconds worth of propane.
Ignition in. 3, 2, 1, go.
Nothing.
Nothing. Give it another 5 seconds. Put a cigar in just makes everything you say sound a little more authoritative. Get those trucks out of there. Move those people over there. I'll put those oranges in my summer house. Stuff like that.
3, 2, 1. Nothing.
Nothing? Well, that's weird. I would expect at least something.
Figuring the sparker may have failed, Adam goes in for a closer look.
Okay. Sparking now.
Oh! That actually blew my hand. So there was enough residual gas. That tells me we need very, very, very little gas.
Okay.
All right, we started up by adding way, way, way too much propane to this. Now, you might think, oh, the more propane, the better, but it's not that way. Propane isn't flammable in and of itself. It's flammable when it's mixed with air or oxygen. And you have to get the correct mix or stoichiometry in order to get that ignition or that pop that's actually gonna send this out towards the bad guys.
So for test 2, the guys used just 1 second of gas. And
3, 2, 1, fire.
Hey! That was a pop.
It was.
Ammo did not move even the tiniest bit, not even remotely.
Well, there was fire in the hole, but so far, a viable weapon this ain't.
I gotta say, it's not looking so good. I mean, we've replicated everything that we saw in the clip, and we are getting ignition. It's just not as energetic as it showed in the clip. We're gonna have to do something else.
With the guys stumped, This A-team is going to need a plan B.
So Forklift Fire is all about improvised weaponry taking out the bad guys, but the A-team were also very adept at making their escape, and that is the next thing we're going to tackle.
Go on.
Well, in one of my favorite escapes, they take a bundle of dynamite and put it in a sewer just under a manhole cover. Then they wait until the bad guy's driving over that manhole cover. They detonate the dynamite. Boom! The manhole cover takes the car completely out.
So the car is a write-off, but the dudes inside are okay.
Exactly. No one ever gets hurt by the A-team.
Well, explosive escapes. I like it.
The myth is that by placing the dynamite just inside the drain, the A-team could evade the villains without injuring them. But is that really possible?
That's perfect.
So there's a plan, right?
Of course there's a plan.
For some reason, urban areas don't like it when you use explosives in their sewers. So, in lieu of that, we've come to our favorite place in California where we can blow large things up and even dig holes in the ground, Ione, California.
Thanks to its remote location, Ione is the perfect place for some manhole mayhem. But the digging will come later.
Now, obviously, since the A-team placed their sticks of dynamite inside a sewer, we are going to do the exact same thing.
Perfect.
Nice ride. But it raises the question, why would they go to the trouble? I mean, what's the difference between it on the ground and in the sewer? And this leads to the A-team's MO, which is they don't ever want to kill the bad guys. They just want to neutralize them as a threat. So in order to test whether or not their method is truly non-lethal, we're going to need a control. That is 9 sticks of dynamite, just like the clip, placed on the ground with this car placed right on top of it. Find out what happens to the driver of the car when we blow that up. My prediction, it's not going to be pretty.
So with the car from the clip, the guys are green lighting a control test.
What's next?
Buster.
Will a dynamite detonation outside a sewer cause casualties where an internal one would not?
We want to find out whether our driver would have survived this blast, and if so, whether he was injured or not, and how badly. To do that, we're going to be putting sensors on his head. There we go. On his waist and near his feet. And these sensors can record events down to the microsecond, which will tell us exactly what went on.
Buster may be wired in the hot seat.
Just remember, little buddy, this is going to hurt you a lot more than it hurts me.
But he's not the only data device.
Now, another reason the A-team might have placed their explosives inside the manhole cover is to protect any innocent bystanders standing around. And that is a reasonable assumption that we would like to test, and that's what these figures are for. We've placed these 2 half-inch plywood cutouts at 15 feet and 10 feet from the blast to see how much damage they sustain in the control versus the actual experiment. And of course, on Mythbusters, innocent bystander is just another term for shrapnel catcher.
With the plan coming together...
It's okay, little buddy.
Next up is the explosive.
For accuracy, we're using 9 sticks of nitroglycerin-based dynamite because that's what they used on the A-team. Now, this is the first time we've used it because it's relatively unstable. It's shock sensitive, and that's bad. So we're going to take every precaution, and we're going to be safe. And speaking of being safe, that cigar, it's fake.
Yes, made of chocolate.
The guys are going that extra mile.
Say when.
To make sure that everything matches the clip.
Stop.
With 2 exceptions. First, the control test has no sewer. And second...
Also in the clip, the car is moving, and we are not doing that for 2 very good reasons. Number 1, it doesn't make any difference to the physics, but 2, and most importantly, we want to be able to compare our control blast against the blast when we dig the sewer and put the dynamite in there. And in order to compare those 2 exactly, we need the dynamite in the same spot on both blasts. And in order to guarantee that, well, we're just not moving the car. That is our plan.
9 sticks of dynamite is a pretty serious blast. Now, to put that in perspective, a hand grenade might have 1/5 of 1 stick of dynamite inside it. Now, granted, it's encased in metal, which is what causes most of the damage, but in our case, our dynamite is also actually sitting right next to a bunch of metal in the engine block. And that engine block may absorb some of the shock, but it may also turn into frag, which means that Buster might be sitting right next to the equivalent of a whole pile of grenades.
All right, sir. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. You mind if I take the first plunge?
Knock yourself out.
All right, here we go. This is A-Team Dynamite Test, the control. I've always wanted to do this. In 3, 2, 1.
In the Mythbusters A-Team special,
These things taste terrible.
the guys were wired up to a countdown
In 3, 2, 1.
that just got cut.
What happened to our countdown? We'll get right back to it, I promise. I just wanted to remind everybody that what we are testing is how lethal 9 sticks of dynamite detonated on the ground under a car are to both the driver of that car and to innocent bystanders on the street. That is our control test. Now, back to our regularly scheduled countdown.
This is A-Team Dynamite Test, the control. In 3, 2, 1. I'm no munitions expert, but I don't think that car's gonna be there when the smoke clears.
When the dust eventually settles, the car hasn't disappeared. But it's not exactly in one piece.
How you doing there, little buddy?
Oh, man.
He actually looks almost completely intact. Oh, wait a second. Hey, Adam, check this out.
Oh!
That's a hole clean through to the underside of the car.
I am now going to go out on a limb and predict that Buster didn't survive that, but only the numbers will tell us for sure.
It didn't look good for Buster. But what does the data say?
That looks pretty bad in here, huh? Like hell on earth? But get this. Buster actually survived that blast. I know! Don't get me wrong. He is not walking away from this blast. No, no, no. He's legless below the knees. He has permanent hearing damage, if not almost total hearing loss, and permanent lung damage. He's not walking away, but he's not dead either.
Although Buster may live to see another day, his injuries are way too awful for the A-Team, and he's not alone.
Upon careful looking again and again at this high speed, I'm noticing that the blast pressure wave, which normally would be coming upward and outward in a symmetrical bubble, is not doing that. Instead, it's starting out as two bubbles that are coming out underneath and to the side of the car, spreading out the energy coming off of this blast to the side.
That energy to the side spells bad news for the bystanders.
At this point, you might be wondering how our bystanders have been holding up, and I can tell you, our bystanders withstood a pressure wave of 90 PSI, 90. That's lethal. They were dead.
With death and destruction from shockwave and shrapnel, the control blast was catastrophic. But will going underground, as per the A-Team's technique, really make a difference? Back at the shop, Adam and Jamie's A-Team cannon
3, 2, 1.
has so far flunked. But Adam knows why.
What makes something leave something, like ammo leaving a barrel, is pressure behind the ammo. What we've got is ammo where pressure can't build up because there's almost as much space around the ammo as there is ammo. That means the gas can get right by it. This is the correct size hole from the clip and the correct size ammo for the clip. But I don't think we're gonna get anything out of this. I think we need to build a little bit of a barrier behind this to create some corked pressure in there.
So, Adam's altering the A-Team's design.
There we go.
To up the pressure.
Now, see that? Much less space.
But will this now tight-fitting torpedo go ballistic?
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah!
Boy, I'm glad I wasn't standing in front of that thing.
It's another flat-out failure that bears no resemblance to the clip. So to give the myth another lifeline, Here's Jamie.
Along with propane, they had a tank of oxygen, just like this one here. Now, oxygen is an aggressive oxidizer that I'm betting would make a far more energetic sort of a burn. So while we didn't see them use it, just for due diligence, we're gonna try it.
Like Adam before him, Jamie's going off script.
Smells like oxygen. No, it doesn't. It doesn't smell like anything.
As this time, he adds pure oxygen to his propane party.
Enough. And back goes the fuel line. 3, 2, 1. Oops. Wow, well, that wasn't exactly what I had in mind. I mean, I knew the introduction of pure oxygen in there would make a more energetic reaction, but I didn't think it was gonna blow up the whole barrel. I mean, it was kind of scary. But it does make me think that if I dial back the oxygen to just the right amount, I should be able to find a sweet spot that shoots that wooden ammo out as pretty as you please.
After watching the dismal results we were getting trying to use propane to shoot projectiles out of our cannon, you might be wondering why the addition of oxygen made the reaction so much more vigorous. I mean, oxygen's in the air I'm breathing right now, isn't it? Well, yes, but less than you think. Breathable air is actually 78% nitrogen and only 21% oxygen. What Jamie filled the barrel with before the addition of propane was 100% pure oxygen. Now, what do you need for the burn to happen? Propane and oxygen. And what he put in there was 5 times more pure than what is in the air. Thus, the reaction we got was much more powerful.
So with some running repairs on their log,
better than new,
and some better late than never safety shields,
there we go. That makes me feel safer.
It's all systems go to find out if there is a propane and oxygen mixture that will fire their projectile but won't destroy their cannon.
Okay, I'm fueling. 3, 2, 1.
Hey! It moved about a foot.
For each test,
so going to 4 seconds.
The guys are altering the relative amounts of the two gases.
1,000. Firing in 3, 2, 1.
We got it out! Woohoo! Give me a high five.
But after some early encouragement,
3, 2, 1.
It's not long before a familiar pattern emerges.
This one's for the money.
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
That was by far the most vigorous bang yet, and our projectile didn't move at all.
Indeed, after 24 concentration combinations, including a repeat of Jamie's Big Bang,
3, 2, 1.
It's clear that no gas mixture has the pushing power to weaponize their wood.
Our plan was good, great even. We methodically experimented with different air-fuel mixtures of propane and air, and then we added pure oxygen. We added a barrel block to the back of our projectiles. We got breached cannons, we got loud cracks, we got bangs, we got fire. Still, one thing we did not get was any projectiles leaving the barrel and traveling towards their opponents. We have scientifically busted this device completely. But here's the thing. I have to imagine that if you put Jamie and I in an abandoned lumber yard, that we would be able to come up with something that was effective. Let's call it.
Yeah.
Let's figure out another way to hurl wood at our opponents. Welcome back. Here's the scene. The A-team is stranded in a lumberyard. The bad guys have gone away, but they'll be back in an hour. Now, instead of wanting to escape or run away, the A-team builds an elaborate device to punish the bad guys when they return. Now, Jamie and I have already tested the method that they used in the show.
3, 2, 1.
And it totally didn't work. But we've stranded ourselves in a lumberyard, and we are going to attempt to build our own device to punish the bad guys when they return. Should be a pretty good show.
The goal is simple. With 1 hour on the clock, can Adam and Jamie, using only the stuff they find, build a weapon that can take out the bad guys by firing planks as projectiles? Well, first up, they need a plan.
So, shooting these as ammo.
Yeah, I had some thoughts about an easier and more reliable way of doing this. I'm thinking something like a pitching machine where we get wheels spinning and we just feed our ammo into the wheel and it kicks it out.
We got one on the...
There's a trailer over there.
The trailer is beautiful.
And so somehow we spin that up,
That's gonna be terrifying. If
Oh,
we get
yeah.
that up to a nice speed, what do you think? Should we use a motor off of like the compressor?
Well, I saw this wrench over here.
Dude.
I think these suckers go like 5,000 RPM or something scary, which, you know, I mean...
When you smile, it makes me nervous. All right, so I guess the first thing is to make sure that that thing can actually power that wheel at a speed we like. Then we'll figure out a way to make that structure aimable and shootable.
Yeah.
All right, I love this plan. Let's do it.
It's a promising plan that gets better when the torque wrench does fit the wheel hub. But will it spin it up to speed?
Okay, you ready?
I'm ready, go for it.
And that's just the start they were hoping for.
I don't know how fast that was going, but...
That seems, I'm gonna call that fast enough.
Being able to spin their wheel of misfortune fast is vital to launching their lumber. But will the rest of the plan come together so smoothly?
In theory, this is like a pitching machine, but remember, we're doing this with lumber. We're using various tools that were not made for this kind of thing, and there are a lot of moving parts here. That's a lot of stuff that we have to integrate if it's going to actually work smoothly, which is the whole point of this.
While Jamie gets on with integrating the flywheel,
all right, do it.
Adam's taking aim at the ammo, where he's trying to outgun the A-team by going semi-auto.
Oh, this is gonna be awesome. I absolutely love and adore working like this. Seat of the pants, on the fly, figuring stuff out with what's in front of you. The solutions you come up with are weirdly elegant when those conditions arise. Yeah, baby. Wanna know how this works? The wheel sits right about here, spinning very crazy fast in that direction. This ammo box sits right about here. When Jamie pulls the trigger, that's this lever, it feeds a piece of wood out until that piece of wood contacts the spinning wheel. The moment it does, the wheel grabs that piece of wood and hurls it at one of our bad guys. Then Jamie pulls this back. You see all the ammo drops down, and he's ready for another one. Bang! I think we could fire like 15 shots in maybe 5 or 6 seconds with this thing. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat.
Like Adam Hannibal Savage, howling mad Hyneman is also making progress.
There we go.
He's aligned the wheel with the torque wrench and added some safety shielding.
Angular momentum is enough at certain speeds to actually make this tire explode. That's why I built this structure this way, so as I'm behind it, firing it, I'll be protected by stuff in the event this actually takes off. This is gonna work killer.
I hope so.
With the bad guys less than 20 minutes away, there's no rest for the wicked.
After building the firing mechanism, the next task for me is to build the aiming mechanism. And this is non-trivial because it's quite easy just to take a spinning disc and feed a piece of wood into it. It's another thing entirely to be able to aim that both side to side and up and down. That's great. I kind of have to build essentially a wooden swing with a pivot in the middle of it to hold this entire like 60, 70-pound device that we're building.
This should work beautifully.
As a side note, I'd like to point out that we're putting all this together with some really quite basic tools.
I love making stuff like this.
You know, wood saws, some drills, and screws and glue. Basically, we're using far less than what they showed in the actual A-Team episode.
With time running out.
That's it. Okay.
The Mythbusters attach the wheel to the aimer.
Looking pretty good.
Then the magazine to the wheel.
Dude, it's almost perfectly balanced.
Almost like we knew what we were doing.
Almost like we knew what we were doing.
And before the bad guys arrive, they can fire off one quick test.
It's terrifying to stand here. Firing! 3, 2, 1!
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey! I hit the camera! That is awesome. Our machine is working beautifully. It's a wonder to behold. It is terrifying to be behind. When it starts out, the wheel is slightly unbalanced. It's kind of like, and it settles in. And then you pull the lever, and bang, the piece of wood shoots out like 60 feet. I hit a camera. It was beautiful. 3, 2, 1!
Shooting at over 50 miles an hour.
That is awesome.
Their forklift firer is the real deal. But next, the ultimate test. Will it take down the bad guys before it's too late? Adam and Jamie escaped from a maximum security stockade to an abandoned quarry.
This is perfect.
Where their above-ground control caused carnage.
He's legless below the knees, and if he didn't get help soon, he could even drown in his own blood. All that's left for us to do now is to dig a sewer and try it again.
Yep, to put the A-Team's MO to the test. Next, the guys need a city sewer.
Nothing like digging a good trench.
To see if the same blast, but just barely underground, will be injury-free for all.
Next, we put trench plates across here. Yeah, you're spot on. And we'll completely cover this except for where our manhole is gonna be. And boom, you got a sewer. Believe it or not, this is actually the first time that we've ever used a trench plate for a trench.
This kind of operation, it looks like fun, and it is also incredibly dangerous. Any one of these plates could shift just a ½ inch and take off one of Jamie's fingers without even noticing.
Tilt up.
That's it. And it is this kind of operation that the two of us excel at in working with each other, because in order to do it safely, you not only have to move carefully, but it's best if the two people doing its thoughts are identical.
Like a well-oiled machine.
And frankly, when Jamie and I are doing something like this, our brains are running on totally parallel tracks, and it's a sheer pleasure to do it.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Fabulous. I love it when a plan comes together.
Oh, shut up.
With the trench plates in place, the guys next man up their manhole.
Hello.
And after a quick sewer survey...
Yeah. It looks great down here, man. Like a real sewer.
And it's nice and cool. We should have lunch down there.
That's a fabulous idea.
The great backfill can begin.
And that right there, that's a man in his element.
As Jamie buries most, but not all, of their sewer system.
At this point in the episode, you've probably entertained a few thoughts. Among them, things like, wow, Jamie's pretty good with the excavator. I wonder if he had help. But among your comments might be, why are you guys leaving one whole end of your sewer system open? And it involves replicating the circumstances of the myth. See, we're testing an explosion of dynamite in a sewer system. Keyword, system. Sewers are part of a long set of catacombs running underneath the city. There's a lot of places for the expanding gases of the explosion to go, and that is why we're leaving ours open.
with one end open, one end closed, and the top soon to be sealed shut.
Do it.
Their drain in a day is done. That just leaves the rest of the experiment, starting with driver and car.
Who drives with their legs crossed? Only Buster.
Next come the all-important PCB sensors.
We're using these sensors to determine whether or not Buster lives or dies in these explosive tests, but it's worth talking a little bit about how they work because it's pretty cool. Inside this sensor is a type of crystal called piezo. When you flex it or press on it, it generates a tiny amount of electricity that is very consistent. You can expose it to a blast pressure wave. It will generate a little amount of electricity that we can equate to the amount of pressure it received. That directly tells us whether or not Buster could live or die. Excuse me, Buster. Pardon me, excuse me. Thank you, pardon me, pardon me. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, thanks for the ride. I'll call you when it's time to pick me up.
After that comes the Dynamite, positioned millimeters below the manhole at the very uppermost point of their drain.
So this is exactly what we see them do in the clip. 9 sticks of dynamite off to the side a bit with the manhole cover on top of it.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The final piece of the puzzle is to position the car exactly as it was in the control test.
Keep coming, and a little more. Perfect.
All that leaves is a prediction.
Now, my impression is that the sewer is going to allow some of the blast pressure to escape down into that cavity. But then on the other hand, we have that manhole cover, which is most likely going to turn into fragments because it's cast iron and that's brittle. And that may well hold on to the energy somewhat and direct it upward into the car. Where that puts Buster, it's anybody's guess. That's what we're going to find out.
Everything is pretty much in place. I'm standing on top of a sewer we built this afternoon. Underneath this manhole cover are 9 sticks of dynamite. Inside this 3,750-pound classic American car, we've got one crash test dummy who, if he had a brain, would be nervous. Luckily, all he's got for brains are some sensors that'll tell us whether he lives or dies. Over here, we have some innocent bystanders ready to catch some shrapnel and yield some data of their own. 600 feet over that way, a bunch of Mythbusters about to have a very fine afternoon. All of this is geared to set up precisely the circumstances we see in the episode of the A-Team that we're replicating. All geared to find out whether or not that dude lives through this explosion. Now, excuse me, I got some stuff to blow up. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna hook it up. There's 1, there's 2. Count it down.
All right. Explosives in the manhole cover. In 3, 2, 1.
Uh-oh. I think you didn't push it hard enough. Try it again. Really hard.
3, 2, 1.
What the?
Houston, we have a problem.
So you might not know that a explosive plunger works. It's basically a generator. When you push it, you push a rack against a pinion, which sets a flywheel in motion and generates electricity, which it sends down this wire to the blasting cap where the explosives are. Now, we pushed that plunger and the explosives didn't go off, which means that there's a continuity break somewhere in the wire. We're gonna run another wire down there and go again.
The guys are literally going down to the wire. But a quick replacement later, and they're ready to rumble.
All right. Be my guest, sir. Count it in.
Okay, A-Team explosive in the manhole cover. In 3, 2, 1. That did it.
Wow! That was awesome!
When the dust settles this time, it's clear that the car hasn't been torn apart.
We have yet to crunch the data. We have yet to look at high speed, but on the face of what I witnessed and what I can see here, it held together better than I thought it would, that's for sure. I feel like that was a fantastic comparative set of explosions. second explosion, the dynamite in the sewer, just as we saw in the A-Team, dented the oil pan of this car, but did not break through.
It looks like it didn't actually penetrate, though.
Wow. My prediction, post-explosion, pre-data crunch, is that our dude is totally fine. But we gotta check all that stuff out first.
Yep, while initial impressions are good, it's all down to the data.
I've analyzed the data from the sewer-based explosion, and it's pretty interesting because the prior blast exposed Buster to 26 PSI. This time, with the sewer, he only experienced 9 PSI. That's less than half. And that means that as opposed to ending up in the hospital with some serious injuries, this time he would have walked away. A little unhappy and with some bruises, but he would have walked away.
So, Buster's only bruised. How about the bystanders? Last time, a lethal 90 PSI. This time,
11 PSI. That's right. Isn't that cool? Not only is the blast survivable for the guy inside the car, it's also for the bystanders by the side of the road. I'm no doctor, but you might want to have that shoulder looked at. It's kind of weird.
it's an astounding result. Simply by placing the dynamite millimeters below their manhole, the shockwave takes out the car and the car alone.
This is really cool. 95% of the time, what you see in movies and television has no bearing on actual physics. So it is very funny to me to delve into a cheesy 1980s action show that I totally grew up on and find that their physics are sound. That is, putting dynamite inside a manhole is a fine way of making a non-lethal explosion that will take out a car.
So how do you want to call this one?
Well, I think the A-Team's plan was an excellent plan. The difference between the above-ground blast and the sewer blast is patently obvious. That is a survivable explosion. This one, less so. I'd say it's plausible.
Isn't that thing kind of getting disgusting by now?
It's totally disgusting. It's like chewing on a little tobacco-soaked sock. It's gross. All right, let's get out of here.
Where to, Colonel?
Back to the lumber yard. Yeah!
In an abandoned lumber yard, it's time to play ball. Because the Mythbusters air-powered pitching machine
3, 2, 1!
is firing on all cylinders.
That is awesome.
Isn't it?
Well, our cannon is ready, and by our best estimates, this thing ought to fire these chunks of wood at something between 50 and 75 miles per hour. That is significant and dangerous. And I want to point out that this is a purely improvised build by B and Jamie. So all of this design was here on site. A sheer pleasure. This is a classic Mythbusters build.
Like the A-Team, the guys improvise their weapon in just 1 hour. But will it be able to hurt the henchmen?
Last one.
Locked and loaded.
Time to find out.
What exactly are we testing? Well, in the clip, the guys spend about 1 minute and 10 seconds firing their wood weapon at the bad guys to drive them off. Hit it!
Yep, let's do it.
For us, given that we've busted the tree cannon approach entirely, we intend to test out our own firing mechanism, both in terms of accuracy, quickness to fire, and the time it takes to take out the bad guys.
Outside the double doors, there are 7 bad guys, each ready to pop up just where they did in the A-Team scene.
It's showtime.
But can Jamie take them down in just 70 seconds? It's a perfect start. As Jamie takes out pop-ups 1 and 2 with shots straight to the head.
Yeah!
And from there, well, let's roll an A-Team montage.
Yeah!
Yeah, 1 minute, 5 seconds. That was awesome. I love it when a plan comes together.
We had our targets rigged so that when I hit one, another one would pop up in its place. I was able to get them one after the other until I had to get the farthest guy out. The thing is, the further the range, the more that these sticks start to tumble and do unpredictable things. But even though it took every stick of ammo I had, in the end, I got every single guy. The rig worked like a charm.
Our task was pretty straightforward. Replicate a clip from the A-Team, Mythbusters style. Same ammo, completely new construction. We used a spinning wheel this time and an air wrench. Yeah! And guess what? It worked magnificently. It worked exactly like we saw in the clip. It was awesome.
Firing at 60 miles an hour with near-perfect pitch, their rig was the real deal. And having scratch built it in under an hour using junk lying around the lumberyard, I might say that the Mythbusters have out-A-teamed the A-Team.
Hey, A-Team, if you need our help again, you know where to find us.
Right now, the guys can be found in Ione,
3, 2, 1.
where their sewer salvo was a blast. A blast that vindicated the A-Team's MO.
He would have walked away.
Nice! That is awesome. You want to see the high speed?
Yeah.
But while the guys have called their conclusion based solely on survivability, the clip also had the car flipping up and over. And with no flip in tests 1 or 2, they're now upping the ante. And here's how.
The first thing we've got to do to get that car to flip is to bring a little more pressure into the game. So to do that, we're sealing off the sewer.
The second thing we're going to do to try and guarantee a flip is move the position of the car relative to the explosion. Now, in the first 2 explosions, we copied exactly what we saw in the show, and that is explosion happening pretty much dead center of the car underneath the engine. This time, we're going to move it over here to the left, try and get it to flip that way. That's the theory, anyway.
That's the theory. And here's the test subject.
You know, every time Adam and I go someplace, people ask us, where's Buster? But if you get to know him, he's kind of a jerk. Plus, he's heavy. That's why we don't mind blowing him up.
Oh, he's so heavy.
Oh, sorry about that.
Come on, Buster.
Watch your head.
There we go.
With Buster not quite strapped in,
No seatbelt.
No, I think
Oh, well.
he'll be all right without it.
Okay.
the car is moved into prime position.
Keep coming. That's it, right there. If anything will flip this car that well.
Then it's go time.
Fire in the hole! Love doing that.
All right, here we go. Ah, this is so cool. A-Team sewer explosion, final attempt to flip this car in 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Ain't no flip. I know. Jamie's not happy. We have an unhappy Hyneman on our hands.
It's the barrel roll that never came. While the car did leap higher than ever, it didn't flip as per the clip. But as the A-Team would never say, failure is always an option.
3 setups, 3 blasts, 3 cars destroyed, 1 very tired crash test dummy, and the results are pretty darn definitive. The A-Team's plan of putting 9 sticks of dynamite inside a manhole cover in order to disable a car without killing its occupant is totally plausible, completely sound. In fact, the only thing that they got wrong in the episode, and this is shocking, is that 9 sticks of dynamite will not flip this car. But everything else is possible. It's like validating the media of my childhood. How awesome is that?
I pity this fool.
All right, Jamie, you ready?
For what?
I'm gonna paint you a word picture.
Okay, let me get in my space. Go.
Okay. It's Sunday morning. The grass is high. It's time to mow the lawn. So you pull the lawnmower out of the garage, you start it up, and you start pushing it around your lawn. That smell of cut grass coming up through your nose, it's great. So you're almost done. You're close to the driveway where there's some rocks on the lawn, and your lawnmower goes over one of those rocks, kicks it across the street, kills somebody.
Kill somebody?
But it doesn't actually have to kill somebody. The idea is that a rock kicked by a lawnmower can have an equivalent amount of force as a bullet delivered from a .357 pistol.
Lethal lawnmowers. I like it. What else we got?
Well, continuing in the theme of accidental ammo, we have a construction site myth called glass guillotine. Goes a little like this. Pane of glass in a building. Guy walking down the street. Pane of glass comes loose. Shing.
Well, that sounds like a pain in the glass.
Exactly.
If we're going to be testing whether a rock effectively becomes a bullet when it gets hit by a lawnmower blade, we need to be someplace like this.
We've actually been filming in this very location for 10 years. Down there is the range in which Jamie and I first got trained to fire sniper rifles. And this is where we made hands out of chicken parts. High five. And cut them to ribbons with the off-gassing from a Magnum revolver. Today, we are using one of their more remote ranges. All right, here we go.
Oh! Remote, because in an episode devoted to accidental ammo.
What are we doing with all this plywood? You'll find out.
The Mythbusters are bringing some ballistic bedlam to their soon-to-be-made backyard.
What did one sheet of plywood say to the other? We're screwed.
Yes, we could do this test on a real lawn, but remember, this isn't about whether lawnmowers cut grass. We know this. This is about what happens to rocks when they interact with a lawnmower. I walk to my own path. So we've created our lawn laboratory here in order to remove variables and to clearly see what happens to those rocks.
Our experimental design today is pretty straightforward. We are going to lay down these rocks. Now it's starting to sink into me what we're about to do. Turn on this gas-powered motor and run it over them. What we want to witness is what happens in the reaction between the stones and the blade of the lawnmower. This is gonna be a horror show.
Our blue figures are painted onto styrofoam, and so if any rocks come out of the mower with any force, this foam is soft enough that it should easily show it. All right, well, I guess it's time to do some testing.
The mowers when Jamie was a kid didn't even have wheels. They had a really interesting name. They were called, what was it? Oh, goats.
Okay, let's see if this thing starts up.
Modern metal mowers have debris deflection more than covered with this spring-loaded safety flap.
Nothing came out. We gotta pull that door.
But Adam and Jamie want to know what happens in the worst-case scenario.
It seems like the safety features work beautifully, but as you know on Mythbusters, that's never stopped us. The first order of business, remove this little door with the word danger on it. There we go. Safety feature removed.
With the mower now poorly maintained, the opening on the right-hand side means any debris propelled by the blades will hit the styrofoam targets. Adam, standing behind the mower, should be safe.
What's going to happen?
3!
Well, one thing's for certain.
2!
Unless you're wearing hockey armor,
1!
you don't want to stand in front of the opening to that mower.
Anymore. This is terrifying. I start the mower, and I get into a rhythm. the most terrifying rhythm I've ever been in. I actually ended up by turning my entire body away from this rain, this shower, this firestorm of little tiny pebbles. One even flew up in the air and landed on my hat. And I can't even picture the physics required for that to occur. Good Lord! I ran out of steam, and that is fine with me. Here, I'm no expert with cameras, but that's bad. Am I right? That's bad? I don't ever want to be behind a mower doing that again.
While Adam was behind the mower, out of the line of fire.
I'm really sorry about that. I apologize here. I'll put that right there.
A veritable firestorm of stones and ricochets meant no one was safe.
Come here. Oh, my gosh. Hit, hit, hit.
With the foam onlookers peppered.
That went all the way through.
Wow.
The myth that a lawnmower can fling rocks at bullet-like force is clearly on the right track.
It threw this. That's heavy, with enough force to embed itself in this. I mean, I know that it's foam, but this is... I'm amazed.
So there's evidence the ballistic fallout is significant. But the Hyneman can't resist ramping it up.
This thing here is what you call a premium domestic lawnmower. It's a ride-on, and it's made to mow lawns fast. It's fun.
That's beautiful!
With an engine 4 times more powerful.
Jamie, are you ready?
I'm ready.
How much more havoc will Jamie wreak?
3, 2, 1, go! Oh, no.
I brought in the riding lawnmower and picked up where Adam left off.
Oh my God! Ah! Stop! Stop!
As you can see, there are no rocks left where I mowed. That mower moved them successfully off to the side with vigor.
Turn it up!
How'd I do? You know, I don't really care. You might want to think twice before inviting a Mythbuster to mow your lawn. I'm just saying.
Look, we have had fun so far, but it is important to remember that this entire story is about the interaction between a spinning lawnmower blade and a rock. How fast does it leave, and with how much energy? Now, were those rocks leaving the lawnmower at the speed of a bullet, or with the same amount of energy? That we don't yet know. I think what we've got to do is take some of this equipment back into the shop, remove even more variables, and hone in to find out if they really are kicking those rocks with the energy of a 357.
The mower mayhem is set to continue.
Everybody okay?
But coming up next,
3,
the accidental ammo Armageddon
2, 1.
hits dangerous new heights.
I did not expect that level of carnage from our lawnmower.
Yeah, we might be onto something with that.
True, but a lot is going to rest on exactly how fast those rocks are actually going. But before we get to that, let's say we crank up the gore on another story.
You're talking about glass guillotine.
Yes, the myth is that if a pane of glass falls out of an office building and you're unlucky enough for it to find you on the street, it will shing, cleave you right in twain.
Well, I don't know about that, but whatever happens, it ain't gonna be pretty.
No.
For us to do our glass guillotine experiment, we need something to cut, something that ideally would be like a human. And, well, I asked for some volunteers from the shop crew, but nobody stepped up. So I'm gonna have to make my own, and to do that, I'm going to melt down a clear flesh-like material and pour it into this human-sized torso mold.
Yep, for anatomical accuracy, Jamie's using a creepy mix of realistic materials.
See the way that tears? This is a polyethylene material, and it actually rips, just like flesh will rip. So I'm going to use this as a filler material so that when our plastic dummy gets impacted, it actually cleaves, if it's going to, like flesh.
Getting a human-like texture for their torso is critical.
There we go.
Adding bags of blood, not so much.
These bags are made for what's known as sous vide. It's a method of cooking, and it means that the plastic's able to withstand a fair amount of heat. And this will provide a container for the blood, which when we float this or hang it inside our mold, hopefully, if it gets hit with our glass guillotine, it'll bleed.
With the gratuitously gory innards placed, the pouring of the now superheated gel commences.
Lower down. It's funny to go back through our whole entire history of human analog production.
Oh, there we go.
I mean, we started off so primitively, just filling molds like this with dessert gelatin. All the way up to, you know, last year we made a human analog that would actually get hypothermia while you watch.
It's all looking good. It's nice and clear.
In this case, for our glass guillotine, this one bleeds. And in 12 hours when it cools, we're gonna try it out.
It's a beautiful start.
Oh, it's beautiful.
But their bubble is soon burst.
That right there, that's a breach of one of our blood bags inside our human analog here. Doesn't look like they've all breached, but if one has, well, there's only one of two reasons. Either because the bag was improperly constructed or because they're all gonna breach. What this means to the final product, I have no idea. We just gotta wait till this cools and see what we get. This is how Jamie was born. Ta-da! Hey! Oh, he looks a lot better than I was afraid he'd look.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'd say it looks pretty usable.
Nice.
This is the first of our castings, and frankly, we were worried that we had ruined it. But while it's not perfect, hey,
sorry,
it's usable, and it'll serve for one of our tests.
Clearly, if we're going to be experimenting with glass falling from great heights, we're going to need glass and we're going to need great heights.
Too low.
Now, glass is easy. Great heights, not so much.
A little bit better.
Not a lot of people want to let you drop stuff off of their buildings unless you come to a building like this.
Almost.
This is the Santa Rosa Fire Department's fire training tower.
That's more like it.
Today,
I hate heights.
we're going to be dropping large panes of glass onto unwilling ballistics gelatin test subjects.
Absolutely perfect.
Now remember, the myth is that if a pane of glass like this comes loose from its moorings on the side of an office building and plummets to the earth, that by the time it reaches the ground, it could cleave an unsuspecting person perfectly in twain, like a guillotine.
So we've got a 4-foot by 6-foot piece of 3/8-inch thick glass, like what they would have on top of a high-rise.
Not many people know this, but mimes actually practice behind an actual pane of glass.
And I'm going to hoist it to 75 feet.
Good.
Where Adam and I are going to drop it.
Looking good. Now, when you're visualizing a pane of glass falling and slicing through someone like a guillotine or a sword, you're probably thinking of something that looks a little like this. But you also probably were watching us move around our pane of glass and thinking, wait a minute, that glass doesn't look sharp. It looks like it's got a kind of a square edge, kind of like that. That's because the glass in an office building is called tempered glass. It's made to be very hard, and it also doesn't break into shards. It actually breaks into many, many thousands of little tiny chunks, kind of like this. It didn't break. Allow me to say this again. It breaks into many little pieces like this. There you go. So it's more akin to actually hitting the melon with the back of my blade rather than the front, like this. Now, is that what's gonna happen to our guy when our glass falls on him? Frankly, I have no idea. I'm just as curious as you are.
All right. Nobody underneath this. Jamie, I will meet you up at the top.
Here we go.
I hate heights. I know nothing's gonna happen to me when I'm in these things. Man, this is scary, but I've always been that way. I just hate heights so intensely. It's just awful.
Yeah, that's it. Jamie, this is working beautifully. You know, I can't help but feel like we're about to enact a scene in a movie called Clumsy Window Movers. For clarity, it is worth restating that what we are looking for from the glass here is not whether or not it kills him.
Okay, now, I figure we hoist it over our heads.
Yeah, although that would be the end result no matter what, if it hit him.
Okay.
3. Oh my God. It's that it would cleave him in 2 like my sword did with the melon. Shing. 3, 2, 1. Oh!
It did a little turn right at the very end.
It looked like it was gonna be perfect, and at the very end, it fishtailed. Oh my gosh. It was so close. For like the first couple of seconds, it seemed to be falling perfectly like a knife towards him. I'm like, oh my God, it's gonna hit him. It's gonna hit him. And then what feels like just before it got to our dude, it went like this and hit the ground perfectly flat and spread in every direction.
Oh my goodness. It looks worse down here than it did up there.
Oh my God, it's so pretty. When I was like 10, I would have taken these home and pretended they were diamonds and pretended I had treasure.
I would have sold them to the neighborhood kids and made a profit.
It's clear that this test was a fling and a miss. To stand a chance of a direct hit split, they're gonna need a plan B.
What do you think? Should we head back to the shop and make a system for guiding the glass?
Yeah, I've got some ideas.
Me too.
Lurking innocently in your garden shed, a lethal accident is waiting to happen. Or is it?
We have been trying to determine whether a lawnmower can fling rocks with the same amount of energy as a bullet. What we'd like to do is measure the speed at which the rocks are leaving the lawnmower and then see how that compares to the speed of an actual bullet.
Before comparing actual bullets, they're measuring the mower.
Why am I taking the motor off? Well, for us to test it in the shop, we need to look closely at it and run it for a while. And so instead of having this noisy, smelly gasoline engine going in here, we're just gonna swap it out with an electric motor, nice and clean and quiet. This thing's stuck. And we got it. Ah! The way this motor is wound, it's going to give us 100 RPM for every volt that it sees. And so given that the gas engine ran at 3,600 RPM, we need to feed this 36 volts to see the same RPM. But the thing is, if we give it that voltage all at once, it's going to spin that blade up to full RPM in like a millisecond.
You just built a lawnmower that I want to be behind a blast shield in order to start.
And that's scary. It might end up putting the blade in the wall or in me or something, because something's going to break. So I've got to figure out a way of doing it a little more gently.
To gently deliver that power, once again, Jamie uses equipment in ways for which it was never intended.
This is working perfectly.
He's hooked up a DC-powered welding machine to a lawnmower.
I love it when things actually work the way you hope. I mean, it is somehow a little counterintuitive to run a motor off of a welder, but
Yeah.
DC power is DC power.
That's amazing. All right, let's get it up on a stand.
We need to be able to deliver the rock to the spinning blade in a way that we can actually see what's going on.
Now it's looking like something.
But Adam and I have come up with a way of doing it, which involves putting the whole mower up on top of a sheet of clear acrylic, and then we can see from underneath.
Yet another in a long line of pristine surfaces, soon to be destroyed and sullied in our hunt for the truth.
And we'll simply raise the mower, get the mower up to speed, and then lower it down onto the rock. Bang. So how are we going to keep this stuff from going all over the shop?
Well, we've cut away the whole side here, so we wanted to go there. So I thought we'd put some uprights of plywood here to protect the walls. We already know that a lawnmower can hurl a rock at a fairly good speed. But we don't know what that speed is. Cool. All right. That's position one, medium-sized rock. So we're gonna power up this lawnmower to its full speed. We're gonna feed rocks into it, watch them on our high-speed camera, and measure exactly how fast they leave. You ready?
I'm ready.
Well, let's do this.
18, 25, 32, 34, speed.
All right, here we go. Dropping a lawnmower onto a rock. 3, 2, 1. Cut it.
Blink and it's gone. Because when the mower is lowered, the blade instantly slices the stone into chunks.
Oh, wow, just absolutely decimated that piece.
Question is, were any of the fragments moving at a bullet-like velocity?
The fastest chunk was going 250 feet per second, and that's actually pretty significant for a chunk of rock about 1 inch long and a ½ inch wide. But we're gonna keep running this, see if we can't find even faster debris.
250 feet per second is a good start.
Okay, so we got a whole pile going in.
But this time, they're giving their mower more to aim for.
Start her up.
What could possibly go wrong?
Speed!
Dropping big pile of rocks. Cover your eyes. 3, 2, 1. Cut it. Everybody okay? Chunk. Chunk made it out.
Well, I hope we got the shot because that was the sound of the blade coming off of the motor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
While Jamie inspects the carnage.
Wow. We cracked our acrylic bottom.
Adam, ignoring the mess he's made.
There's the blade.
Cues up the high speed.
Wow, dude. We got the hit that I was hoping to get. Watch the leading edge of the blade here.
Boom.
That piece, 400 feet per second, 272 miles per hour.
Well,
I feel like we're in some very dangerous territory.
Dangerous for sure. But the crucial question is, how does it compare to the speed of a bullet? Well, Jamie, with high-speed camera in tow, fired up at the gun range to find out.
3, 2, 1. The slowest bullet we measured went at 1,000 feet per second. The 357, which was much faster, went at 1,400 feet per second. Now, the fastest rock we got off of our lawnmower went 400 feet per second, which is nowhere close.
But it's not busted right there. No, 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 because while this rock is bigger and slower than this bullet, it's heavier. What I'm wondering now is there a rig I can build that can compare the amount of energy the bullet brings to the equation and compare it to the amount of energy the rock brings? I think I can.
3, 2, 1.
While Adam cogitates on how to illustrate energy comparison, he's thinking outside the box for glass guillotine.
Clearly, dropping glass off the building isn't going to be a repeatable way for us to test this story. Oh! So we're going to need to come up with a mechanism for reliably making the glass hit exactly where we want. And I have an idea, except in order to talk about it, I want to build a little model of the fire training tower. And instead of an exotic material, I love making corners match up. I'm just going to use this cardboard box we just got in the mail. Ta-da! I know it doesn't look like much, but check this out. This coat hanger will be a welded steel rack which we sit on the lip of the building. You are clear. These red pieces of parachute cord are guide wires which we mount to the ground. Awesome. The glass has riders on it that keep it aligned with the guide wires. They say the glass is tempered, but is it bad tempered? We bring it up with a winch. Go ahead and winch up the glass.
Oh, here she comes.
Drop it from the top and tink! It hits our test subject square where we want him to and slices him right in half, or not. That's what we're gonna find out.
Back out on location, Dr. Hyneman is doing some fine-tuning.
As we're dialing in on what we have to do here, we figure we need to trim this, and so I'm gonna make his head a little bit more natural. My folks always wanted me to be a brain surgeon. It's obviously a little elongated because of the way we did the mold, and hopefully we'll get a cleave right down the middle so we can see it. It'll be cool. Just so you know, little buddy, this hurts you more than it hurts me.
The surgery is successful. And with Adam's model design rigged, the glass is poised to come crashing down in controlled fashion.
It is really just about to happen. I can't wait to see this.
It's time to find out if our unsuspecting bystander will be neatly split in two.
In 3, 2, 1.
Here it comes. Ah! That was perfect. Dude, that was beautiful.
He's still in one piece.
It looks like he's still in one piece.
Of course, there's blood everywhere.
Well, every one of our methodologies worked beautifully. The glass dropped, it hit our dude exactly where we wanted it to, and it did not cleave him in twain. No, it merely beat the living crap out of him. But there's still only one dude. There's not two half dudes. Gotta try something else.
Yep, this slasher story,
it's gonna be a horror show,
is about to get real edgy. Could a 1 in a million high-rise slip ever really slice you in half? Not according to the evidence so far.
And you might be watching thinking, of course it didn't, you idiots. That tempered glass you dropped had this big square edge on it. But that's the thing with tempered glass. It doesn't break and have sharp edges. For that, you've got to move to plate glass. Now, they don't use plate glass in office buildings specifically for this reason, but for due diligence, we've got a piece of plate glass here, and we're gonna break this so that we get a nice, clean, broken edge of plate glass.
All right.
And we're gonna drop that on the next unsuspecting bystander we pulled out of our mold.
Okay, I'm gonna move him in.
Yep.
Our next victim doesn't have blood bags.
That is right down the center.
Not quite as much fun, but a little bit more consistent as far as the physics.
Go ahead and raise him in 3, 2, 1, go. While it's on its way up, I feel confident that I think that that is gonna slice our dude in half. The edges of that glass, they're really sharp. It's gonna be a horror show. All right, go ahead and count it down and let it go.
In 3, 2, 1.
Here it comes. Oh, it's good, it's good. Oh! That was beautiful. I mean, I don't know how well it worked, but it looked great. Dude, that would be cleaved, as I've been saying all episode long, in twain.
Not exactly a bullseye to the brain, but in twain, he truly is.
I couldn't see that chunk fly off of him from where I was standing. It just looked like unfettered destruction. But dude, that's amazing.
These two dummies tell the whole story. The first one, we dropped a piece of tempered glass onto, and they manufacture that glass so that people don't get cut. And the result is appropriate to that. Our guy would have had his skull crushed and a lot of bones broken. but he wouldn't have been cleaved in half. The other one, we dropped a piece of plate glass on that had a broken edge that was very sharp, and as a result, he got cut cleanly in half. The end result is the same. He would have died. Take your pick. Can glass falling from a high-rise cut you in two?
But this is an interesting one because it's kind of a yes and no situation. If it's the glass they make high-rises from, then no, it's not going to cut you in two. It's going to kill you, but it's not going to leave you in two parts. But if it's the wrong kind of glass, then absolutely it can leave you in two big chunks.
So right kind is busted, but wrong kind is plausible.
Plus a plausible.
All right, I'll buy that.
All right, let's get out of here.
Back on the trail of the stone-cold killer. Adam and Jamie have proven a rock from a mower does not travel as fast as a bullet. But speed is not the only vicious vector.
So we were looking to compare the amount of energy generated from an impact with a bullet with the energy generated from the impact with a rock. So imagine that this hammer can swing like a pendulum. Then let's take a gun and shoot the face of this hammer. What's gonna happen? It's an indicator of how much energy the bullet brings to the equation. Now, if I fire a stone at the same hammer at the speed it would be kicked by a lawnmower, and the hammer moves the same amount, well, then we could conclude that the amount of energy being brought to the equation by the bullet is the same as the stone. That's the theory anyway. Let's see if it works.
Yep, the heavy stone may have been moving more slowly than the lighter bullet.
That's beautiful.
But this pendulum rig will illustrate and compare the energy of each. Its acrylic impact pad will efficiently transfer the energy of the bullet to the pendulum and can be replaced for each test.
Well, that looks nifty.
With the rig ready to swing, the first test will be to measure the bullet's impact.
Okay.
And for that, it's back down to the gun range.
Adam built this rig to test bullet impacts, and in theory it ought to work. But there's a lot that could go wrong, and in particular, the fact that the thing that takes the bullet hit is on a kind of a thin arm. It could wobble. We're not sure whether it's repeatable. And then, of course, there are potential ricochets. So I'm going to be behind the blast shields when we test it.
Cool, yeah. We're in. So we're hoping that this rig that I built will allow us to compare the amount of energy from a fired bullet to other things. And while we're not sure how much energy that's going to turn out to be, we are pretty sure that it's a lot of energy. It could actually break this rig. Gun is hot. We're going to start with a .22 caliber pistol. Then we're going to go to a 9. Then we're going to go to a .357. By the end of all that testing, we should be able to both know that the rig can handle what we're doing to it and that it performs consistently and gives us real data.
Safety's off.
Safety's off. Okay, here we go. Testing the .22 caliber pistol on my rig. I hope doesn't fail right now. 3, 2, 1. All held together.
And it looks like it might have kept the bullet.
Good. Ready for another? 22. And 3, 2, 1. I'm no expert, but that looked pretty similar.
I think it was.
Actually, it looks really good. Super consistent. All the 22 bullets knocked the rig to exactly 15 degrees.
Cool, so the rig's working.
So far, let's move up a caliber and see if it keeps on working. 9mm! I hope the rig holds up. And 3, 2, 1. So we just fired a 9mm shot at the rig, and it seemed to perform beautifully, gracefully going up to 41 degrees before coming on back. Now, I was never very afraid of the .22 caliber. I was definitely more afraid of the 9. This makes me feel like it's going to work fantastically for the .357. But we're going to do a couple more 9s just to make sure it's consistent. All right, let's go again.
And once those couple of tests are ticked off, and deliver a consistent swing of 40 degrees, it's time to unleash the big gun.
Time to swap it out for the 357. Gun is hot. All right, 357 on your mark.
Okay, here we go. Hopefully this doesn't wreck the rig. And 3, 2, 1.
The pendulum peaked at 60 degrees, but working on the basis that
if it ain't repeatable, it ain't science.
The guys go again.
And 3, 2, 1.
Nice.
That looked pretty consistent.
We did our 2 tests with the 357, and they were consistent. They were about 60 degrees. So we've got the data we need to move on to stones out of a lawnmower.
But if you thought that means no more guns, then think again.
Wow. Because stones from a lawnmower are hard to aim, and because Adam's pendulum target is very small, we're going to take the lawnmower out of the equation and use a pneumatic launcher instead. I'm going to first check to see that it's shooting the rock at the correct speed. 406.
Seriously? Awesome, let's bring it in and shoot this thing.
And then we're going to bring in Adam's energy rig, hit it with a rock shot at 400 feet per second, and see how far up the pendulum goes.
This is it.
Good to go. Okay, safety's off.
Will a stone the same mass and velocity
Firing in 3
as the fastest speed test stone
2
match the energy of the lighter lethal bullet?
1.
Dude, we gotta see the video, but I swear that went past 60 degrees.
With the crucial shot queued up,
All right.
did the rock hit the right angle?
See how high it actually went. Wait. Oh my gosh, dude! Dude!
It went above the 357.
That's 66 degrees. That's more energy from the rock. I'm sorry, I'm yelling, but I totally didn't expect this result. That is more energy from the rock than from a bullet from a 357. That is amazing. Shocking. Totally awesome. I have been expressing my doubts about confirming this story since the beginning. I just never thought the rock was going to have anywhere close to the amount of energy of a 357 bullet, and yet it exceeded it. I knew lawnmowers were scary. I just didn't know how scary. So with everything that we tested, I think we have definitively proven, and frankly, I'm astonished by this, but that a rock thrown from a lawnmower can possibly have as much or more power than a bullet from a 357. I'm astonished, but this one's confirmed.
Yeah, I was surprised too. But you know, that gave me an idea.
What?
I want to make the lawnmower from hell.
You do that, I'm gonna go home and hide. What are we doing back here at the Chabot gun range? Well, remember that we have absolutely determined that a lawnmower can hurl a rock with the same amount or greater force than a bullet from a 357. That means that a lawnmower can be weaponized, and that fact, well, let's just say that fact was too tempting for Jamie.
When it comes to terrifying engineering and gratuitous ramping up, the Hyneman has history.
I call it my little pop gun.
When he decides to go over the top,
We want more?
it's a good idea to duck, cover, and wear a hard hat at a safe distance.
So we've seen what your average garden variety lawnmowers do. Yeah! Now it's time to step it up a little bit. So while this lawnmower looks pretty normal right now, let's just say it's going to be evolving. Well, here we go. So what I'm thinking is that everything below this line and forward of the seat is going to go away. There we go. And we're going to have one big-ass blade and a couple hundred horsepower. You know, I think I'm going to have to ride this thing without all that weight on the front.
Yep, once the ride-on mower has had the mower removed,
This is like a wheelie machine. That's great.
Jamie has the perfect mobile base from which to create his masterpiece.
Normally, you have wheels on the front of a mower deck, but because this mower is so aggressive, I don't think wheels would suffice. So they ought to do the trick as skis instead of wheels. That's gonna be sweet.
That's the base. Now for the power. For starters, Jamie's hooking up 4 50-horsepower electric motors.
This is gonna be crazy. There's gonna be a motor here, there's another one here, another one here, another one here. They're all linked together with belts. 200 horsepower. Oh, I think I can make that work.
With the motors harnessed together,
Last one.
the Hyneman's hellish mower is starting to take shape.
Realize the blade is coming out like this in the front at like 5,000 RPM. It's terrifying.
Next up, the source of the power.
Oh my God, that's one big battery. What this is a bank of about 90 volts worth of lithium batteries. This would power an electric car or electric industrial equipment. At about 1,800 amps, that means that shorting some of these outputs on this would pretty much be like setting off a stick of dynamite. It's a lot of power. That's just silly.
Under cover of darkness, the Hyneman fires up the furnace to add the finishing touches. And out of the darkness comes...
Introducing the Lawnmower from hell. You've got 200 horsepower of electric car motors, 1,800 amps of lithium batteries. They'll be spinning a 50-pound tool steel blade at upwards of 5,000 RPM. Put it all together, and you really don't want to try this at home. First up, we're going to give the beast here a little taste. Just a little taste. It's a bucket of blue water.
Go for it.
Oh, I've rarely been so happy to be behind the bulletproof shields.
He's approaching. 6 feet. 4 feet. 2 feet. It goes. Boom.
Dude, that was beautiful. Tell you what, why don't you take this thing around the corner? I'll set up a really fun course for you to implement as much destruction as possible. I'll let you know when we're ready for you.
Okay.
So how do you put a ridiculously souped up and almost definitely dangerous lawnmower through its paces? I decided on a broad range of material.
Now we're getting serious.
I wanted some small, hard things to get that bullet-like carnage, like a frat house lawn. And I wanted some big things to get some awesome high-speed camera carnage. I call this section the palate cleanser. My prediction? Gotta have some willing victims. Frankly, I just hope no one gets hurt.
Last one. Like some sort of kumbaya dance circle. In fact, it's a circle de los muertos.
Here it comes.
I'll bet Jamie's just a little bit nervous right now. Oh, yeah. Watermelons are first on the menu.
Holy crap! Something went flying!
I think we had a total failure of the rig there.
What just happened?
What happened was scary as hell.
The axle broke.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude.
The axle sheared?
Look at this.
Oh, it went, oh my gosh.
Well, there's your problem.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. Well, that's the end of today's fun.
Well, you know, I intended to go over the top with my lawnmower from hell. And I guess I did. Maybe a little too much, though. Like we always say, failure is always an option.
And you know, this is the perfect example that you can learn as much from a failed test as a successful one. What we've learned in this test is, well, that Jamie has built something far too dangerous to turn on again. He is literally sitting on a drivable, cutting, whirling, slicing blender of death. Well, we could put another blade on it, to be sure, but we're gonna bow out for right now. At least until Jamie can figure out how to make this thing safe. Then we will be back.
Usual wager?
Sure, the loser cleans the shop, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Count it in, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, wait a second. There we go. Hello? Hi, Mom. Ah! No, not you, not you. So, hold on. Mom, it's not really the best time for me to talk. Saturday? Sure. Oh, Mom, hold on. I gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Ah! I lost.
You were looking a little distracted there.
Yeah, but I did pretty good in reverse. All right. All right, sir, time to get your racing gloves on. We have an entire episode that puts the word dangerous into the phrase dangerous driving.
Like what?
Well, we've got a Hollywood car chase story to tackle that driving at high speed through traffic, evading your enemies in reverse is easy. But first up, we have a story all about the dangers of driving while talking on your cell phone.
Well, there's law against that, at least as far as holding it in your hand.
Exactly, but what is the solution for someone who wants to talk on their phone?
Hands-free?
Hello?
Yep, but there's a myth that there is no improvement in safety talking hands-free versus holding on to your phone, that they both distract you just as much, and I think we should test that.
Absolutely.
Talking on a handheld phone leaves a driver both mentally and physically compromised. Going hands-free does eliminate half the problem. But with the other half still there, some say that it's just as dangerous. To find out, the Mythbusters crew have constructed a classified course designed by drive expert Dave Storton.
So the first section here is a slalom, so that's going to test their steering ability while talking on the phone.
Right now, Adam and Jamie are being deliberately kept in the dark.
Coming out of the slalom, they'll immediately have to get on the brakes for our low-speed exercise called the offset lane.
Because any pre-existing knowledge of the route could discredit their data.
Once through that, we head over to what's called a T-box.
Instead, all they know is that they must stick to the speed limits and not clip any cones if they're to achieve a perfect score.
Right. If you bolt the two together, maybe some sticky tape in the middle, that should totally... Okay, hold on. I got a thing to do. Okay, wait right there. Okay, so while we know that driving in a car while holding onto a cell phone and talking is bad, sorry, that wasn't for you, the myth is that driving hands-free is just as bad, that there is no difference between hands-full and hands-free, and we are just about to test it on the course behind me. I can see it from a distance, but that's as close as I'm gonna get because my ignorance of this course is intrinsic to our test.
Like Adam, Jamie's also going that extra mile to make sure their science is sound.
Adam's going to run this test twice. First with the phone held in his hand, and then secondly, hands-free. Then I'm also going to run the test twice, but I'm going to do it in the inverse order. The idea here is that we're going to be able to remove any bias as far as learning and getting better every time we do the test.
Indeed. And while Adam warms up in the test car...
Breaker, we got a 555 and an MTV. I'll take care of it.
Jamie sits down in mission control.
All right, I've got my questions, I've got my phone. We'll see what we can do to mess with Adam's world.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
With Dave riding shotgun to mark Adam's moves, it's time to hold the phone.
Hello.
Hello, Adam. I've got my questions ready for you, and we're good to go.
3, 2, 1, here we go.
Okay, so if you could compete with the Olympics, what event would you want to be in?
If I could compete in the Olympics, I would, hold on a second. There we go. Hold on, sorry. I think I would do the luge because it requires, I think, the least amount of physical acuity.
Okay, that's great. Now, I need you to add the first two given numbers and then add the next number to the last number given.
Okay.
8 and 7.
8 and 7 equals 15.
Okay, 3.
10.
Excellent. Okay, for the next test, I'm going to read you a list of words and ask you to repeat them in reverse order.
Hold on a second. Now, at this point, you might be wondering about the complexity of the questions we are asking each other while driving.
Flamethrower, fire hydrant, water.
Why aren't we just reading War and Peace over the phone? Water, fire hydrant, flamethrower. Well, each of our questions falls into a category that activates the cognitive portions of the brain.
General knowledge, which country has the longest coastline?
The longest coastline of any country, China? All require the driver to use a part of their brain to listen at the same time as they're trying to use another part of their brain to drive.
Adam isn't being judged on how well he answers the questions.
Add 1 and 7.
Hold on. This is 10.
It's how well he's driving. That's the only metric.
Oh, whoa.
And the answer to that is not very well.
Hold on. Sorry.
Now, these are logic questions. Somebody at a party introduces you to your mother's only sister's husband's sister-in-law. He has no brothers. What do you call this lady?
I don't know. I can't.
Can you repeat the question?
The combination of one hand on the wheel and a brain that's multitasking into meltdown means that by the end of the test, Adam's flunked with flying colors.
Jamie, I'm done. That was awful.
That was absolutely horrendous. My goodness. I'm a menace.
It's clear that I'm a menace on the road.
Adam got the majority of the questions right, but it was clear that he was struggling with them a lot more than he would have if he wasn't driving. Okay, add 1 and 7. He was pausing a lot.
Hold on.
He had to have the question repeated.
Sorry, Jamie, what was your question?
And in general, you could just hear that he was having to multitask. He was having to deal with things that were happening to him while he was driving.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
So he was kind of alternating from one set of problems to the other.
Hold on. Sorry.
He wasn't able to really do both seamlessly. Well, let's reset and see whether you're still a menace on the next one.
All right. Okay. Well, I've completed my first test, and talking on the phone was absolutely awful. And then the car stopped working. So we are actually going to transfer all of the cameras and microphones from inside this car to one of our production vehicles, and I'm going to run the test a second time hands-free. I mean, we still consider my first test valid, just have to do the second one in a different car.
So while the team pushes on, what else is on the docket?
So driving in reverse. Paint me a picture.
Well, look, our hero, let's say, is driving down a one-way street. He thinks he's home free, but blocking his path is a villain in a car. He's got nowhere to go, so using the only avenue open to him, the hero throws the car into reverse and backs up, bobbing and weaving through traffic at high speed to eventually evade his chaser.
And you want to know if this is possible.
I totally do. We've been trained to drive in a lot of different ways over the years, but backwards isn't one of them, and it involves a lot of different skills, not only driving ability and spatial awareness, but also really proprioception.
Yeah, let's get to driving.
Okay.
Beautiful day. Wide open, empty runway. The conditions are perfect. Oh, wait, we need a car.
You ordered a car?
Indeed I did, sir. Perfect timing. Now, the movies are packed with people who can drive well, but they would lead you to believe that you could drive forward or reverse, however you choose. We are constantly seeing our movie heroes racing away from the bad guys, avoiding obstacles and driving all over the place with the rear end of the car facing the direction that they are actually going.
But before trying out any twists or turns,
And that's a quarter mile.
the guys first want to know if cars can even reverse Hollywood fast in real life. And for that, they're hitting the straightaway.
We've set up a course that's measured, and we're going to test out these cars, see how fast they go in forward, and compare that to how fast they go in reverse.
All right, Mr. Hyneman, are you ready?
I'm good to go.
All right, commence quarter-mile test in 3, 2, 1, go. Here it comes. 80 miles per hour.
It's a good start for their converted cab. But how will that speed compare when it's back to front?
Most cars you're ever going to run into have only one reverse gear, which means that the top speed of your car in reverse is ultimately limited by the reverse gearing and the speed at which the engine is turning over. Now, will our car be able to go as fast as they seem to go in the movies? That is just what we're about to find out. Okay, commence backwards quarter mile in 3, 2, 1, go.
Jamie's off, but from the get-go, it's clear that he's less fast and furious and more driving Miss Daisy. But that's because he's using this run to get his eye in.
31 miles per hour. I think he can do better. I think he's got more.
Yep, it's test 2, where the rubber will meet the road.
Okay, Adam, I'm in place and ready to go in reverse.
As Jamie this time plans to put the pedal to the metal.
All right, Mr. Hyneman, in 3, 2, 1, go. $49.50, 52, 53. 54 miles per hour.
Now that's more like it. Reaching freeway speeds is more than a match for a Hollywood hero. But it's not all good news. Because Adam wants his turn.
Okay, Adam, in 3, 2, 1, go. 29, it's coming up fast. 45.
Whoa!
That's what I was talking about. And correct a little too much, you're gonna lose it. Yeah, you started to lose it at about 50.
Yeah, man, it was like bump, correction, overcorrection, undercorrection, overcorrection.
Yeah.
I'll give it one more shot, but I'm not sure I'm gonna get much faster than that.
Okay.
Adam resets for his final run.
There we go.
And it really is now or never.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go.
But will he be able to better Jamie's best?
30. 40. Okay, this is where he had trouble the last time. He's going above it. 46. Oh. He started to have trouble again, but at least he didn't lose it.
I don't think that was going as fast as I'd like to, but that's where I'm calling it.
You got up to about 47 miles an hour.
Yeah, 47.50. Past that, I feel like I'm just
Yeah.
gonna toss it right away.
Yeah. And you're not going to go much faster anyway, because the car won't.
Well, I've just completed a few runs on our quarter-mile track in reverse as fast as I felt comfortable, and my comfort speed was a little slower than Jamie's, 47 to 50 miles an hour to his 55 miles an hour. And I tried it actually, I tried one looking in the rear view mirror, I tried a couple in the side view mirror, and I tried one looking over my shoulder. And frankly, they were all terrible. Whoa! The control you have over a car going fast in reverse is so much more limited. It's absolutely awful. But these are kind of worst case scenarios, long straightaways. We're gonna get to some maneuvering and see if it's a little easier on that front.
The trick with driving at a high speed in reverse was to not do very much, just kind of hold still and try and keep the car in a straight line. But unfortunately, we're not going to have that option now, because now we've got to drive through a slalom in reverse, and that's all about steering. That's going to be really hard.
Is driving at speed in reverse as easy as the movies make out? Well, not if Adam's straight line test,
coming up fast,
is anything to go by.
Whoa!
There are a couple of reasons that cars are difficult to drive at high speed in reverse. Yeah, you started to lose it at about 50.
Man.
And the first is that the steering is not self-centering. If you let go of the wheel of a car going forward for just a second, it'll tend to self-correct because of the offset of the wheels. If you're going in reverse, it does the opposite. If you let go of that wheel, they're going to go hard to the side, and you're going to do a 180, and that's dangerous. And correct a little too much, you're going to lose it. The other thing is all about perspective. When you're going forwards with your head in a line with the steering wheel, driving's really intuitive. But in reverse, you're either looking into the mirror or over your shoulder, meaning your brain's having to make complex decisions from a viewpoint that it's just not used to. And so when things go wrong, you're gonna flip the car or something bad.
Given their struggles on the straightaway, today's test looks terrifying.
This is what we call the diving in at the deep end test. We've got a course that's full of the kind of challenges a Hollywood hero has to face, and we're gonna see if we can reverse through it at high speeds without crashing. This is why we have insurance.
It's a course that a movie maestro would finish in a flash. But how will the Mythbusters manage?
All right, first run, and 3, 2, 1, go.
Adam's off. And from the outset, he's ignoring the mirrors.
Whoa!
Oh, there goes a cone.
And going with the over-the-shoulder technique. but it's hardly paying dividends. Because not only does poor steering cripple his cone count, but his slow speed means his time is terrible.
How did I do?
1 minute, 7 seconds.
1 minute, 7 seconds? I'll tell you what that does. It wreaks havoc on my neck. Well, I had a couple of screw-ups on that one. It's very hard to gauge how hard you need to hit a turn in reverse because all of your metrics for reaction in terms of how the car moves are way off kilter. It's a far more sensitive device in reverse.
Adam resets for test 2.
Okay, he's going for the gold in 3, 2, 1, go.
And this time, while his cone count drops by half, his total time actually goes up.
Well, it was almost 110.
With a slow speed and poor steering, it's not looking good for this film fable.
The one thing that is assured about driving in reverse is that it wreaks havoc on your neck. Oh my gosh. And I tried using my mirrors at the beginning of that. There's no go. There's no maneuvering trying to use the 3 mirrors.
Indeed. But can Jamie master the method and reverse this myth's fortunes?
All right, cowboy, here we go. And 3, 2, 1, go! I love that this is our job.
Unlike Adam, Jamie's using the mirrors and the over-the-shoulder system, but it's not a winning combination. Because his crash course is even worse than Adam's. But eventually he crawls to the finish line in a sluggish 72 seconds.
Well, it's hard enough to drive in reverse anyway because everything's all flipped around. But then the fact that you can't actually see what you're doing clearly because you're trying to twist around to get a good view, all that put together means that I don't know that I'm going to be getting any faster than that.
Despite not feeling optimistic.
All right, cowboy, you feeling mean?
Trying to get comfortable.
Jamie does reset for take 2.
And 3, 2, 1, go!
Where his prediction turns out true.
That looks like the way my grandmother used to drive forwards.
Because not only does he hit more cones, he also does so while driving more slowly. Which is not good news for the myth.
Okay, you win.
But all is not lost.
Look, there is no doubt that this test was hard. The course was difficult, and we are at the novice end of the reverse driving spectrum. But with some expert training, will we be able to bring this myth back from the brink? That's what's next.
Actually, not quite. Because next, the guys are jumping ship back to Alameda. To find out if hands-free is as distracting as holding the phone,
hello, Jamie.
Adam started with a hands-full control.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
That went so badly, his car refused to continue.
Okay.
So it's out with the old.
All right, Dave, let's do it.
And in with the new. But will going hands-free really be just as bad?
Here we go. Why, hello, this is Adam.
Well, hello there, Adam.
Should I start driving?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Like last time, Adam must complete the course while answering questions both easy.
Okay, on which continent is the Sahara Desert?
The Sahara Desert is on the African continent.
And hard.
If Buster walks halfway around a circle and then turns around and walks halfway back, is he now back where he started?
Yes, he is.
No, he's halfway back. Okay.
But despite the obvious burden on his brain, his driving has got better. And although a clipped cone sees him marked down...
Sorry, I just hit something.
His final score has improved. But was it due to the phone?
Well, I've completed my hands-free run of our driving course, and I did it a lot better. But here's the thing. I found taking the questions from Jamie just as distracting as I did the first time. I feel like my better performance on the second test could be chalked up to just understanding the course a little bit better. But that's why Jamie's gonna start hands-free and then go to hands-full. If that is an effect, we should cancel it out by changing the order that we do the test in. That's the theory anyway.
Want to see what you can do with it?
I'm gonna suck, I can tell you already.
Not only will Jamie increase their sample size, but by going hands-free first,
Jamie and I almost never actually speak on the phone, so this actually has a bit of novelty to me.
the guys are trying to eliminate any course learning bias.
This is Jamie.
Ah, good afternoon, Jamie. It's Adam. Go ahead and start driving, and I'm going to start asking you some questions.
Adam starts with a simple icebreaker.
All right. Hey, Jamie, if you could wake up tomorrow and gain any single quality or ability, what would it be and why?
I could fly.
Why?
But even that proves too much for Jamie.
Well, because then I could go, what was the question again?
Why would you like to fly?
Well, because that would, it would save a lot of gasoline, actually. And, you know, I could, oh, look at that. I bumped over a whole bunch of things.
With no improvement over the rest of the course,
I'd like you to add the numbers 4 and 7.
Let's see, 4 and 7,
Tick-tock, Grandpa.
10. Or no, 11.
Jamie scores the worst result of the day, a disappointing 66.
That was awesome. He starts every answer with, let's see. I'm sure I was doing the same things, but it's very enjoyable to listen to someone so distracted.
A quick reset later, and they're set for the 4th and final run.
Hello.
All right, start your driving.
Jamie, hands full.
I'm going to read you a list of words and ask you to repeat them in a reverse order. Crash, burn, demolish.
Demolish, burn, crash.
EMT, ambulance, doctor. There's quite a narrative implied by these.
Doctor, ambulance, EMT.
Yes.
Despite having only one hand on the wheel and swapping the phone mid-drive, Jamie scores 72. A fail by some distance, but an improvement nonetheless. So what does this mean for the myth?
Okay, now, for this myth to be true, Jamie's hands-free score had to match his hands-full score, and so did mine, but that didn't quite happen. Graphics, help me out. You can see that I drove better hands-free, while Jamie drove better hands-full. But that data also shows that we both improved on our second runs because we had experience of the course. Now, if we remove that bias by averaging Jamie's and my data, what do we get? Beautiful, near identical scores for each of the two techniques. But we are not done yet for two particular reasons. One, our course isn't very real world. For starters, there's no traffic. Second, and perhaps more importantly, is Jamie's and my driving abilities. We have both received tons of training over the years in lots of different driving techniques. We are quite far from your average Joes, and that is what we need next. Three, two, one, go! Now, Jamie and I have already gone pretty far teaching ourselves the rudiments of driving in reverse. But if we're gonna get really good at this, we're gonna need to get trained by an expert. Luckily, we have an expert in reverse tactical driving, right here. Hello, sir.
Hello. Brian Fraser is a trainer at the Emergency Vehicle Operations course here in California. Now, we've used him repeatedly over past years whenever we've had to learn how to deal with a particularly difficult driving situation. And driving at speed in reverse certainly qualifies.
All right, Brian, where do we start?
We're gonna put barrel here, 2 barrels here, one on each side of the car.
All right.
Brian's first job is to ignore the current course.
Right there is good. Good ending point.
That's why we can't have nice things.
And set up something way more straightforward.
All right, that's the course. Now what do we do?
Drive it.
Okay, let's go.
Because the technique he's going to teach is surprisingly simple.
So I'm going to change my seating position now a little bit. I'm going to prop myself up, loosen my seatbelt, turn yourself as far as you can around, get your body almost in the center of the car.
Okay.
I'm going to steer the car now with one hand, but this hand will never leave the steering wheel.
You're not going to let the steering wheel shift in your hand to lock.
You're palming the wheel the entire time.
I see. Okay, cool.
And believe it or not, that's apparently all there is to it.
3, 2, 1, go.
By shifting his body to the center of the car,
wow,
and keeping one hand on the wheel at all times.
Wow, I can't believe how fast you're able to do this.
Brian speeds through the course at an impressive 41 miles per hour.
That is amazing. So Brian just showed me that something I thought was impossible is in fact totally possible. So I'm about to give that a shot. This is gonna be cool.
Like Brian, Adam slides to the center to give a viewpoint that's easier to process.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. Okay, so, right, 3, 2, 1.
And like Brian, he then nails the course.
Oh, that's so cool.
To check it wasn't just beginner's luck, he tries again and goes even faster.
Awesome.
I gotta say, this is amazing. When we got here this morning, I thought Adam was gonna be training for 4, 5, maybe 6 hours. But it's not been like that at all. Instead, in just 20 minutes, he's gone from being pretty average to being pretty great. And it seems to be all down to the central head position, which seems to be letting Adam's brain process the direction to turn much more accurately. So we're gonna put him back on our original course to see how he does now. Should be interesting.
It's the course the guys couldn't crack.
So you ready to put what you learned into practice?
I am. In fact, I can't wait to try this course now.
3, 2, 1, go.
But will his 20 minutes of training let Adam turn it around?
He's off to a good start.
Turns are a lot smoother this time. He's looking really good.
Yeah!
Well, yeah, he's moving pretty quick.
Coming in good.
Yeah! Tell me how I did.
57.25.
Boom! That was cool.
It's close to an astounding result. With just 2 minor modifications,
Yeah!
Adams bettered his best by over 15%.
Well, Brian's training brought real improvement to my reverse driving. Yeah! And it really came down to 2 things. What he showed me was to move your whole body to the center of the car so that your eyes are in the center of the car. It makes it much easier to judge the turns from a center position rather than a biased position. The other thing was holding onto that steering wheel with one hand and not letting go. There were times when I was first doing it that I'd let it go to let it slip into my hand, which is a technique I'm used to driving forwards. But in reverse, all of a sudden, when you stop it, the car starts overcorrecting and will spin out in a heartbeat. Ah! Both of those things were able to radically improve my reverse driving. I thought that was a big truck coming towards us, but no, it's just the freaking wind. All right, guess it's time to bring on the next event.
And what that means is it's time for some real-life movie mayhem. But first, hold the phone. Because in driving distracted, neither Adam nor Jamie could drive safely while talking hands-free. But now, in a location way more sophisticated,
It's locked.
it's time to up the ante.
Jamie and I have realized we need much more controlled, scientific, and realistic conditions, which is why we've come here to enlist the help of the experts at the Stanford University Automotive Innovation Facility. When we asked for their help in getting more realistic, they showed us a virtual world. Come here. This is their state-of-the-art driving simulator. It is awesome. From the front seat of this car, you are completely immersed in a world controlled and designed by a computer, into which we can add all sorts of traffic, pedestrians, obstacles, and surprises for all of our test subjects. That's right, many, many test subjects, while we get to the bottom of this myth.
It's a multi-million-dollar machine.
All right, then. Going for a drive in the simulator.
Which Jamie can't resist turning up to 11.
Okay, here we go. I want to go the other way. Whoa, this is crazy. Crazy driving aside, this driving simulator is actually very good. Yeah, let's get out. The way the screen wraps around, the visuals are convincing enough that you have to remind yourself that this isn't a real driving scenario. He's doing like 95. Interesting. We'll see how he likes this. In fact, it's so good that I was starting to get a little car sick. So I think as far as testing distracted driving, it's as good a simulation as we're going to get.
As well as the freeway, there's also a detailed cityscape.
I guess I better put it in reverse.
So that all driving environments are tested. The 30 volunteer drivers will be judged on whether they pay attention to the GPS instructions.
At the next intersection, turn left.
And whether or not they crash. But that's not the only data, because drivers will also wear the latest in eye tracking technology.
This eye tracking system records precisely where and how long I'm looking at something. Now, that's going to give us hard data as to the level of distraction that I'm experiencing while I'm driving.
With eagle-eyed Jamie all wired up, he's going to be the first data of the day.
All right, calling him now.
Starting after the break.
Hello.
Using a phone on the road is bad news. But is going hands-free just as foolish? To find out, the Mythbusters have a simulator that's second to none.
I love this thing.
All right, calling him now.
And a Hyneman that's got his hands full.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Hyneman.
Are you ready to start this test?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Kick the car into drive, start driving,
And I'll start asking you some questions.
The questions are similar to those posed before.
Did you play a musical instrument as a child, Jamie?
I had a tuba in the bathroom right next to the toilet that I would play when I was, doing number 2 or something.
But what's interesting is that on the freeway,
speed underwater camera.
Jamie's driving.
Hold on, yeah, somebody just pulled in front of me.
And answers.
Camera underwater speed.
Are surprisingly solid. In fact, it's only when he hits the streets.
12 and 7.
That he starts to waver.
Okay, let's see, 19.
With so many distractions, it's no surprise when Jamie takes a turn for the worse.
At the next intersection, turn left.
Jamie, you have taken a wrong turn.
And that means that the test is over. You have failed.
Okay.
With no rest for the wicked, Jamie immediately moves on to the hands-free test.
Hello.
What is the longest running race in the Olympic Games called?
The longest running race in the Olympic game is called a marathon.
A marathon?
Marathon.
You mean marathon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Once again, Jamie's focused on the freeway, but struggles in the city as his brain tries to process the traffic and the conversation.
The Earth is located in what galaxy?
The
You know, I don't know the answer to that question.
Like last time,
At the next intersection, turn left.
Jamie doesn't crash, but he does ignore the GPS.
Oh, I'm sorry, I screwed this up.
Meaning he's failed again.
Well, the long and the short of it is that Jamie has done this test twice in our virtual environment, once holding the phone, once hands-free, and he has failed both times. It's looking pretty good for this myth, but we are not leaving it here. No. We're going to funnel a whole bunch of volunteers through this testing procedure to get some real numbers to back up our potential conclusion.
And speaking of volunteers...
And there they are. This lovely group of people is, in fact, our first set of volunteer test subjects. Soon we're going to have them talking on cell phones and driving potentially dangerously, luckily, through a virtual world.
The volunteers will drive the same set course as Jamie and will wear the same sleek headset.
Perhaps the coolest piece of technology we're adding to our methodology is this. It's called an eye tracker, and it can see and log everywhere our test subjects are actually looking during the test. And it turns out that when you're driving and you are seeing things that may affect your driving, you rest upon them with your eyes. That's called fixating. These will allow us to directly compare the fixation abilities of our test subjects holding onto a cell phone versus driving hands-free.
First of the 30 volunteers is Tiffany, who will be driving hands full.
The first thing I want to know is what musical instrument you played as a child.
None.
On the freeway, her driving is solid.
Logic questions.
And her answers are perfect.
Name 4 days that start with the letter T.
Today, tomorrow, Tuesday, and Thursday.
Excellent.
But moments after hitting the city...
How much dirt is... Oh. We just ran down a cyclist. This test is over.
Next up is Michael.
Hello.
And hands-free, he's fine on the freeway.
What is something you have at home that you should throw away, but you can't?
Oh, my old computer. I still have one that got built in like 95.
But deadly downtown.
Which country
has the... I believe that might be the end of our test there, Michael.
Where did that come from?
Thank you very much, sir.
When the next 4 volunteers also crash and burn, it's looking good for the myth.
Stop the car and please, license and registration, ma'am.
And although driver 7 does make it through the course intact...
All right, congratulations, you have successfully completed the test.
Nearly all other drivers, whatever their phone fashion, either get lost...
Ron, I'm sorry to inform you that you have now missed a turn, and thus the test is over.
Or worse.
Oh, we had a crash, didn't we?
Undeterred, the guys plow on through 2 full days of testing. And when Volunteer 30 takes dramatic, evasive action...
I suck at this.
The guys have all the data they could hope for.
All right, we have run a lot of volunteers through this experiment. We've got a lot of data to take a look at, so it's time to leave this virtual world, drive through the real world, back to our shop, and crunch the numbers. No way, they said that? That is hilarious. Hold on just a second, what?
We were waiting for the results on distracted driving.
Okay, I gotta call you back. Yes, we have results. We tested 30 drivers out in Stanford, 15 hands full, 15 hands free. Here is the result. Hands full, 1 passed, 5 failed by driving the wrong way, 9 failed by crashing. Hands free, 1 passed, 6 failed by getting lost, and 8 failed by crashing.
What's that mean statistically?
Statistically, it means no difference.
And what about eye tracking?
The eye tracker was very interesting. Across all 30 drivers, the amount of time they spent looking at something other than the road was identical between hands-free and hands-full.
Well, there you have it. Don't use your cell phone while you're driving.
Yeah, I'm done. Okay, so where do you want to meet for lunch? Absolutely. It's all
all about reverse driving in this episode and how easy it is versus how easy Hollywood makes it seem. Whoa! Jamie and I have tried out some courses ourselves. We've been trained by a cop who's an expert in driving in reverse. Here we go. 3, 2.
Reverse. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. So now it's time for me to take all the skills I've thus far learned and put them to a real test. I'm here in an abandoned neighborhood in Marina, California, where my crew has set up a course, and I'm just supposed to drive as fast as I can in reverse. I'm actually pretty curious how this is going to turn out.
This final farewell is a half-mile of twists and turns, but it's got a whole lot more besides. As the guys have put the movie mayhem back into this myth. And that's not just the props.
We're going to put a little pressure on Adam because I'm going to be in a cop car on his ass the whole way, with the sole exception that when he sees me and takes off, I'm going to be outside my car. So he's going to have just a little bit of a head start.
Adam's goal, like the classic Hollywood hero, is to make it to the finish line before those pesky police.
That is a cop. That's bad.
But with reverse gear his only option, will he escape to victory?
Here we go. Bye, cop.
The chase is on.
Here we go. Getting the heck out of here.
And by the time Jamie's got going, Adam's already out of sight.
Make a right-hand turn here. Don't let go of that wheel.
By shifting to the central position, he's able to navigate with skill.
Whoa! Flaming car! Dude! Oh, man! Post-apocalypse!
At least when he wants to.
I want those boxes! Come on! Yeah!
But while his steering is supreme,
I don't know where he is. I hope he's not close.
His speed, while fast, is no match for Jamie.
Oh, fruit stand! I'm not gonna miss the fruit stand.
Adam may be down, but he's not out as he reverses back uphill.
Ah! I'm going still!
A strategy that the Hyneman then copies. With both drivers now revving in reverse, it's a case of who's gonna blink first.
Oh, yet another in a long line of things that we should just set up for the public and charge money for. That was awesome.
Step out of the car with your hands up.
That was so much fun. Oh my God. That was the best thing ever. Well, that went pretty much as good as I could have imagined. First off, the course was amazing, full of all sorts of really interesting obstacles, from fruit stands to dudes fixing their cars to, come on, a flaming car. I also was able to go through it really fast. I mean, fast enough where I almost lost control of the car on a couple of the straightaways. Like, it started fishtailing, but because of Brian's training, I was able to bring the car back under control.
Ho-ho! Almost lost a little control there.
Then, I actually spun out and Jamie hit me, but again, in reverse, I bolted back up the hill and Jamie chased me, and it was all going pretty good. But I was going too fast on the accelerator, and I spun out. He jammed into my front wheel, and I could not move. Test over.
I must say I'm surprised how fast you actually can go in reverse. Adam was really pretty hard to catch. He was going along, you know, within the limits of what you can do on this road, and I couldn't do that much faster. I did catch him because he spun out, and I was able to almost corner him, except that he was able to take off in the opposite direction that I had come in. So at that point, I didn't have any choice but to actually take off in reverse after him, which is hilarious because that was not at all what we planned, but it turned out that I ended up catching him in reverse. So that ought to tell you something about how fast you can drive in reverse and what you can do with it. So how you want to call it?
I have to say, I started this story thinking it was going to be handily busted, and I am now thinking that it's actually plausible. It's not unreasonable how much speed and maneuverability you can get going in reverse.
Yeah, I mean, both of us, I think, if we had our choice, would go, you know, front forward.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be your better option, but surprising how good it can be.
Let's call it plausible.
All right.
All right, I'm going to drive forward home, though.
If you can. You don't look anything like him.
I know.
Let's get to work.
Okay.
Why are you dressed like my old archaeology professor?
No, I'm dressed as Indiana Jones.
That's him, Dr. Jones from Indiana. Anyway, what's the story?
Okay, the story is there's also a movie called Raiders of the Lost Ark starring a guy named Indiana Jones, and we're going to tackle some myths from that movie. First and foremost, his famous sidearm, the whip. We're going to look at some of the science of Indy's whip and some of the remarkable things he does with it. But the opening sequence of Raiders is where we're beginning. Indy is escaping from a South American temple that is attempting to kill him with all manner of booby traps, including our first test, a floor filled with pressure pads that shoots poison darts at Indy.
Well, sounds like fun. Let's get into it.
Okay.
In the exhilarating opening scene from the iconic 80s adventure story, there's a question to be answered. By simply running for it, would Indy really have escaped unharmed? And as a massive fan of the franchise, Adam's in his element.
We're going to do this temple run and really figure out if we truly can outrun the darts. We're going to need to know how long that run is going to be. So I'm going to look at some video, do some measurements, and actually work it up in a little diorama for little Indy Adam here. You can't tell, but he's totally psyched about it. This kind of work is something I used to do all the time in the film industry.
It's all coming together.
In the film industry, it's often used as a pre-visualization technique.
No, I'm just having fun.
Like, I will mock up a set in foam core just so I understand all of its dimensions before building it in the actual materials it'll be built in.
Got hot glue threads on my face. Ah.
Seeing something in that white space, for some reason to me, it's deeply, deeply satisfying. I put my head down and I can see what it looks like from different angles. It's like I'm building a playground for my brain. I've actually also learned a few things. I've carefully checked screenshots of Harrison Ford against many parts of the set, knowing how tall he is. I've determined that dart pads are about 40 inches long, and that room is about 30 feet long. If it's 30 feet long and the dart pads are the size they are, Harrison Ford, Indy, will encounter at least 16 of those pads, likely setting off 16 darts. That's how many he's got to outrun. That's how many we're going to set up.
Did you notice that I managed to keep the label of the pipe facing the thing, so you really see 450 PSI? It's really shattering the illusion.
In the temple run, Indy gets shot at by Mayan poison darts, but because these are potentially lethal, I'm going to do the same thing using paintballs. 14. You know, I buy this crap salvaged, but who knew that 14 wasn't enough? I need 16. And so it's my job to figure out how to put together, a 16-gun, pressure pad operated paintball gun array. I think those will work. This item right here is a solenoid switch. The wire gives power to an electromagnet, which opens the flow of air. These kinds of things are how we can fire pneumatic projectiles on cue. It works. I love it when I've got all the parts I need to put together something like this. The sequence is going to go like a barrel connected to a pipe nipple, a solenoid, and that will screw into one big long tube, and that'll be our air feed. And so it's just going to be like a little assembly line of, barrel, 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 and out comes the paintball and shoots us.
With the first of the 16 air-powered guns attached to its solenoid trigger,
sounds kind of like a seal.
Adam arrives to up the pressure.
Dude, they arrived.
Oh, cool.
That is our pressure pad switch activation.
Well, let's check it out.
Point it that way. Pointing?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Oh!
That couldn't have worked any better.
Inside this pad is an electrical switch such that when you step on it, it completes a circuit like so. Now that opens the flow of air, and out comes the paintball, and we get shot when we step on the pad.
That is beautiful.
There we go.
Awesome.
That's how each gun will be triggered. The next step is to combine them into a single, coordinated, air-powered system.
This white tube is the air supply for our paintball gauntlet, which we'll be installing in the temple. Now, each one of these guns will be wired to its own pressure pad.
3, 2.
Whoa! Beautiful.
Which, as we run along, will be setting off these guns one after the other while we possibly are screaming in pain.
That is going to hurt. Well, let's pack it up, put it on the truck, and take it out to the location.
Okay.
Before they pack up their Temple Run gun, while the team gets busy prefabricating a fake man temple, Adam and Jamie get cracking on another iconic Indy inquiry.
Well, good luck there, buddy. So whips.
Exactly. Indy's whip is like almost mythological. He does all sorts of incredible stuff, including one I think we should test, when he disarms an opponent with a gun using only the whip.
So would the whip be accurate enough, and would it hit the hand hard enough to knock the gun out of it or something?
Exactly. And I think the other thing we should look at is the opening sequence when he loops the whip around a log and swings across a chasm. Is that really possible?
Yeah, I wonder whether the whip would actually have enough grip. And then if it did, how are you going to get it off?
I think we need to deeply look into the science of whips.
Whoosh.
If we're going to put whips through their paces in this episode, we're going to need, wait a minute, whips. Whip making is something I taught myself about 17 years ago. I built the whip I'd always wanted from Raiders of the Lost Ark, and to start this episode, I'm going to build the first whip. This is kangaroo hide.
Don't let anyone tell you any different. This is the strongest leather in the world.
Whip making is an art for which Adam clearly has a passion.
Now, astonishingly, this right here is everything required to make a 8-foot leather bullwhip. Animal fat. But before I start, I actually need to prep the laces. I need to treat them with a leather dressing that softens them and allows me to stretch them to bring them out to their natural state. Then I'm going to braid them. I'm going to do a 4-plate braid, that is using 4 laces, and this will comprise the inner and smallest core of the whip. This will be the center. Now you're starting to see where this is going. That is called the belly. The first belly, the interior belly of the whip. I'm going to cover this belly with a bolster, which is effectively a long triangle of leather. That bolster will then get another belly laid over it because the Indiana Jones whips are what are called 2-belly whips.
The braided core and leather bolster is doubled up to form the second belly. And in the middle of this meticulous process, Adam couldn't be happier.
In case you haven't guessed already, I loves me the bullwhips. I started out inspired by Raiders. I'm done with the second belly, and I quickly learned that I love 2 distinct things about the practice. These will be the 12 laces that make the actual outer coating of the whip. One was that I love the practice itself, the craft of whip making. The meticulous, repetitive stretching, checking, cutting, lacing. It is deeply meditative. Hold on, I gotta drink my own urine. I'm kidding, I wasn't drinking my own urine. I was drinking someone else's. The second thing I love about it is the form and function coming together magnificently. I mean, you've got this beautiful form of a smooth leather object that is tapered from one end to the other.
Dude, it's looking so good.
And then that tapering turns out not just to be lovely and compelling, but in fact crucial for delivering the energy from your hand out to the tip of the whip with the maximum amount of strength. That is really cool.
I am really pleased with how this is looking.
For the finishing touches, Adam decorates the handle, and then to make the whip actually crack, attaches 2 thin strips called the fall and the cracker. But will all that work pay off with a working whip?
All right. Whew, this is very exciting. Oh, it sounds good. Yeah!
It's pretty loud. Can you hit anything with it?
You know, I've never actually tried.
Why don't I set something up?
Let's do it.
Indiana Jones nonchalantly and surgically disarmed his armed foe.
Come on.
Adam, however, can't seem to take out a few cans.
Not exactly precision shooting.
Until he gets real close and the laws of probability weigh in.
Yeah.
Yes.
He hit it.
As long as I've got 10, 12, 15 tries, you are in trouble, man.
Yep, to find out if you can indeed disarm armed adversaries, Adam and Jamie clearly need some expert help. And a spectacular change of scene to set up for some Temple Run fun.
Totally gonna get shot.
Indy's whip is a character in its own right in the Raiders films. And it does some unbelievable things in the film. First and foremost, he's able to disarm someone who pulls a gun on him, just pulling this off his belt and giving it a crack. And that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give that a crack.
But there's a problem.
Now, I'm pretty good at making these, but we've already established that I'm not that good at operating them.
Let's just say you're a work in progress.
aren't we all?
Yep, to test Indy's mythical ability to disarm gun-toting foes, Adam and Jamie need a whole heap of whip-wielding tips from the very best in the business.
The science of the whip is the acceleration of kinetic energy. All energy added to the whip is multiplied. A small amount of focused energy literally produces explosive results.
Wherever I point the handle, this is where the whip is going to go. So I'm literally aiming with my whole body instead of this kind of, I sure hope this works.
That's pretty much the school I'm in.
Weight on the back foot, weight on the front foot.
We brought a lot of experts onto this show over the years, but Anthony might be my all-time favorite right now. And then...
Now it's just timing.
I have rarely ever had someone teach me something so quickly. And I got results I really didn't think were going to happen within such a short period of time.
Open your hand, straighten your arm, close your hand.
Hey!
Perfect.
That totally worked.
This is awesome. This is a far more precise tool than I thought it was.
Bend.
We've gotten a lot of the basics of whip handling from Anthony.
Excellent.
But now it's time to see if we can't use the whip to grab a gun out of somebody's hand. But it's important to note that we never actually see how Indy disarms the bad guy. So to cover all our bases, we're going to run a couple of tests.
So stretch it out and send it out. Better, okay?
First, we're going to see if that whip tip could wrap around the wrist and/or the gun and yank it in such a way as to spoil the shot. We're going to see if a direct hit to the wrist with the whip tip is enough to make somebody drop the gun.
This is the scariest thing I've done all day, isn't it? Go ahead.
That was perfect.
That was a nice crack. You got
it was
that.
right on the tip of your thumb.
Yeah.
That would have hurt a lot.
Jamie's making contact, but there's no mythical grab and aim-spoiling pull.
Go for the wrist. Go for the wrist, Hyneman. That's it.
Not quite the first-time accuracy of Indy, but novice Jamie is dialing in on the technique surprisingly quickly.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Good job.
All right, my turn. Did I get you?
Yeah. Adam missed his target a couple of times and connected with me instead. But he was actually able to wrap the tip of the whip around my hand to where he would be interfering with my aiming of that gun.
Yeah.
And that was actually pretty effective.
The grab and tug is clearly plausible. But what about the second option? The hit to the hand. Would that force you to drop the gun? Well, Jamie, with the short straw drawn, adds extra protection and prepares to face the whip-cracking might of the Whipmaster.
Ow.
I'm positive I wouldn't have been able to hold on to that gun if I didn't have this glove on. It would be equivalent to somebody slicing at your hand with a sharp knife. You'd drop the gun.
Yep, without padding, Jamie's dropping the gun every single time.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way I would have been able to hold on to this if I hadn't had this protection.
So, Anthony, it strikes me that we have enough experimental evidence gathered thus far to conclude that the first appearance of a whip in Raiders of the Lost Ark is actually pretty reasonable, that it is feasible to disarm someone with a gun if you're only holding a whip. Would you agree?
I do agree. I think a targeted strike to bare flesh is going to make it pretty much impossible to hang on to the gun, let alone operate it accurately.
So, this is plausible. Is that what you would do if you were in the same situation?
Absolutely not.
No? Okay, what would you do?
I would go straight for the face.
With the gun whip myth all tied up, it's time to set the scene for the temple run.
Not many people realize, but the Mayans built their temples just like this. Yeah.
And Adam's having a whole heap of fun.
Look, I know that some of the lengths we're going to seem a little bit over the top. Now, I'm thinking
Right about this level.
Yeah, upper torso.
Yeah.
We could have just set up 16 paintball guns on like a wooden rack in about an hour and a half. But honestly, we couldn't. We're special effects guys. This is what we did for a living for decades.
Looks pretty good. I know it looks like crap, but it's fun.
It would offend our sensibilities not to make it look period and timely to the actual film we're replicating.
Of course, any decent temple's got its share of deities and gods, so we've got ours.
It would offend my sensibilities. Frankly, I think Jamie thinks this whole experiment is an excuse for me to dress up, which it might be.
While Adam completes the scene setting, Jamie's connected the pressure pad and gun 1 for a test run.
3, 2, 1.
Oh! That works perfectly.
Perfectly, except for a timing tweak.
Oh! That was fantastic. Our Mayan temple dart room is operational, except with paintballs instead of darts. The only thing is, that hit was instantaneous. Pad touch, dart hit. And in the movie, there's actually a delay when Indy tests the rig. My question is, how much of a time delay is there between the time that torch pushes the pad and the time the dart hits the torch? That's 1 second. That's gonna be our delay.
Over to Jamie. It's tricky, but by inserting a timer between the pressure pad trigger and the air-powered paintball gun, he can delay the firing by the required 1 second. And with the guns not loaded, he steps up to test the timing. Hoosier, we have a problem.
That's, not quite what we had in mind.
If you wondered exactly how Adam and Jamie got the ball rolling on this Indiana Jones junket, wonder no more.
Believe it or not, this is actually going to be our spherical temple run stone.
Jamie's gonna love this. Rise! Rise! This is just as much fun as I was hoping it would be.
This inflatable sphere will form the basis of their boulder.
I don't think I'm getting ahead of it. I'm gonna pass out.
And so far, it rocks.
Yeah! Oh, hey, man, check it out. It's our temple run ball. Whoa, dude!
You all right?
I could seriously mess with you in this.
You sure about that?
Dude, does this make a perfect temple run sphere or what?
Yeah, this is great.
All right, now, how do I get out?
This is perfect. It's our temple run ball. But it doesn't look like anything anyone in a movie would be frightened of. So we're gonna have to scenic this puppy up. That's sort of mimicking my birth. And luckily enough, Jamie and I did that for decades before we had this job.
So we've got our big, clear plastic ball, but to make it look like a boulder, we had the idea that we'll take this 2-part foam and mix it together and slather it all over the surface. If we do it kind of sloppy, but in the right way, it might just look like a big stone thing, which is what we want. So here we go. I've done hundreds and hundreds of little projects like this over a couple of decades of doing special effects. I think it's gonna work great. And it's actually kind of a joy to just get back into that world for a little bit while doing this. Pretty soon, this is gonna be solid. When I first started doing this work, it was in New York City at a model shop there, and the guy that ran the shop would see us doing our work and he'd say, "It up. You gotta it up so it looks natural." See these little stripes here? That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for. And that just means, you know, I haven't thoroughly mixed it. I've kind of it up.
By cutting corners on mixing the foam, Jamie's artwork has become more authentic. And 3 hours of satisfaction later, this Rolling Stone is ready to rumble.
That looks fantastic.
Thank you.
Wow. That looks like a piece of stone. Inflatable stone, no problem.
It's called safety stone. If this was real stone, I think it weighs somewhere around, give or take 20,000 pounds, depending on what kind of stone it was. In this case, it's probably around 300 pounds. Looks like a big rock to me.
As soon as this episode got rolling,
That's great.
it was clear the Mythbusters idolize all things indie. And with one myth already cracked, the fun is set to continue. Or is it?
As it turns out, this timing setup that we put together is really screwing us up because while they're delaying the firing of our valves like we want them to, they're also holding the valves open way too long, which means that by the time we get to the end of the array, our tank is empty.
Our solution is to actually give them more air, or more of a tank. I'm about to build that tank out of a bunch of PVC plumbing pipe. You stay while Jamie plays around with the timers.
And with the larger air supply hooked up, it's time for the Temple Run test run, take 2.
That was good.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we wanted.
Yep.
With the rig successfully firing on the big cylinder, the set dressing is complete, the gun's armed for action.
16 barrels, 16 paintballs. There we go.
And Adam's geared up, ready to run the paintball gauntlet.
Any second now, I'm gonna grab that idol and hightail it across this chamber. Now, if the myth is true, if the movie's version of events are correct, I should make it to the other side alive. That's what we're gonna find out.
Remember, their run has the same number of booby traps as the movie, and they'll shoot with the same 1-second delay.
You ready?
Yep.
See you down the other end.
Okay.
The question is, will Adam, who'll run with the same hunched, protective shuffle as Indy, make it out unscathed?
Okay, in 3, 2, 1, go.
Something's not turned on. That was anticlimactic.
Anticlimactic and a mystery.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's still not working.
Maybe even a Mayan mystery.
Well, I think it's clear what's going on here. It's this guy. Mythbusters is clearly suffering the idol's curse.
The circuit's not collapsing the way it should.
The curse may not be real, but ours are. This rig is kicking our butts.
Hold on, I gotta take all my off if we're gonna really solve this.
Some rolled sleeves and brainstorming later.
We're only gonna pressurize it to like, what, 70?
Yeah,
I mean, we could try that.
And they think they may have it sorted.
We have figured out the problem. It's a simple little dumb problem. We just got a couple of leads misplaced, and we should be up and running, literally running, in a minute.
A minute and a test fire later.
Oh, yeah. With vigor.
The curse of the crossed wires is lifted.
All right.
And the temple run is ready to rock.
3, 2, 1, go.
feel a thing. I don't think I got hit.
You were a mile ahead of him.
Really?
With a 1 second delay, you were halfway across the thing before they started to fire.
Fantastic. So Indy really could have made it out.
Easily.
We had all the parameters we needed from the setup of the temple in the film, and we applied them to our set and discovered that Indy would indeed have made it out alive with his idol, wouldn't he? But now, let's assume the Mayans could make darts that shot almost instantaneously as Indy ran.
We'll see whether he gets shot or not now.
Here we go. And frankly, I pretty much expect to get shot at this point. Totally gonna get shot.
Instantaneous firing in 3, 2, 1, go.
I totally got hit. I got one in my back. Right
That's
there.
the only one I see on you.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, as I expected when we set the darts to instantaneous, I got shot and I'm dead. It's a poison dart after all. What I didn't expect is that I only got shot once. So as far as I'm concerned, if you ever find yourself looting a piece of precious Mayan gold from a temple while you're probably gonna die, I say run for your life. So why do you think the Mayans set such a long delay on their dart mechanism?
Well, it is an ancient temple. Maybe the machinery was getting kind of rusty.
That's a good idea. So how do you want to call it?
Confirmed, I guess.
I'm there with you, but it is a fictional universe, so I'm inclined to give them plausible.
Suits me.
Okay. At this point, I think it's worth pausing to discuss a little bit about how whips work and why their structure is intrinsic to how they work. Now, I'm sure everybody has had the experience of being at one end of a rope and giving it a flick and watching a bump travel down the length of the rope. That bump is a wave. When you flick the rope, you are actually propagating a wave, and a whip works in exactly the same way. Give the handle a flick, and a wave travels down the length of the whip. But a rope is uniform in its thickness all the way down, and a whip is tapered, thick at the handle, thin at the end. And that turns out to be key to how a whip actually does its job. When you give the handle a flick, the wave starts to travel at a certain speed, but as the whip gets thinner and thinner and thinner, that wave starts traveling faster and faster and faster because of how energy balances itself until it gets all the way out to the end of the cracker where, rumor has it, it breaks the speed of sound. I think it's worth pausing right now to take you on a little tour of the wonder that is Indiana Jones' outfit. Pants are wool. There's a leather gun belt, which only holds up the gun holster. That's a cavalry-style gun holster. The gun is a 6-shot 45 caliber pre-war revolver. The whip, as we've already learned in this episode, is a 2-belly, 2-bolster, 12-plate overlay kangaroo hide whip between 8 and 10 feet long. Moving on up, Indy wears a satchel. That satchel is, in fact, a World War II gas mask bag. Fun little fact, this bag did not exist at the very moment in time the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark was supposed to have happened. Ha! Film. And then on top of all that goes the leather jacket. Finally, the hat, made of fine beaver felt. The maker of this hat actually makes them for the Indiana Jones films. You cannot get any more accurate than this. This is one of my regular daily wear-around hats. There you go. Happy Halloween. So all episode, we've been learning the mechanics and the operation of whips, and we've actually gotten pretty good at it. Yeah. But before we continue, we think that we'd be remiss if we didn't address the idea that a whip is supposed to break the speed of sound. Is this really true? Is there enough of the kinetic energy transfer from the handle out to the end? That's what we are about to test. All right. Using our high-speed camera and all of the stagecraft we've learned in 10 years of doing this show,
We're gonna try and prove that the end of the whip breaks the speed of sound.
3, 2, 1.
Because the tip of the whip is moving so fast and over such a large area, it makes it really difficult to see where and when it's making the crack. Yeah, the tip's starting to swing around at about 4D. So with that in mind, we've created this background with a grid on it. Yeah, right about there, a little bit below it, so we can hopefully zoom in on it with the high-speed camera.
Oh, bang, right on the same mark.
But with the camera recording at the 6,000 frames per second required to measure the speed of sound, zooming in and capturing the exact moment of the crack is a very tricky task.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Too low. Try that.
In terms of time, this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. There's a lot of increments when you're looking at 6,000 frames per second to find the exact instant that that passes through the frame.
Yep, not only does Adam have to get a clean crack,
that was too low,
and pull off the unlikely feat of hitting the exact same mark, the guys then have to find those 4 or 5 frames of action.
So the signal you're watching me on right now is transmitting 29.9 something frames per second.
Low.
I'm aiming at the same spot every single time. Our high-speed camera is catching almost 2 seconds of footage at 6,000 frames per second. That's gonna be too high. It is, it's a little bit of a hunt and peck.
I want to go for the loudest possible crack because I think it's traveling the fastest possible speed. But it's hard for me to do that on a one-off. But up here, I've been getting into a rhythm of 4 cracks in a row where by the 4th one, I've got the loudest and I'm able to aim it exactly where I want. So that's the technique I'm going to take back downstairs to try and get this on camera, breaking the speed of sound. Try that.
There it is.
Finally, in glorious 6,000 frames per second high speed. Now, how fast is it going right here?
That's 5 frames to travel 12 inches. 1,200 feet per second. That beats the speed of sound. That is awesome! We caught the speed of sound being broken by these little fuzzies. That is so cool.
It took hours of Adam whipping for us to finally capture that tiny piece of string traveling over the speed of sound in front of this grid. But we finally cracked it, so to speak.
With the science whipped into shape, Adam and Jamie head back to the warehouse to test the whip's mythical ability to swing Indy to safety.
This story has Indy swinging across a chasm on his whip. Yeah.
Boom. Cool.
And since we don't happen to have a chasm ready to go, we decided to build our own.
This thing weighs 5,000 pounds empty. You got room, you can keep coming in. Kill someone in a heartbeat. Pull, pull, pull. Yeah.
We're using these containers, which we love.
That's it. Perfect over here. Miles, pull.
Because they're kind of like big bricks. Yeah! Woo! We can build whatever we want instantly. Thread the needle.
But like a 5,000-pound needle.
Now, the containers here stacked up represent exactly 1/2 of our chasm.
All right, here we go.
We're going to bring in the other pair of containers and make the other half of the chasm. They're going to be a certain distance apart, but how far apart is the real question?
An answer found with a little high-speed camera magic.
That was good.
So we've got my jump on high speed, but how are we going to use that to determine how wide our chasm is, especially since I'm jumping on flat ground and Indy was jumping across a chasm which he hit the edge of with his chest. Editors, can you help me out, please, and load up the high-speed footage of my jump? Excellent. Okay, now, fast forward until my foot leaves the starting line, right there, and put a dot on my chest. Great. Now continue to put dots on my chest through the full arc of my jump until my left foot touches the ground. Excellent. Now, draw a line that intersects all those dots until you've got a curve, and continue that curve until it hits the ground where my number stripes are. Perfect. Okay, can you count up how many number stripes those are? 12? Beautiful. That is the distance of our chasm, 12 feet.
With the exact distance marked off, the far side of the chasm is dropped into position.
Nice!
Some protective padding put in place.
That's a long way to fall.
The key structural component brought up.
This is a branch.
Some more safety measures manhandled.
Indy never fought a beast like this. This is like a Doctor Who villain. Yeah, that's it!
Before the movie-accurate scene is set.
Good luck there, buddy. I'm gonna stand back here.
For Adam's date with whip-swinging destiny.
This test is all about the relationship between the whip and the tree branch. And so we've looked very closely at the film and tried to replicate the diameter of that tree branch with this log and its placement above the chasm. Now, the next thing that we've got to do is take our whip and throw it across the tree branch and see whether it creates a knot that's strong enough to hold a person.
Here we go.
Because if it ain't,
I've waited my whole life for this moment.
they're falling to their death.
But before Adam tests the strength of the swing,
Oh, hey! Okay.
Wasn't bad.
That was not bad.
he has to actually secure the whip on the log.
This test goes down in history as one of my all-time favorites. But it did not start out looking that rosy. Oh. First, just trying to wrap the whip around the log, I was not getting enough surface area, not getting enough friction.
I want to feel that solid bite. The leather on the log.
What I really needed was a kind of a knot. Actually, the technical term is a half hitch.
Oh, that looks so promising.
You had a crossover.
I did. I need a second crossover.
But that tested my whip wielding skills to the absolute limit.
Dude,
That's not bad.
I think I got a hitch. Oh, man.
Well, good luck there, buddy. I'm gonna stand back here.
With the whip grip seemingly secure, this is it.
This is terrible. Actually, I'm genuinely scared.
Was Indy's mythical swing to freedom feasible or a fictional fancy?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay.
So I got the loop around the log. It felt really, really secure.
I think I got a hitch.
And then just before my feet reach the other side, the whip unwinds from the log and I go tumbling.
All right, we got to try this again. That was too much fun.
Even though Adam fell, I have to say I'm surprised he did as well as he did, because from this distance, you're only gonna get around 3 wraps out of it. There you go. So a single half hitch holding a close to 200-pound guy, pretty low odds if you ask me. Yeah, you're moving the whole log, dude.
Am I?
Yeah, I think you're gonna do it, buddy.
Here we go. I thought that was gonna be mine!
Once again, the whip and potentially the myth unravels at the last second. But as Edison almost said, mythbustering is 1% inspiration and 99% repeatedly throwing yourself into a chasm for science.
Oh, dude.
Well, no guts, no glory.
No guts, no glory. 3, 2, 1.
You're gonna make it. Oh.
Oh, drat! Oh. Oh. 3 times so far, I have attempted to lasso our log with my whip and swing across this chasm, and 3 times, just as glory seemed within my grasp, the whip slipped and I fell to my death. But for due diligence, we are going to cover our log with some bark-like friction material and give it another go.
This sandpaper or our pseudo bark may not seem like that much, but it may not actually take that much to allow the whip to bite. Without this, it can just slide. It's almost like it's lubricated. With this, it'll just give it a little bit of tooth so that those coils can actually cinch onto the log.
All right. One more time?
Go for it.
Okay, here we go.
So what difference will this small real-world detail make? A first-time grip, and it's looking good. But Adam's been burned before.
As many times as I've done this, it's still scary. All right, it's now or never. Here we go.
Yeah! Give me some!
You could say Adam's happy with the result.
Not quite an indie reaction, but dude, we totally did it!
Yeah.
All right, throw me the idol. Come on.
Well, the question now is, can you get it off there?
Oh, right, okay, here we go. Come on, come on.
So once we added a little bit of friction, some bark to our log, the whip grabbed easily, and I swung across handily. It was beautiful.
Come on, baby. Come on, this is the final thing. Indy's whip grabs when you want and lets go when you want. Come on, come on.
Now, I still don't think the whip has the kind of magical properties that Indy uses it as an extension of his hands.
How does this work? There we go. Almost.
Awesome. But we've pretty much proved it can do everything we've seen in the movie.
With that, this archaeological adventure romps to a conclusion. And Indy's iconic status is quoted. Dr. Jones was not doomed in the temple.
Indy really could have made it out.
Easily.
And when it comes to a tight spot,
You're gonna make it.
his trusty weapon
I think you're gonna do it, buddy.
is all it's cracked up to be.
Yeah!
Give me that. Amateur.
I didn't even think that was possible.
Why is he here?
I don't know, but I would just get on with it.
So, I could be mistaken, but I'm getting the sense that we're doing something with guns?
You are totally right. Specifically, shooters with seemingly supernatural abilities with guns. Later on, we've got a story about a guy who fires bullets that he holds in his hand while he holds his hand in a fire.
So the bullets are like between his fingers?
Exactly. But first up, we have a sort of a classic movie Hitman trope in which Hitman is tracking his guy. His guy goes behind a wall, but it turns out to be no barrier for the Hitman. He knows where he is, tracks him, shoots through the wall, and right through his prey.
So we want to find out whether or not a bullet would go through a wall easily, and whether you can actually track somebody behind the wall without seeing them.
Exactly. I've been wanting to do this story for so long. It is going to be awesome. Now, you might imagine that we would test this by going to a shooting range, setting up a wall, pulling out some guns, and just blazing away at it with all the ammo we can bring to bear. But we need to get scientific. We need to look at a wide range of walls and figure out just how bulletproof, on average, they actually are. We need to go back to the shop and get scientific about this.
That's too bad. I was having fun.
Yep. Now, when we're talking about shooting through walls, the word wall could mean many, many different things based on when and where the building you're in was actually constructed. Ah, too big, too big. The walls could be made of different materials, and they could have lots of different things inside them.
Starting to look like something.
We want a broad representation of walls to shoot at, so I've assembled all the materials walls have been built out of over the last 100 years. The house I grew up in was all lath and plaster. Ah, the old crafts. As well as a lot of the things, electrical boxes, insulation.
I hate fiberglass insulation.
Wiring and plumbing that you'd find inside those walls.
Hey, that's awesome, it fits. When does that ever happen?
With this, we should be able to make the targets that we need to find out just how bulletproof, or not, walls actually might be. Almost ready for shooting.
Now it's ready for shooting, and so am I. Decided to come in costume as the man in black, the man of mystery, the man you don't want to see at your doorstep.
Normally, when we're using guns, we come to a firing range. But because we're going to be firing into walls, these bullets may behave, well, unpredictably.
I think it looks pretty good.
So instead of using the normal targeting range, we're going to go off to one end where we can safely control what happens.
It's time to introduce you to the ammunition and pistol we'll be using today for the experiment. The bullets we'll be firing are standard high-velocity hollow point rounds. They'll be fired from a standard double-action 9mm pistol used by the military and law enforcement the world over, and also a staple of action movie heroes. Here we go. And you know that's true because you heard it from the Hitman. Did I pull that off?
The panel we'll be shooting into is composed of the kinds of things that you would find in a standard wall, from sheetrock to a solid wood stud, sheet metal stud, sections with plumbing fixtures, and lastly, an electrical box. Now, we'll be firing bullets out of this 9mm pistol into those sections. I guess that ought to do it. Of course, for safety, we'll be triggering this from behind the blast shields.
Now, we don't just want to shoot at walls, we also want to witness what happens when the bullet and the wall meet. Thus, we've set our high-speed camera perched carefully above, looking down through the inside of the wall. We've also chosen an extremely high frame rate of 17,000 frames per second. That's one of the highest frame rates we've ever used on the show. All will be known by this rig.
And with a steel backstop,
it makes a cool noise when a bullet hits it.
Their 6-in-1 interior wall mock-up is ready to go. Will any of them halt a Hollywood hitman? First up, a blast from the past, lath and plaster.
I actually think that lath and plaster is going to do pretty good in slowing the forward progress of the bullet. Range is hot. Whether it stops completely, I can't say. Count it down. But I do think it's going to provide a nice barrier.
Okay, 9mm into lath and plaster in 3, 2, 1.
Well, it did the classic small entry wound, larger exit wound, but it looks like it came out pretty straight.
With the bullet's trajectory unaffected and the velocity hardly hindered, the oldie wall would have provided no protection for our hitman's hidden target. And that sounds good for the myth.
Made a resounding clang when it hit this backstop. I guess that means that you would probably get penetrated by that bullet.
Up next.
All right, let's slide this puppy down.
Will this more modern, eco-friendly fortification fare any better?
This test is against 2 layers of drywall. Range is hot, with about 3.5 inches of fiberglass insulation between them. Nice.
Right through the square, heard the ding of the steel. Couldn't have gone better.
More good news for the myth. 2 targets taken down, and no sign the bullet has been significantly slowed or in any way altered.
I love that sound.
A result replicated when the sheet metal and wooden studs are also found to be duds. But now, it gets interesting.
Next up is the first time our bullet's going to encounter an actual object inside the wall, and that is copper plumbing.
We're gonna hit it right there.
And this is the reason for all of our safety shields. The bullet could spatter in a lot of different directions when it hits this. Firing in 3, 2, 1. Oh, that looks like a perfect hit.
A perfect hit through and through. With the bullet's trajectory and speed only marginally affected, the myth that a hitman can hit his hidden target is still looking good. But what about the toughest target yet? A steel junction box.
Oh! Oh, yes. Oh, you're gonna love this. The whole story of the bullet's stoppage is apparent in this one shot, which we will cut to right.
It took a solid piece of steel in exactly the right place to halt the bullet's momentum and disperse its kinetic energy. But clearly, this is the exception and not the rule. The myth is on track.
I have to say I'm pretty surprised at the results, that only one of our in-wall obstacles, the electrical box, actually stopped the bullet cold. The rest made it through. Now, what that means for the myth, as walls are okay to shoot through if you're a hitman, from my vantage point, it's looking pretty good for the myth.
And so it's back to the shop, where our hard-to-please professional is waiting for an update.
So is that it?
No. We actually have a few more tests to do before we finally call shooting through walls, but we're now jumping to the second story in this episode.
It's from a movie called Shoot 'em Up. I am dead on about who you are, right?
Say that again.
I said, I am dead.
Stop. That part of it you got right.
At the end of the movie, our hero is cornered. It looks like he is dead. He doesn't even have a gun. But what the bad guy doesn't know is that the hero has a handful of bullets. Shoved between his fingers, he thrusts his hand into the fire, and 2 seconds later, no more bad guy.
What was that?
We were reenacting the movie.
What we want to find out is, 1, can bullets go off that fast in a fire? 2, if they can, could you aim them? And 3, are they remotely lethal?
So which one of you geniuses is gonna stick his hand in the fire?
Well, we haven't thought that far ahead yet.
Well, whatever. I've got a plane to catch.
Shall we start testing?
Sure.
For that, Adam and Jamie hit their all-time favorite location to cause a commotion.
Lots of goats. They don't seem to mind the fact that my jacket is made out of them.
To set off this myth, the first item on the menu is a controlled fire.
Even a simple fire can be fraught with difficulties and dangers that are unforeseen. That's why, 1, we've come out here to the Alameda County Sheriff's bomb range to set this fire. 2, we've put it in a barbecue. And 3, Jamie and I are wearing all the proper safety equipment to make sure nothing gets out of control. Safety is always of the first priority to us. We don't like to let anything get out of control.
All right, that's more like it. That's a nice little fire.
After the flames have died down, it's time to get cooking. And they're starting out hands-free.
Like we often do on Mythbusters, we try to remove variables so we can isolate what exactly we're seeing. And in this case, that means we're taking a single bullet, attaching it to a rod, and inserting that into the fire.
But they're also playing it safe. The single round being baked has had the projectile removed. The empty case and primer will react to the heat, but no one's in danger of being shot. Yet. Question is, will the ignition match the movie?
Now, there are 3 things that we will be testing in this fire test with the bullet shell casings. You ready to do this?
Yeah.
1 is, will the shell casing go off in the fire? 2, will it go off exactly where our hero is holding his hand in the film clip? He holds his hand just about 3 inches above the logs, right in there. And 3, will it go off in 2 seconds? Okay. Shell casing test in 3, 2, 1. That's longer than 2 seconds.
5. We know that the chemical in the bullet primer ignites at about 300 degrees or above. 15.
That's just where he was holding his hand.
But the thing is, it's surrounded by metal, and that metal is insulating it from the 1500 degree plus heat in the fire. 20.
Jeez, crow.
25.
It's right in the fire.
Now, eventually the metal does heat up, and it gets that primer to its 300 degree plus.
There it goes.
And it goes off. 43 seconds.
43 seconds. That's a lot.
It did go off, but it took its sweet time. Time our Hollywood hero would not have had. But Adam and Jamie aren't giving up. Up next, it's go big, but not at home. The movie Shoot 'em Up looks like it's being shot down.
Well, the results of our movie parameter test are in, and the 2-second time is totally out.
43 seconds.
But the fire gets a lot hotter inside among the hot coals. I think we should do another test to find out if there's any place in this fire where we can get the bullet to go off in 2 seconds. And frankly, I predict we totally will.
So for test 2, Jamie stokes the fire.
Mommy, I don't like barbecues at Jamie's house.
Because this time they're baking the bullet deep among the coals. A temperature differential from test 1 of 800 degrees.
All right, sir, you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm going all the way in this time. Looking for the hot spot. Looking for something close to 2 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Those didn't sound like regular seconds. What kind of seconds were you counting there?
I'm
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What kind of seconds are those? Who counts like that? What was the time?
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
For due diligence, the guys try 3 more times, but their fastest fire is still pedestrian.
8 seconds.
8 seconds. Well, you can color me surprised at the end of this testing. We exposed our bullet to every part of this fire that we could imagine and couldn't get it to detonate in any less than 8 seconds. I think we've definitively proven that there's no way a bullet is going to go off in that fire in 2 seconds flat.
Yeah.
I mean, it will go off, but not in 2 seconds.
Even exposed to the hottest heart of the fire, at temperatures no human hand could survive, the primer did not reach its flash point in anything like the time it took in the movie.
I think we could use a hand on this story.
But although one facet of this film fable is an obvious fiction, the guys aren't done yet.
Well, it's true that the timing of the hand in fire is busted. Nevertheless, I've got to find out whether bullets fired in that manner are both accurate and lethal. So to do that, I need a hand that I can heat up safely.
Yep, Dr. Franken Hyneman is making a heat-resistant human hand.
Well, I've got a good start with the grinder, but from here on in, it's mostly going to be blacksmithing. One of the joys of doing this kind of work is first there was nothing, and then there was something.
That something being an adjustable, articulated hand able to realistically grip bullets between each finger. Detailed and disturbing work the doctor clearly enjoys.
I've left a texture that is not unlike the wrinkles in my finger, and where it kind of smooths out all over the knuckle, I've done that with a blob of weld. It's all very fast and crude, but it gives it a strangely organic look for it being all metal.
For added accuracy,
it fits like a, you know what.
A leather glove that grips like skin is heat molded onto the metal skeleton. And to gauge human-like strength,
position number 1, between the thumb and index finger.
Adam sets a calibration benchmark with his own grip.
8.1 pounds. This force gauge here holds what's called a peak value. That is the most amount of weight that it took since you last pressed 0. Now, I will put the bullet on this string on the force gauge and hold it between 2 fingers as hard as I can until it lets go. Ah! Ow, ow. And then I read that value, enter it into this chart.
With the data handed over, Jamie mechanically matches Adam's grip strength to his metal digits.
A couple of minor adjustments, and I think we should be all set.
And this myth is all set to go off.
It's perfect.
But first, there's some unfinished business for our wall-shooting hitmen.
Now that we've determined exactly how porous walls are and that bullets will most likely make it through them, it's time to deal with what's on the other side. So, you are the good guy, the camera, you're people watching TV, and you're looking at a wall, and there's a bad guy behind. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Now, that bad guy is gonna move behind the wall, and you've gotta shoot him. How are you gonna do that? We figured there's 2 methods that you could use. One is you could watch him run behind and make an assumption that he's going to maintain his speed, bang, and try and shoot him. Or you could listen for the sound of his footsteps and use your natural powers of triangulation to make an assumption about where he is and shoot there. I'm not sure if either one of those is gonna work, but in either case, it's gonna require a rig with a motorized dude on it. The dude. How you doing, dude? Isn't a very handsome dude. Something kind of like this.
Walk, walk, walk.
So, bullets can penetrate an interior wall. But is hitting your target as easy as Hollywood would have us believe?
That is so weird.
To find out, the team is testing 2 mythical methods. First up, target tracking.
Here's how this test is gonna work. Our target, that's me, will always start every test by moving from a visible position to an obscured position.
The operator will be able to control the position of the target with this joystick, and he'll be able to see what he's doing through this monitor.
The shooter must use trajectory, tracking, and their intuition to surmise where the target might be behind the wall and attempt to shoot them through the wall. Beautiful.
Okay.
There are 2 restrictions in this test. One is shooter can't start shooting until the target's past that yellow and black line. All the action happens on that side. And only 1 bullet at a time.
This first test is going to be pretty basic. I'm going to be moving the target at what amounts to walking speed continuously.
Jamie, you ready to start this?
I am.
Gun is loaded. Safety is off. Range is hot. All right, count me down, sir.
3, 2, 1.
Stop. Let's see if I hit him. I'm gonna go inspect. Well, it turns out with velocity tracking of an obscure target. A perfect hit! I'm actually pretty good. I got myself in the face on the first try. A perfect hit.
But maybe Adam got lucky. It's Jamie's turn.
Okay. Range is hot.
Time to double down on the data.
Let's go see if you hit me.
With nothing to go on but the projected trajectory of the target, how did Hyneman the Hitman fare?
Yeah.
Nice! Right there, took out my left lung.
Adam and I both got what might have been kill shots on our first go, but that was following a consistent movement. So that obviously is the best case scenario. Look at that. Nice little boo-boo. The reality is going to be more like somebody is starting and stopping. Who knows what they're doing back there? And the only thing you might have to go on is sound. So that's what we're going to try next.
The Hitman.
Give me that.
The ultimate Hollywood anti-hero. With a seemingly supernatural ability, he always gets his mark. Or does he? Sounds like it's time for test 2.
This test is going to be pretty much like the last one, except that the target is going to be moving all over the place, and the only thing that the shooter will have to go by is the sound of footsteps.
Can I hear a test of that?
With the fake footstep audio coming from a speaker attached to the target,
I can kind of hear it go.
the setup is complete.
In theory, I thought this would be pretty cool. In practice, it's far cooler. What do you think? 1 shot this time, or how about 3 shots?
Yeah, let's up the ante.
Okay, cool. All right, so you ready?
I'm ready.
You're wondering how we're going to do a test about hearing for footsteps when we're wearing hearing protection to protect ourselves from the sound of the gun going off. Excellent. Sounds loud and clear. These earmuffs I use are military grade, and they have a really cool feature. Actual microphones that play sound into the muff so I can hear stuff in the world until a gunshot happens, and then they cut out to protect me from the loud sounds. Also, it's 2 separate sound chips, one on the right, one on the left. I actually can fully triangulate while wearing these, so that's what we'll be wearing for this test. Oh, what's that over there? I must admit, I'm a little surprised that both Jamie and I got successful kill shots on the first test. A perfect hit! But on the second one, I personally think it's gonna be a lot harder to triangulate the sound of footsteps behind a barrier. Count me in, sir. I'm giving myself only a 20% chance of actually hitting this thing.
3, 2, 1.
Let's see if I hit him.
Adam acoustically and intuitively tuned in to his target's tread and took him out.
Oh, looks like you got him.
No way.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Or not.
No, that was there before. That was from
that?
this, yes.
Oh.
Adam missed.
You survived this time, savage.
And you'll notice that he clustered 3 of his shots in one small area. I'm not so sure that's the best approach. If I were doing this, which I'm about to, I'm ready. I think I'd be inclined to do a sweep across an area to try and bracket in the sound, because we can hear the sounds, but pinpointing it, not so much.
Despite the benefit of being able to adapt his tactics,
You missed him.
Yeah.
Entirely.
Jamie missed as well. So, while you can easily shoot through a wall, the real-world detail of the prey's unpredictable position makes hitting a moving target tough. And this myth is on the ropes.
But we have one more test up our sleeve.
This is the spray and pray technique.
We're gonna unload an entire magazine of bullets at the wall while he's moving around behind the wall and see what his odds of survival are. I'll tell you one thing. I wouldn't want to be behind this wall during that.
That was really fun.
But was it successful?
Nothing.
Not a single hit.
It seems shooting blind really is just a shot in the dark. But it is fun.
I can barely describe how much pleasure I get out of watching this rig go and out of shooting at it. And I'm not saying I couldn't have built this before we had Mythbusters as a show, but the design and execution of this rig is something that could only have come out after all these years of doing this show. This is a direct result of our experience in setting up experiments, and honestly, this is one of my favorites.
Up next is the Hyneman. And once again, learning from Adam's failed technique, he opts to pause between each round, relocate the target, and fire. But will this distinctly deliberate method pay dividends?
I was pretty sure that I could at least get 1 round into our target.
Hey, it looks like you might have gotten 1 hit. Yes, 1 hit in the elbow.
And, well, I did, but only 1. I winged him.
You winged him. Turns out being behind a wall is a very safe bet, even if the wall is quite porous.
Following the sound of somebody's footsteps and trying to use that for targeting information, it's not really a very solid technique.
So what do you think? Have we answered the question of shooting people on the other side of the walls and how easy it is?
Well, mechanical moving targets are all well and good, but I don't think there's any substitute for the real thing. I think we ought to shoot at each other.
Maybe. Not with real guns, right?
Well, okay. Paintball guns.
Paintball guns. Okay, I think we could do that test.
A new test, a new day, and a new location for a spot of Hitman elimination.
Morning.
Morning.
Shall we get to work?
Yeah, let's do it. We have brought you to an abandoned machine shop in Mare Island, California, to put all the disparate elements of this story back together for a nice, violent, fun-filled, family-friendly finale. Jamie, you want to tell the audience where we stand?
We've shown that a pistol round fired through an interior wall can potentially be lethal to somebody on the other side. And we've also shown that somebody moving at a consistent speed behind that wall can be fairly easily tracked and hit. Look at that. Nice little boo-boo. But the minute they start to move inconsistently, the chances of being hit drop dramatically. Nothing.
Not a single hit.
So it's time we ramp things up and use live human targets that are moving, namely Adam and I.
That's right. It's you and me, Hyneman. Suit up. Am I out? Aw, crap.
For this gunfight head-to-head,
so freaking cool.
Adam and Jamie are putting the human back into the experimental equation.
This last test is a classic cat and mouse.
We're building a Hitman fantasy camp.
Jamie and I are gonna stalk each other through a labyrinth created of walls, making hallways, rooms, doorways, the whole kit and caboodle.
Excuse me.
We must try and win this stalking contest by shooting each other through one or more of the walls of our labyrinth.
Our walls are made of paper. Our weapons, paintball guns.
With help from their origami army.
Go ahead, Willie, pivot around.
And an artistic finishing touch or two.
Lovely.
The 8-room Assassin's Arena is ready for the showdown. But it won't be a free-for-all.
These are the rules. First, there's no time limit.
The winner is the first one to shoot the other through a wall.
We each only have one 8-round clip, so every shot counts.
Finally, during the test, we are not allowed to travel beyond the boundaries of the experimental space. So that we can hear each other, the piece de resistance is some special footwear. Tap shoes.
Seriously?
Absolutely.
Oh, I've never worn those before.
That is the first fact about Jamie I've ever heard that does not surprise me.
And with the rules laid down, Adam and Jamie are all set for a Hitman hunt. To test Hollywood's idea of a handheld shoot-'em-up, the Mythbusters need bullets, a helping hand,
it's perfect,
and dry experimental conditions.
Doesn't rain all week, and then when we go out to shoot, it's raining.
So let me introduce you to a little bit of how Mythbusters conducts a shoot in the pouring rain. And we've actually set up 400 square feet of tent city here in the middle of our muddy field. Right there is our high-speed camera op. That's an expensive laptop and our $100,000 high-speed camera. The important cables are running up through the rafters. There is where Jamie and I will be standing behind the blast chamber shields. That's our experimental setup. Hopefully, it's dry enough to actually get this experiment off.
So if you hold bullets in a fire, they're going to take a lot longer than 2 seconds to go off. 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
But at this point, we haven't established what exactly they'll do when they do go off. And in the movie, the bullets are shown to be lethal. So that's what we've got to test now.
Mythbusters during the monsoon season.
Despite the deluge, the team has a handle on the situation and is all set to fire up.
For this test, we've got a single bullet mounted on the hand right here, and I'm going to have a single flame coming out of this tiny copper tube. Let's try it quickly. When I pull on a cord, the flame will swing in, and we'll set off the bullet.
That's it. You're right on the bullet. You're right on the bullet.
This time, the round is live.
Come on, bullet. Come on, bullet.
With primer, powder, and projectile intact.
Ah, just blew out. This program is rated Frust. Frustrating.
In theory, they'll use the high-speed camera to capture the bullet's speed.
You're good. Still lit, still lit. Oh, it just blew out.
In practice, that's not happening.
Just goes to show, best laid plans of mice and men are often screwed up by the rain.
The wind and damp conditions are raining on their bullet-firing parade.
Come on. We brought heat to the party. It's time for you to do your part. Oh, come on!
That's amazing. It's right on the cap.
I know. Come on, bullet. We're now up to like the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, it's starting to burn the glove. So it turns out our tiny little flame wasn't concentrated enough. The torch head we're going to use this time is called a pencil torch, and that means that it literally has a point on it that's similar to a pencil point.
Jamie, you're good to light it.
And I'm going to aim that right at the cap, and I think that'll get us where we need to go.
There it is. Hey!
That worked a lot better.
That was like within 10 seconds. That's what I wanted. Excellent.
At last, there's fire in the hole. But what does the data say?
Flame placement looks perfect. Oh. Let me see if I can't get a rough idea of speed here. Bullet's moving at 82 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Question is, why is it going so slow?
When you pull the trigger of a loaded gun, the bullet inside basically explodes. The resulting shockwave travels down the barrel and propels the bullet out. But without the gun to enclose and back up the cartridge, there's nothing to prevent it from simply expanding and rocketing backwards instead of pushing the bullet forwards, hence the low speeds of the bullet.
With no barrel to contain the energy, it disperses, and the bullet comes out at 10% of its usual velocity.
I don't think that's going to be lethal, but for due diligence, let's put our dummy in there and see what happens to him.
Sure, why not?
Okay. Your days are numbered, dude.
So, will a handheld bullet accurately hit a target with lethal impact?
Awesome. We are close. Our villain is about to meet the business end of justice.
This test with a flesh-accurate ballistics gel dummy is going to find out.
Okay, coming in.
That's it. It's on.
I can hear it going.
Hey, there it went. I don't know if it hit him.
The early signs for accuracy are not good.
Well, I don't see any bullet holes.
I don't see any bullet holes, nor do I see any bullets.
This is a job for the high-speed camera.
Bang. Whoa, it went way down. Boink.
Is it bounced off?
Actually, it looks like it's still there.
Apparently, the camera never lies.
It looked like it hit him. It looked like it hit him right in the middle of the chest.
But maybe it has.
I don't see what looks like any kind of break. I'm confused. I'm gonna look at high speed one more time.
Yeah.
It actually hits him right there. Spoink. And that is literally right here. Well, this is a mystery. This is right about where it looks like it hits, right?
Well, see any reason why I shouldn't excavate?
I don't see any reason why you shouldn't excavate. High speed says bullet entered the dude. We should cut him open and find a bullet. Let's see.
Okay, there it is.
Whoa, no way! Embedded in his chest. Amazing!
It's a satisfying and surprising result. But with such shallow penetration, it wouldn't have been lethal, merely painful.
I have to admit, I am totally astonished. This bullet, which I thought was gonna bounce off him like a rubber ball, ended up embedded an inch into his chest. If only our hero could hold his burning, fleshy hand in a fire until it melted and kept that pressure on, well, he might have just injured the villain. That is awesome. All right, let's count down the components of this story. Bullets going off in a fire in 2 seconds or less?
Busted.
Okay, what about the lethality or danger of those bullets after that?
Well, that is where it starts to get a little interesting. But no, it's still busted.
It's still totally busted. Dude, what are you doing?
I think I have an idea how to make all of these bullets go off.
No way, serious?
Yeah, you might want to clear out.
Okay, I'll turn this guy to be your target. There you go. I'll get behind the Lightsaber shield.
Okay.
Awesome. I'm not sure what Jamie's doing, but he's got some cockamamie plan for getting all 4 of those bullets to go off at once. I really hope it works. Don't feel like we're done until we've replicated the exact thing we saw in the movie.
Last thing.
That looks flammable.
Okay, here we go.
Count it in.
3, 2, 1, go.
There it is. Dude,
That looks like it's working a treat. I want to hear 4 bullets go off.
It may be a new way to sizzle the slugs.
Oh, there goes the glove.
But it soon turns into the same old story.
Seriously, I can't believe it's not going off.
I mean, yes, bullets can go off if you put them in fire, but this whole thing about having somebody put their hand in the fire, and, I mean, come on.
Oh, there goes one. That was one. And now the hand just went, the hand's just
extinguished
itself.
Well, the hand burned exactly the way I wanted it to. It stayed alight in a very aggressive flame for several minutes. Unfortunately, only one of the bullets went off after quite a while, which says a lot about what happened in the movie. I mean, if it didn't do it here, with all of that fire for so long, I don't see how it could have done it the way that they showed it.
That's one myth done and busted. But still to come, a head-to-head Hitman showdown. It's showtime. One by one, our would-be hitmen are guided silently to separate, random locations in the arena. Can a Hollywood hitman,
gentlemen,
really locate and liquidate a wall-hidden target?
Are you ready?
With supernatural-like acoustic ability and intuition.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
It's a stalk to the death to find out.
Oh, I'm hit. He got my gun hand. He got me right in the wrist.
I've been looking forward to this test for a while, but that was far more scary and hair-raising and exciting than I ever imagined it would be. That's just stunning.
You might recall from our earlier testing, to track somebody moving behind a wall was fairly easy to do, as long as you can anticipate their movement. Now, in this first game, I remembered that. I peeked out the doorway just in time to see him move behind the wall, and so I was able to actually track his movement, fire through the wall, and I hit him.
That was beautiful.
It worked, just like we learned.
So, the combination of a preliminary visual cue, audio location, and intuition does make it possible to pop your opponent. Good news for the myth, but Adam's not giving up yet.
Nicely done. Best out of 3?
Okay.
This is too much fun to give up after one try.
Love this game.
That's the cue for a fun and fear-filled test 2.
Looking down on this test from above, I'm struck by a couple things. One, how lovely it is with all the colors and all of the labyrinth.
Go.
But perhaps the most diabolically scary part of this test to me was the quiet. I open my eyes. I don't see Jamie. I hear little creaks, but that doesn't necessarily help because you're waiting somebody else out. You know that they want to kill you. And even though this is for play, it doesn't make it any less of an adrenaline rush to know that someone's got your number and they're looking for you and you are looking for them. It is really, really thrilling in a way that few tests that we have done on this show really deliver.
I'm hit. I'm hit. I'm hit in the leg.
This whole test came together quite beautifully.
Oh, that was scary as hell.
Because in our earlier mechanical testing, we found only one technique that was effective.
He got me right in the knee. That is a totally incapacitating hit.
Well, you know, that's my personal style. You know, it sends a message. But here, with real human subjects, I found I had to put all of those techniques together. I used a little bit of sound to roughly locate where they were at. Once I did get any kind of hint of how they were moving, I tracked them, and then I sprayed. And putting all of those techniques together allowed me to win.
You've nailed it. I'm dead 2 out of 2. I'd say you are the absolute winner, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was an awesome contest.
Well, it would seem that, just like the rest of the world, it is very difficult for me to get a bead on James Franklin Hyneman. He seems to be a fan of shooting people in the joints. Maybe that's from when he used to be a loan shark. I don't know. But I couldn't hit him once.
How do you want to call it?
I gotta say, I'm surprised, but I think the Hitmen are onto something. Shooting through walls has far more efficacy than I began this myth believing.
Yeah, I agree. Interior walls don't offer much protection, do they?
No, they're far more porous than anyone thought. Let's get out of here. You coming?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Back across town, it's time to settle accounts.
You're going?
Shooting through walls confirmed. Shoot 'em up? Busted. See you on the next bounce, boys.
I don't trust that guy.
Neither do I. Let's get inside.
Seen it?
Definitely no. No. No.
Nope. Boring. So many channels, nothing's on.
Welcome to Myth Crackers.
Oh. That was fun being on that show. What was it we were trying to prove again?
Don't know, don't care. Blow it up.
But you know, I was thinking, if we did their show, shouldn't they do our show?
A Simpsons special?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Hi.
Hey.
Who's this?
It's Al Jean.
Okay. Hi, Al.
Pleased to meet you.
Jamie, it's Al Jean,
I'm sorry.
the executive producer and the showrunner of the best animated series ever and the longest running scripted show on television, The Simpsons.
Oh, The Simpsons. Welcome, Al.
You were thinking South Park.
So, are we going to be animating?
No, look, their writing staff is packed with science and math geeks, right?
110%.
And they try and hold to the laws of physics, right?
Yeah.
Conservation of mass, it's the law.
Ish. We're gonna do a couple stories from The Simpsons.
Like what?
Okay, we've got one where Bart throws a lit cherry bomb into the sewer system of his school and turns all of the toilets in the school into geysers.
One of my favorite episodes, The Crepes of Wrath.
Okay, that works. What else?
We have another one where Homer protects his house from a 5,000-pound wrecking ball by putting his body between the wrecking ball and the house.
So, cartoon physics in the real world.
That's Jamie excited.
He's excited to get out of this room.
Yeah, probably. Now, it is one thing to look at physics from the movie world and see how realistic they are in the real world. It's another entirely to try that with a cartoon. And in investigating Homer versus the wrecking ball, Jamie's tackling the wrecking ball, and I've got to build a full-size Homer with all the same dimensions, body mass, and water content as if Homer was a real person.
Yep, to determine the kinetic energy implications of Homer's heroic intervention, the size and mass of the key animated elements have to be accurately translated from Springfield to the real world.
So, Al, we really strive to be as accurate as possible on this show. So I'm hoping you can supply us with some real-world dimensions of Homer. Lights, how tall is he?
Well, you have to be really accurate. He's 5'11", and that's what the animators always use.
What about his shoe size?
11.5.
Those are almost exactly my dimensions.
Well, the good news for you is you have less stomach and more hair.
Speaking of his stomach, how much does Homer actually weigh?
Well, about 240, but we think 239 is funnier, so 239.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Homer Simpson, full size. Al, thank you so much. I'm gonna leave you alone with the donuts. Is that okay?
They'll be gone when you're back.
Donuts.
Armed with Homer's exact specs, Adam commences the construction of an animated American icon.
USA! USA!
Starting with upholstery foam,
that's pretty good.
Adam utilizes a method with familiar, family-friendly results.
This technique that I'm using of gluing an open cell urethane foam to itself is referred to as additive foam building. Because instead of like casting and mold making in flexible foam, I'm physically building the parts that I need out of sheet foam. What you might not know, this is how all your Muppets were made. Yep, same technique. There we go. Do I look like Homer at all? Hi. Hey, Jamie. Check it out.
Look at you, homie.
I'm Fomer now, not Homer. I'm Fomer Simpson. How you doing?
So we're gonna put you on the sphere, and you're gonna be the Homer, are you?
No, I will not. You are not allowed to touch this ever again. You're filthy. Bye.
Bye.
With the arms starting to take shape, it's onto Homer's famously tubby torso.
This kind of work, it brings me right back to this sense memory of being the mid-90s working in commercial special effects. It was just like this. Super short timelines, tight budgets, and when we needed something carved out of foam, we didn't have time to find someone who was an expert in foam carving. We just had to figure that stuff out for ourselves, job by job, piece by piece. It's been 20 years and I'm still doing the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Doesn't look like much, but that's gonna be Homer soon.
A series of cylindrical discs glued together form the tapered shape.
Yeah!
The human-like mass and density will come later. For now, Adam's immersed in his art.
I know exactly what it feels like to be Michelangelo. Well, maybe not exactly, but, just like a little bit, if he carved in foam and made cartoon characters.
This is what we call a shop shower.
Next, the arms are attached to shoulder joints. And the legs are measured, cut, and positioned on the posterior.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen.
And with those foam pieces of the puzzle in place,
All right, I'm pretty happy with that. That's looking a lot like Homer.
Adam heads out for help with Homer's head.
This is the center of what used to be Industrial Light and Magic. Now, behind that blue door is legendary machinist Merrick Cheney, who built armatures for the stop-motion films Nightmare Before Christmas and a million other movies, and he's going to help us get Homer's head screwed on right. So, Merrick, how's this going to work?
So we've taken your model of Homer's head. I've converted it into a machinable file, and I've cut it up into like 8 chunks.
That is cool.
And they all fit together kind of like a three-dimensional puzzle.
And that 8-piece puzzle will form a central cavity, a negative space mold of Homer's ironically large cranium.
So there you go. That is mold block number 1, comprising the bottom left side of Homer's face, the front part. That's number 1 of 8.
While Adam waits for all 8, the Hyneman has been concocting an ingenious plan.
In the cartoon, Homer appears to be on a wrecking ball that's about as tall as he is. And because it's so much larger than a real-world wrecking ball, I've got to make my own. And that's not exactly an easy task. But I've got an idea. Easy as pie.
The task at hand is to build a custom wrecking ball the same dimensions as the one in the clip, but weighing in at a realistic 5,000 pounds.
So you're starting to get the picture?
It's a unique manufacturing assignment the Hyneman is tackling in his own unique way.
There are a lot of different ways of making a big, heavy ball, but the quickest and easiest way I know of to do it would be with steel-reinforced concrete. Now, to do that, you need a mold, and I've come up with an idea of creating what amounts to a hemispherical-shaped auger that I can chuck onto the back of some earth-moving equipment and dig 2 hemispherical holes right in the ground. It looks like it might sort of just make it. We pour our concrete in there around a steel armature, let it cure, put them together, and you got a ball. One big-ass heavy ball.
Yep, to make 2 hemispherical molds.
It's working!
For the 2 halves of the concrete wrecking ball,
that's what I'm talking about.
Jamie's designed and constructed a one-of-a-kind tool.
This is working great! Next! The rig didn't break. It's made a nice, symmetrical half sphere. It's clearly solid enough to have concrete poured in it. It's perfect, which is what's going to happen pretty much next. Oh, look at that.
The steel armature, made back at the shop, will provide structure for the concrete half shells. And you could say the Hyneman is happy.
This is working exactly like I had in mind. Normally, if you want to make a big sphere like this, you'd start off with a big chunk of foam, you'd carve it into a sphere. Our little hose are perfect. You'd put fiberglass over it, and then you'd make another mold of the interior cavity, and it'd take several people pretty much all week long just to accomplish this. Instead of doing that, we just dug a hole. I'm just saying.
With the concrete shaped and edged with matching seams, phase 1 of Jamie's big ball is complete.
Now that has to sit for about a week and a half, and then we're gonna pull that one out, turn it upside down, and put it on top of this one. And we'll bond the 2 things together, and we've got a wrecking ball.
With 2 weeks before Jamie can wreak wrecking ball havoc, it's back to the shop for part 2 of this Springfield spectacular.
So what's next?
Toilet bomb. Al, you want to do the honors?
Thank you, Adam. Well, in one of the early episodes of The Simpsons, Bart flushes a cherry bomb down the toilet.
So long, sucker!
And it immediately sends geysers of water shooting out of every toilet on the block.
So explosives in toilets, I'm thinking we should start small scale.
I totally agree. I am licensed to drive this. Oh, whoop.
The scale we've chosen is not that small, it's 50%. And the reason for that is that water doesn't scale well. If we double the size of the pipes the water's in, we're more than doubling the water's volume. And the physical behavior of the water also changes a lot more. So that's why we're limiting our scale reduction to 50%.
I have to stick the tongue out, otherwise it doesn't work.
The myth is that an explosion will travel through a plumbing system, causing multiple geysers out of the toilets.
That's the bowl, and that's where the magic happens.
And to test that, we're gonna do 3 things. Number 1, I'm gonna make 3 transparent working toilets so we can really see what happened when things go boom. Number 2, I'm gonna connect them with an accurate waste disposal system.
2 more like that, I think we're good to go.
And finally, we're going to be introducing a cherry bomb-like explosion into that system, and, well, then we're gonna see what we see.
Recreating Springfield Elementary's plumbing system sounds elementary.
Melting my brain.
But it's anything but.
Wow. I'm trying to work out how to do this, and because I'm molding it, effectively I have to think upside down and backwards. So the negative space here, you see, I'm going to fill with a stone plaster. So that when the stone plaster sets, I'll pull out all the bead foam, and I'll be left with a toilet negative, the front to which I will mount a piece of acrylic. Excellent. So that we can see what's happening in the toilet. It's gonna be freaking awesome.
And after the plaster is set, the negative space molds are removed.
Okay, 1.
To reveal the balls.
Number 2. Number 2, get it? Because in a, never mind.
And once they're cleaned up and dried out,
A little bit of an oven.
Adam mounts them and seals the system with a transparent sheet of 1/2-inch acrylic.
I get excited about a good experimental rig. There we go. She is a freestanding toilet sculpture. I think it's time to flush a toilet.
So long, sucker.
I want to watch one of these work right now. Now, right here, this is where the important part of the functionality of a toilet is about to happen. We think of toilets as like there's water and it's water all the way down, but it's not. Toilet systems are mostly air, and here's how it works. If you put more liquid in the system than it can handle, it just spills over here. Now, if I flush this toilet by putting more water in, check out what happens. That works just like a toilet.
But that's only half the story.
Now that the toilets are finished and actually working, it's time to plumb them into a system. Excellent. Okay. See, the toilets in Bart's school would have all been connected to a central set of pipes. That's what I'm about to build in scale. So here we go, 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 go. You're supposed to cut.
The plumbing beneath the bowls is crucial.
Good.
To accurately model the pressure wave effects of Bart's bomb, it has to be set up just like a 3-stall school sewage system. Complete with 2 crucial effluent outflows, the system has multiple exits for the blast. And with that, this Simpsons special Game of Thrones
Fire in the bowl! Explosion in 3.
is ready for blast-off.
Go.
Welcome to Myth Crackers.
Adam and Jamie have hit Springfield again.
Tonight, we take on the classic myth that a cat will always land on its feet.
But this time, instead of experimenting as animated characters,
What was it we were trying to prove again?
Don't know, don't care.
they're animatedly experimenting. And with a transparent trio of toilets ready to blow, they want to know if Bart's bomb could have really gushed multiple guises.
Now, what happens when you flush a cherry bomb down one of these toilets? Well, it's gonna go down through the plumbing, and it could blow anywhere. It could blow here, it could blow here, it could blow down there. That's actually what these black caps are. These are places in the plumbing system we can introduce the pressure from the cherry bomb.
But we're not gonna use a cherry bomb. Not in my shop, we're not. Number one, it's illegal. And number two, it's potentially dangerous and definitely very messy, so we're gonna need a little bit more control if we're gonna do it here. For that, we have my little pop gun, which has a fast-acting valve on it that releases a blast of pressurized air. And that's essentially what an explosion does. It creates a volume of rapidly expanding gases in a pressure wave. So we're gonna plumb my little pop gun into Adam's rig in various places, adjust the pressure, and see what happens. 20 PSI?
Yeah, that's a big fat dump of pressure. Nice.
Let me know when you're ready.
All right, I'm gonna count it down. Cherry bomb, half-scale toilet experiment, position number 1, explosion in 3, 2, 1, go.
Go. A simultaneous tsunami and the physics of Springfield are looking surprisingly accurate.
This first test showed that pressure delivered to the middle toilet was pretty evenly distributed to the other toilets around it. It's quite pretty, actually.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of a water ballet.
Some sort of modern art. Now we want to know what would happen if the cherry bomb and its pressure went here or here. Would that make any difference? I don't know about you folks, but whenever I go to the toilet, I always take my umbrella.
Half-scale cherry bomb toilet experiment, position number 2. 2. Explosion in 3, 2, 1, go. That's very satisfying.
Another successful concurrent eruption.
Position number 3, go.
One that's replicated regardless of where the explosion originates.
Which kind of makes sense because there's resistance in each of these toilets. And so with multiple inlets, that resistance is going to tend to equalize the pressure.
Yeah.
The pressure spread is plausible, but Adam has an issue with volume.
Now, up until now, we've been experimenting with a properly set up plumbing system, but it's not quite the fountain of water that we see in the show because there's just not enough water in the system. But what if there is a clog in the system? Here we go. The clog could have water backed up in that system, and the cherry bomb could go in that, and then it's pushing water. What do you think?
That's about got it.
All right. What happens to that water? Does it come out of the toilets? I kind of think so, but we're gonna try it just to make sure. All right, this is a fully clogged toilet system. 3, 2, 1, go! I think we found the explosion we were looking for. Well, aside from being pretty to look at, our half-scale system has demonstrated exactly what we were hoping, and that is the Simpsons-like fountain water shooting out of the toilet behavior from a cherry bomb thrown into the system. So, I think we're gonna go full scale. I think we're gonna detonate our cherry bomb back behind some clogged up water. The question we have when we go to full scale, will the cherry bomb actually generate the pressure we need? We don't know. That's why we're gonna do it.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
While the crew completes the cleanup, the epic odyssey of Homer's heroic intervention continues. Because Jamie's big ball has hardened. And his distinctly unconventional plan has paid off.
The dirt infilling technique seemed to work pretty well. I feel like I just planted a big potato. It's created a more or less hemispherical inside, which is exactly what the plan was. So it looks, it's looking pretty good.
Next, he makes the two halves a whole and seals the deal with a super strong sealant.
This is a specially formulated epoxy for anchoring things in concrete. So my plan worked exactly as I had in mind, and we've got a nice spherical shape. A little chiseling and a little mortar, and this thing will clean up real nice, and we'll have one heck of a big wrecking ball.
With that, Jamie heads back to the shop, where Homer's head has just arrived.
Dude, look at that. That is so pretty.
That's a nice smooth surface. Now that we have these lovely molds of Homer's head, we're going to coat the insides with a tinted latex because that'll give us the correct color and also a nice, tough skin. We don't get to do this kind of thing that much on Mythbusters anymore because we're too busy blowing crap up and stuff like that. But I have done literally hundreds of applications of latex like this into various sorts of puppets and masks, whether you puppet them live action or you have a stop motion armature in them or whatever you do. Generally, it's done by covering the inside of a mold with latex like this and then filling it with foam.
Once the latex skin is dried, Jamie fills Homer's head with a two-part pouring foam.
Now this stuff expands about 4 to 1, and it's a little hard to estimate Homer's head volume. All I can see is that it's much larger than mine, as hard as that is to believe. You want to help me pull this thing apart?
15 minutes later, the foam is set.
There you go. Coming.
And Homer's precisely proportioned profile is revealed in all its glory.
Oh, it's kind of heavy.
Oh, that looks awesome. Totally fantastic.
For the finishing touches, Jamie paints Homer's famously unshaven mug.
Starting to look like Homer.
Adam coats his torso with waterproof rubber. And Jamie adds the ears and those instantly recognizable eyes.
Kind of comes to life when you do that.
So Homer is very, very nearly complete. We've painted all of his body parts, including his head and now his hands, a suitable shade of Simpsons yellow. After this, we'll send his measurements out to our seamstress to make him a full set of clothes. Then it's time to take him out to the location and abuse him.
To recap, Homer supposedly protects his house by placing himself between a wrecking ball and his house and absorbing the shock with his body. In order to test this, we are absolutely, of course, going to need a wrecking ball. Check.
Well, that's a big-ass ball.
We are also going to need a house to swing this wrecking ball into. So we decided to build our own. Actually, we built two.
We're always painting something before we destroy it.
There's a very good reason, because what we want to find out is whether Homer would have made any difference to the wrecking ball's effect on his house. All right, let's go. Therefore, that's our control house. We're going to swing just a straight old wrecking ball into it. It's only when we get to this one that we're going to strap Homer to that wrecking ball and find out if the amount of destruction is actually different, i.e., less on this one. Now, it's a home worth protecting. Yeah, perfect.
In the demolition industry, wrecking balls are kind of iconic.
Jamie wire brushes his balls every morning.
But we've come to find out that they don't actually use them that much anymore. Now it looks like it's all business. And when you think about it, it's sort of understandable.
There we go.
Because you get thousands of pounds of weight swinging on the end of a cable, it's not exactly a precision instrument.
You're right on the money. 5,000 pounds is perfect.
Not only that, it's hard on the equipment that swings it. So we've found that whenever we need a wrecking ball, we make our own.
with their accurately sized and weighted homemade Homer wrecker ready to swing into action.
Woohoo! I love having the right hardware.
It's simply a question of lifting it.
I'll hold it up in case it falls.
Awesome.
Pulling it back and letting it go, right?
Ray, how do you feel about it? You like it?
Wrong.
If it goes out too far, it's going to want to bring the crane over. You understand?
Right. So that's an interesting question. If we pull it back too far and it swings far out, it's going to pull the crane over. Probably the big question is, how far do we pull it back?
To answer that,
I can go 40-foot radius.
Okay. So let's talk this through. That's 40.
the guys look into the limits of the crane's live load capacity.
Let's say the ball hangs here and the crane is here in relation to the house.
Discuss the physics involved.
Force equals mass times acceleration. So once that ball starts to move, it wants to keep going.
And after an hour of tense discussion...
Really, you have no intuition about that whatsoever?
Come up with a swing distance of...
What if we did 12 feet?
12 feet is significantly less than the freewheeling cartoon capers of Springfield.
Good.
But it's as far as the real-world physics allow.
All right, you like that?
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
And with those parameters in place, the guys set up for the control.
Extending now.
You may be wondering why we're not pulling our wrecking ball back quite as far as you see them do in The Simpsons. About 4 feet away. Well, cranes aren't designed to swing heavy weights around like tether balls. If they did that in a heartbeat, they could tip the whole crane right over. Stop. Stop.
Are you happy with that?
You betcha.
In rigging, there are two kinds of loads, a dead load and a live load. A live load is one that moves, and this load is about as live as it gets. You dig it?
Yeah, I'm just grooving on the vibes coming off of that whole thing. You know?
I didn't know you grooved on vibes.
Sure.
The repercussions of a miscalculation could be catastrophic.
It's just like destruction in potentia.
But the question they're aiming to answer is, what kind of hit will the house take without Homer?
This is Simpsons. Wrecking ball control minus Homer in 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah! Oh, fabulous. Yeah, the second hit. Oh, yeah. Third hit. Let's go for third hit.
The whole building just is kind of shifting.
Well, from a damage assessment, its second story is pretty much a write-off. The chimney is totally destroyed. That's not cheap. Moving through the back, even despite all of our bracing, it's also jacked that back wall back about 8 or 10 inches. Yeah, you'd be looking at a complete rebuild of your second story. This is super cool. We had a camera perched on the top of the chimney to witness the destruction from up there. And when our wrecking ball hit the house and the chimney collapsed, the camera up there landed on the wrecking ball itself, sitting nice and perched. Oh, hi there. Hello. We can cut from this to this shot. Howdy. You did very, very well. He actually hit another camera also mounted on the ball. That is like camera Olympics, man. Well done, little guy.
Our test showed that a wrecking ball hitting a house like this would severely damage any masonry, as well as the framing and the wall of the house, just like it did here.
Now the question is, will Homer make any difference if he gets in between that ball and the house? Honestly, I don't know.
The Mythbusters and Toilet Tall Tales go way back.
That's significant.
And to continue this Game of Thrones, they're taking on Springfield's prankster-in-chief. To find out if Bart's Bellagio-esque fountain will translate from the success in small scale to full scale. The Mythcrackers hit the bomb range.
After having played with miniature toilets to our heart's content, go! We're going to assemble 3 real toilets on a platform 7 feet off the ground with a real full-scale plumbing system.
Ready to get started and build this thing?
Can you give me a minute?
Sure. So that we can cherry bomb it all day long. And believe me, we will.
Yeah, come on. 1 toilet, 2 toilets, 3 toilets.
To recreate the exact same setup as the shop test,
remember, kids, proper care of your toilet requires brushing twice a day.
but as a standard-sized sewage system,
It's almost like Godzilla.
the guys plumb the multiple inputs.
Yes, that's it.
A gas vent and central waste pipe to a 7-foot-high platform.
Maybe everyone should just back away a little bit.
And up top, Adam finishes with 3 fully functional toilets.
Hey! That totally worked!
All right.
Now, what about the boom that shakes the rest?
Cherry bombs are illegal in the U.S. Okay, I'm gonna light it up. You wanna get behind the shield?
What?
The only reason that we've got these now is that we're doing it under the supervision of a licensed pyrotechnician and the Alameda County Sheriff's Department bomb squad.
Come on, cherry bomb.
So if you do find yourself in possession of one, don't even think about setting it off. Cute but deadly. It's really dangerous.
Here it comes. Nice!
Oh, look, the casing's on fire. It's an added bonus.
Room. Under strict bomb squad supervision.
All right.
The guys are using their own Mythbusters-made cherry bombs to find out if the fuse will fizzle when wet.
Now, when you hear that Bart throws a cherry bomb into the toilet, let's get to safety, shall we? Come on. Your mind might be set to thinking, I wonder if water would actually put out a cherry bomb's fuse. An excellent question, and one I am just about to answer.
Can't get over how much like a cherry they look.
Here we go. It's about to go underwater. Oh, it's burning underwater.
I don't get it.
So how is it that the fuse on Bart's cherry bomb is able to burn underwater? Well, to burn something, you need 3 things. You need fuel, you need oxygen, and you need a source of ignition. Now, as it happens, the gunpowder that runs along inside this fuse has everything it needs to burn. It has its own fuel and its own oxidizer. So it's quite happy to burn without any kind of exterior source of oxygen.
Every time I learn something new, it pushes some old stuff out of my brain.
Oh! Nice! That was awesome.
With the fuse firing just fine and the cherry bomb packing a punch,
Got it.
it's time to fill up and bring the boom.
Okay, that's it.
Our first cherry bomb experiment with the full-size toilet system is going to replicate the circumstances that we found to be our ideal circumstances in the small scale. That is, the sewer system clogged with water, with the cherry bomb placed under that water.
Right about here. Now, we're going to be lighting this off with an electric spark via these wires, because that'll allow us to place this exactly where we want and set it off exactly when we want from a safe distance. Okay, we're all sealed up. Setting off explosives in the air as opposed to water is really quite different, and that's because air compresses and water does not. So if you apply pressure to water, it'll deliver a shock wave directly to whatever it's connected to, kind of like a hammer blow. Are you ready?
I'm ready. High speed's ready?
Now, in our case, that water hammer can become massive. And 3, and it'll deliver the shock wave through the water, through the plumbing, 2, to anything that it's connected to. 1.
That
That was catastrophic.
Yeah.
Yep, Jamie's hammer theory nailed it. In contrast to the shop test's Simpsons-like water fountain,
Oh, yes. Hey, this camera's still rolling here.
when faced with the same firepower as a real cherry bomb,
It is a freaking horror show up here.
the standard full-size lavatory fixtures were forced free of their moorings, leaving the porcelain and possibly the myth busted.
Looking carefully at the high-speed footage, you'll notice that water starts coming out beneath the toilets at the same time as it starts coming out the bowls. Now that means that that water was moving so fast that the toilet's plumbing was not able to absorb the onrush, which is why it broke the toilets off their mounts instead of creating 3 large geysers.
Our cherry bomb gave us a stunning explosion. Unfortunately, it also happened to rip all 3 of our toilets right out of the floor.
I have to admit, just approaching a toilet in this stance, on my knees, on the floor, my head above the bowl, does not remind me of some of the happiest times of my life. That pretty good?
Looks good to me.
So we have gone to the measure of bolting them right to the cast iron flanges of the plumbing that they are plumbed to, and that should hold them tight for this test.
You ever had a toilet seat cause you trouble? Need to replace it? Don't get around to it for a long time, like most people with their home repairs? I know I'm the same. Putting in a toilet seat is easy. Literally, put it on here, put these 2 things, tighten it. You're done! There was no reason to delay. Should have just taken care of it when it first happened. Procrastination. All right. Doink and doink. And now your toilet's ready for blowing up. I hope this has been a good lesson for you today.
After a quick reset up top,
You know, all evidence to the contrary, I think you and I would make a good pair of plumbers.
this time they place the cherry bomb at the lowest possible point of the plumbing. The guys are hoping the larger volume of water above the explosive will absorb more energy and give them the mythical gushing geysers.
This is it. After small-scale and large-scale experiments, this is the blast we hope will work. We have changed the position of the bomb. Hell, we've even bolted them to their own plumbing, which is totally unrealistic, but it's what we hope it will take to give us the geysers that we're looking for. And it's just about to happen. Are you ready, sir?
I am.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! No force can contain the cherry bomb!
What are you gonna do?
Yep, the power was simply too much. The pressure blast couldn't escape through the narrow plumbing fast enough. And something had to give.
This is clearly why we can't have nice things. I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with the power of that blast. This time, instead of putting the toilets on their standard mountings, we through-bolted them into the steel plumbing, and still, that cherry bomb this big had enough power to rip all 3 toilets off their moorings and send them tumbling to their demise. It's not exactly what we saw in the show, but I'm impressed.
What we're seeing is that if you have enough energy to push a lot of water up and out of those toilets using something like our cherry bomb, that same energy and the shock wave that accompanies it is also going to break the toilets off at their bases. They're simply not strong enough to stay in place. So, as far as I'm concerned, using an explosive, you're never going to see the kind of geyser that we saw in the cartoon.
In this house, we obey the laws of thermodynamics.
The cartoons don't reflect reality? Wow, this is big. This is, what is the word? Busted. It's busted. Yes. Yeah! Kicking toilets apart since 1930.
Them some steel-tipped shoes.
With the porcelain pummeled, Adam and Jamie head back to Homer's house, where our humble hero awaits his moment of glory.
Hello, friends. If you're like most people, you probably are sad that you haven't been able to afford your slice of the American dream, but now it turns out that you can. On the outskirts of Springfield, a new development has arisen, one that provides picture-perfect homes if viewed from the right angle. We've reduced homeownership to its barest essentials. One wall, one couch, one floor. Welcome to Shady Acres. Pay no attention to the wrecking ball.
Jamie and Adam are chasing a cartoon conundrum.
Oh, that's his home.
The Homer record. Can our hero's leap of faith dissipate the force of this impact?
Yeah! You know, it didn't move very fast, but it had quite a kick to it, didn't it?
I mean, that's Newton's second law right there.
Now, we're going to leave all this damage intact as it is.
Couldn't be better.
And go ahead and do the test with Homer on the wrecking ball with the identical house.
Now that is a proper cartoon wrecking ball.
And if it shows damage anything like this, we will know that Homer's efforts would have been for naught.
And ta-da! Allow me to introduce you to the completed, ready-to-be-tested with hero of this episode, Mr. Homer J. Simpson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause.
Our accurately sized and dressed Homer is attached to the ball exactly as per the clip.
That's it. First arm is on. Okay.
With a final, crucial component.
Since part of this is what happens with Homer's body mass on the ball, we need to give him some body mass other than just foam. We're doing that by adding water.
The average density of a human body is within a couple of percentage points of water.
Perfect.
So a water-filled Homer is an almost perfect energy absorption analog for a real person of that size and shape.
Oh, Homer is substantial. Our cartoon character is coming to life.
The question is, with a real-life mass of 239 pounds, can he save his house?
I think we're good to go up.
All right.
It's happening.
We're making sure that we're positioning the ball exactly the same way that we did the first time. We'll let it settle, so the physics should all be the same, except for Homer. Does it look like his ass is dead center?
He couldn't be more perfectly on the horizon of the lines of force between the ball and his house. Look at the potential energy.
As per the control, the velocity on impact may only be a pedestrian 6 miles an hour.
What are we doing?
But with 5,000 pounds of ball,
Who's paying for this? This is awesome.
there's a lot of energy to dissipate.
Say goodbye, Homer.
Can our hefty hero really absorb that impact?
All right, here we go. Homer versus the wrecking ball. The final experiment. 3, 2, 1. Here he goes.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a result that I never would have bet on.
He's clearly made a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, look at this house, and then look at that one.
Wow.
I'm just saying. Homer's ass is quite impressive, actually.
It's an astonishing result. The house didn't escape completely unscathed, but Homer did help.
He did crack the chimney. It almost fell, but the fact is that it didn't, and that's a result.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. Identical houses, identical swing on the wrecking ball, but not identical results. Look at that house versus that house. Homer, it would seem, had quite the impact, so to speak.
Well, astonishingly, it turns out Homer did in fact make a difference by placing himself between the wrecking ball and his house. He clearly made a heroic effort, and it had a heroic outcome.
Those cartoonists don't get enough credit for proper engineering.
I am too smart. I am too smart. S-M-R-T. I mean S-M-A-R-R-T.
All right, Al, I got some good news and some bad news. I'm gonna start with the bad news, which is the toilet bomb. Unfortunately, all we got was total toilet destruction. It's busted.
Well, you forget that the school is near a nuclear plant run by idiots.
It's funny because it's true.
And there could be a nuclear explosion at any moment, which means that the toilets are ultra super reinforced, not busted.
I see where you're headed with that.
And the good news?
The good news is Homer Wrecker. We are totally amazed by these results, but the fact is that Homer made a difference. By placing his body between the wrecking ball and his house, he was successfully able to keep it from being damaged.
So you're saying the show is 100% scientifically accurate?
Sure.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gotcha. Oh, machine gun, nice. Ah! I can't believe I can carry all this stuff. Gotcha! Woo! Ha ha! What?
Game over. Welcome to the Mythbusters video game special.
Nice one, Hyneman. Let's do it.
So we're doing a whole episode on video games.
Yes, we are.
Well, given that there are thousands of them out there, isn't that a pretty broad topic for us?
Well, you're absolutely right. The video game industry is not only massive, it is incredibly diverse. However, we've boiled it down to a couple of games that I think are pretty representative and also pretty cool.
Go on.
Well, later we'll be tackling Fruit Ninja to see if you can slice through real fruit as easily as you can slice through digital fruit. But first up is a myth from a little game called Doom.
That's one of those games where you're shooting monsters, right?
Yes, it is referred to as a first-person shooter, and Doom effectively invented the genre. You are moving through a world shooting stuff, and as you come across things that you need, you can pick it up. Ammo, medical packs, guns, supplies, whatever you need. The thing is that no matter how much you pick up in a first-person shooter, it doesn't ever seem to slow you down as you move through that world, and I'm thinking that's something we should test.
Well, if we're going to test it, we're going to have to make a real-world version of a Doom level, right?
Exactly. Doesn't that sound cool?
First-person shooters include some of the most popular titles in video game history. But is it really possible to pack so much heat and still function effectively? Or is this a myth that's doomed?
We want to create a Doom video game level in meat space, that is, the real world. And in Doom, you're always running around in, effectively, a military-industrial complex. So we've come to, get this, a military-industrial complex.
From the outside, the building's got potential. But on the inside, it's out of this world.
This is going to be perfect.
This place is amazing.
Nice.
The building that we found is absolutely perfect in every way for conducting this experiment.
You think we need a Geiger counter in here?
It's a military facility, which means there's reinforced concrete.
The doctor will be right with you.
Oh my gosh.
It's abandoned, which means the paint is peeling everywhere and there's signs and evidence of human habitation, but clearly long since departed. It's a perfect blank canvas for us to build this real-world Doom level.
When you play a first-person shooter game, you're supposed to pick up weapons, ammo, medkits, and carry it with you. Now, the myth is that having all that stuff on you does not in any way negatively affect your ability to succeed. But would it? Well, that's what we're testing.
And to make sure that testing is accurate,
It's like making a big bed.
it's vital that their real-world course matches the virtual world,
Ready?
both in terms of the spatial dimensions
This is going to be the sliding door where we start from.
and the number and placement of monsters and munitions.
Dude, I think this is perfect.
Oh, yeah.
And to ensure that, Adam's turn to the top.
Our real-world Doom level is shaping up quite nicely, but we wanted to get a better idea of how it measured up to the real thing, or the fake thing, the video game Doom. Right. So we're bringing in Tim Willits, a 20-year veteran at id Software. He's developed thousands and thousands of levels. He's going to take a look at ours and tell us how we're doing.
I think this space is really cool. I mean, it has all the elements of a Doom map. It's got scary textures, right angles. It's got this great cheesy lighting. You know, I could show you this space in a Doom level.
Totally. Virtual for the... That's awesome, yes.
Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, Tim, this is the map. This is what we're watching ourselves walk around in. Yeah.
Yes, this is our Doom editor. This is the top-down view, which is much like a CAD program.
Okay.
This is our render view, which is a preview. And then here is where we pick our textures or our wallpaper. And I can have a 3D space that is rendered in real time.
This is our space?
Yes, we're here. This is that elevator.
Oh, this is the elevator we're standing right in front of.
Yes.
Dude, that's like windows on either side and everything. This is so cool.
See, this is the hallway that we walked through. Here's the red lights.
Dude.
This is where you and I had the conversation.
Yes. Wow.
Thanks to his expertise in the virtual world,
I can also show you the demons that you may want to use. This guy's on fire.
Tim helps certify their course as correct. It's got the right look, the right size, and crucially, the right amount of monsters, medikits, and munitions.
This is the arsenal we will have at our disposal. Everything from handguns, shotguns, to machine guns. All of them shooting darts and paintballs. All of them weighted correctly to their real-world counterparts. Now, the first time we run this level, every time we pick up a weapon, we're gonna be putting one down. But the second time, we gotta hold on to all of it. That means by the time we finish the second level, we'll have everything on these tables strapped to our bodies. In theory, if we make it. I seriously don't know.
So to find out if you can really carry your own arsenal and still function, we're going to start out here at these Doom-accurate double doors. Once you're inside, you find your first weapon, and that's a handgun. You pick it up, and you start hunting the bad guys. Next, you find weapon 2, and that's a machine gun. And that's pretty much how it works. Go room to room, picking up Doom-type weapons and taking down the enemy. Over the entire course, there are 15 things to collect and 10 bad guys to eliminate, just like there'd be in the virtual game. But can you actually carry it all? This is going to be fun.
Now all that needs to happen...
Dude, that looks so awesome. I would put this on my house if I could.
...are the finishing touches to the arena. And it's game on.
Before we cash and carry, what else is going on?
Fruit Ninja! Wah, wah, wah.
Even I've heard of that one. What about it?
Well, this one falls into the category of, is it possible in real life?
Go on.
Well, is it possible to slice fruit as easily as the game would suggest? Tons of people tried out online with some mixed results.
You all right? I'm good, dude. You are straight bleeding.
I think we should give it a go.
Fruit salad, here we come.
Shing, shing.
Let's play.
This is Fruit Ninja, one of my all-time favorite games. Yes! And the goal of the game is simple. Using a samurai sword, you slash fruit that is arcing into view in front of you. 5 fruit combo. Oh, you can play it on your phone or your tablet or a motion sensing console like this. Oh, missed the coconut. Oh. But I add a wrinkle to make it more entertaining. I use a real wooden practice sword called a boken. This is from my personal collection. Oh, man, if I ever meet some fruit in an alley, its ass is mine. But is slicing fruit with a lethally sharp sword as easy in real life as it is in this game?
But how to test just that? Well, Adam begins by establishing a virtual world benchmark over 3 60-second time trials.
I hope someone sees this and puts me in a samurai movie.
And Jamie, standing well clear, gets his geek on.
While Adam is slashing the air around him like a crazed maniac. I'm more interested in the motion detection technology because it's pretty cool. Inside the console, there's a combination of cameras, infrared projectors, and depth sensors that work together to turn your physical movements into digital consequences. They basically map your moving body and the space around you at a rate of 30 times per second. The integrated software then turns that constantly evolving information into a virtual avatar, which in this case has deadly consequences for fruit.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Adam is a veritable whirling dervish of digital destruction. And when done, with the combination bonus points subtracted, his average number of fruit hits is almost exactly 100 per minute. But when Adam faces off against the real thing, will that score cut it?
This is so awesome. Right outside these doors, Jamie and I have constructed a real-world simulacrum of a level of the video game Doom. With weapons, ammo, health, and monsters. Jamie and I will have to move through that labyrinth, killing all the monsters, getting to the end, and timing ourselves. For time is going to be one of the critical metrics by which we compare reality to video game reality.
They're testing the myth that your avatar can carry an array of artillery.
All right, monsters, you guys feeling ready?
And continue to take out opponents with the same lethal efficiency and speed.
When I say go, I want you to retreat to your position, and then when you see Jamie, try and kill him.
You might notice that some of our zombies are armed with wrenches, not guns. These are special wrenches, which I actually built back in the shop. They're basically a polyurethane foam poured into a silicone mold with a piece of aluminum to keep it stiff. How many people think of mold making as such an active sport? Coming out to play, little wrench. Painted in doomed colors, what you end up with is something that looks like a wrench. Oh, I love pulling masking off. It's like Christmas, but it's totally safe when you hit someone in the head with it. Whenever you see someone swinging a wrench in a movie, it's probably one of these so that when they hit someone in the face, they don't actually hurt them. Isn't that cool? Will any of our monsters get to use their wrenches on Jamie? That's the next question.
Well, it's time to find out, because right now, it's Jamie's control.
For this first test, every time I see a new weapon, I put the one I'm carrying down, pick up that weapon, and proceed. Now, I have no idea where my enemies are. That says it's going to be tricky.
Ow.
Jamie, are you ready?
I'm good to go.
Okay.
Commence the test in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so with Jamie in our Doom area, it's worth me clarifying a couple of things for science. First, the weapons we are using are props which fire darts and not bullets. But crucially, we've strapped lead weights to them so their mass exactly matches that of the real thing. Second, this is our control test. Every time Jamie picks up a new weapon, he'll put down the one that he had already been using.
It's 2 down. I think I'm home free.
We'll do the keep and carry everything test once our controls are done. Finally, the data. When we come to call this myth, our crucial metric is going to be time. How long does it take us to complete the Doom course when we're carrying every weapon versus carrying one weapon at a time?
And talking of time, what quickly becomes apparent is that this is not just a sprint.
Nice. That was a bona fide kill right in front of us.
With the monsters hidden randomly, Jamie can't simply run from station to station. To stay alive, he has to take a more considered and tactical approach. Meaning the extra gear in Test 2 may not slow him down as much as expected.
Hey!
How was that?
That was fun. I'm shooting guys around corners. I'm like Rambo.
How long do you think it took? Don't look.
Oh, I have no idea. What, 5 minutes?
Actually, you're pretty close. Just under 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's great. It's actually pretty exhilarating. I'd pay good money to go do that. Now, just like in a video game, you know you're not actually gonna die. But in this case, the facility here is actually really spooky, for one thing. And then not knowing where or when one of these guys is gonna jump out at you, it kind of gets your blood going. It's pretty cool.
Now it is my turn to go through this level, but of course, I'm just not gonna do it in street clothes. I'm gonna do it in costume. Let's kill some monsters. Oh, it was actually loaded.
Like the Hyneman,
Monsters, are you ready?
Adam starts with his one weapon at a time control.
3, 2, 1. Adam, you're off.
You know, you spend a lot of time talking through stories like this, setting them up and making sure the science is spot on.
And then you're in the middle of it, and you're like, there are dudes walking towards me. And I've got to shoot them. What could be more fun than that?
You can hear the chainsaw spraying flesh and blood all over the walls. It's horrible.
Yes! Woo! That was fun!
You're alive.
Dude!
5 minutes, 38 seconds.
Whew, that was not only freaking insane, but we actually, I think, got some interesting results. First of all, Jamie and I completed the course in just shy of 6 minutes, which is frankly longer than I thought it would take. I was shocked, however, that there is so much tactical gameplay involved that we both took it slow and steady. Now, of course, later when we're doing the pick up and hold on to everything test, it's going to be harder, but I'm not convinced it's going to take longer. Again, because of the tactical play. I'm kind of feeling like it's looking sort of good for the myth at this point.
Dealing out digital destruction in 2D is as easy as 1, 2, 3. But add a dimension and fruit of various sizes subject to real-world physics. Is it as simple? To find out, the Mythbusters abandon M5 for an abandoned warehouse.
This is a sparring program. Actually, this is just an open space in which we've constructed our version of the Fruit Ninja video game. Note the plastic on the floor, which we will use to contain our fruit carnage, and the small tower on top of which will be our Fruit Ninja, so that we can safely throw up fruit from underneath without being decapitated.
Now, one of the key aspects of the virtual game, Fruit Ninja, is that the fruit is reaching the top of its arc right in front of you. So we want real fruit to reach the top of its arc, so we need people who are really good at throwing. You know who's really good at throwing? Jugglers.
Our jugglers today come courtesy of San Francisco's own Circus Center. They are all experts at the art of non-lethal objects flying through the air. Their names in order are Erica, Nicholas, and Audrey.
In the virtual game, the fruit is pitched to perfection. As it rises, gravity pulls it down and decreases its vertical velocity to 0 at the apex. And to match the game, that has to happen at exactly the right height in front of Adam.
So, high, catch.
Hey! Let's throw some fruit.
All right.
This is how this is going to work. We've got our basket full of fruit. We've got our jugglers to throw the fruit up in the air. All we need is our ninja up there to slice it.
I'm totally ready. Let's do this. This is gonna be great.
When it comes to wielding weapons of sword-like proportions, he's no novice.
Ow. I've got a headache.
So do I.
But Adam has some concerns when it comes to his katana's capabilities.
I'm not that worried about the blade of my sword making it through most of the fruit. I am, however, worried about this guy. I'm not even sure the blade can make it through a coconut, but it's such a central part of Fruit Ninja. I kind of want to try ahead of time just to see. That's awesome. Oh, I have coconut.
With all ingredients confirmed as cuttable, it's go time. Can Adam beat his 100 cut benchmark?
For this test, our ninja, aka Adam Savage, will have 1 minute to cut all the fruit he can.
But for the most part, I'm gonna be doing that. Oh, this feels great. You ready, sir?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
Not quite, but what the hell? All right, you count us down, Jamie.
Okay. Fruit Ninja in 3, 2, 1, go.
Right from the get-go, it's clear that compared to the game, Adam, a trained swordsman, is having more difficulty making contact.
Oh my gosh, I'm missing everything.
The fruit seems to be moving much faster than the virtual equivalent.
Yes! Oh!
But once he gets his range, he starts to make an impact on the scoreboard.
Yes! Pineapple! Tomato! Oh, yeah!
30 seconds.
30 seconds already? This is too much fun. Too close to me. Oh. Quick. Oh, a whole thing of bananas.
3, 2, 1.
Oh. Woo! That was perhaps more fun than should be allowed. I think my scoring was pretty poor on that.
You got a few pieces of fruit.
I cut a piece of a few pieces. Yes!
It is such a crazy experience standing on top of this elaborate platform with the 3 jugglers.
Oh, yeah.
Hurling fruit into my sphere of influence, only to try and catch it with the edge of my sword. And the satisfaction when my blade actually does catch the fruit, cleaves it in two. It's so much more satisfying than actually playing the game
Pineapple
on a screen. I mean, it doesn't even compare.
With the test complete, the chopped fruit is collected and counted.
Oh, look at that. Perfectly in half.
To reveal a disappointing score of 30.
I am literally eating the fruit of my labor.
So our ninja, AKA Adam, sliced 30 of the 100 or so pieces of fruit, which is way lower than he got on the virtual game. But in his defense, the jugglers were off on 2 fronts.
More fruit, more fruit.
First, they didn't throw fruit at a fast enough rate, meaning getting a really good score was impossible. And second, they threw some fruit so close to him that it was too difficult to cut.
Too close to me. Oh.
So they're resetting a little further back to make it easier for him to hit the perfect apex, right in Adam's zone. But will it be enough to triple his score? I have my doubts.
Grapefruit. All right, I've had a little bit of a breather. We're about to go again. The jugglers have mastered their arcs, and we're gonna try this test for real. I think I'm gonna do much better this time than the first one.
Fruit Ninja in 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, yes! Pineapple. Yes!
From the first fruit to be beheaded, it's obvious Adam's improving.
Yes! Bananas are mine!
With the jugglers now right on target.
Coconut. Ah, yeah.
Every piece hits the apex at a cuttable height.
30 seconds.
30 seconds!
And Adam appears to be taking out his targets with video game-like ease.
There's
15 seconds.
But as the clock counts down and concentration and stamina flags, his hit rate slows. Meaning the result is up in the air.
Whew. That is cool. So I'm noticing 3 things that are quite different between virtual Fruit Ninja and real-life Fruit Ninja, our version. First and foremost is that it's harder than I thought to hit fruit flying through the air. Second is that the fruit is much smaller in real life. The best I can tell you is that an apple in the game is about the size of a watermelon in real life, so it's much easier to hit.
In addition, the size of the fruit is tied to the game's apparent gravity. If they were scaled correctly, they'd be moving considerably faster.
Third
is the slicing itself. In the game, you just move your hand in the direction that you want to slice, and it slices the fruit. In real life, the actual edge of the blade has to be pointed in the direction that I'm slashing. And that requires a level of coordination that means I have to stay super, super concentrated. I'm missing them all. It's fun, but it's also difficult.
And that difficulty is reflected in the score, because even with perfectly pitched fruit, Adam only chopped a few pieces more than half his virtual score. But that's given Jamie an idea. With an annual turnover of $100 billion.
Game over.
What?
Video games are massively popular, and first-person shooters pride themselves on their intense realism. But exactly how real are they? It's time to find out.
With the control under our belt, it's now time for Jamie and I to run our Doom level again. This time, though, instead of putting down weapons when we find a new one, we are keeping everything.
Got ammo.
The question is, will it take us radically longer? Will we die? Frankly, we don't know.
What we do know is that there's a lot to lug. Along with 2 ammo boxes and 3 medical kits, there's 9 Doom-approved weapons, which, when combined, have a total payload of 80 pounds. Will that be more than a match for the Mythbusters? Well, first up, it's Jamie, whose control run took 5:53.
Oh, that's awful.
Jamie, are you ready?
I'm set.
Starting the test. In 3,
2, 1,
go.
Like last time, Jamie immediately encounters a backpack, equipment sling, and handgun.
Where are you?
But unlike last time, when he finds gun 2, he doesn't drop gun 1.
Don't mess with me.
I wonder if he's going to carry the ammo in his backpack. Knowing Jamie, he might connect up all the slings on the weapons and just drag them behind him.
So you might be thinking that carrying 80 pounds of gear would definitely slow you down. But I want to point out there's 2 wrinkles to this story. First, we've set up a test that requires tactical gameplay, which means there's not much rushing in the first place.
Next.
And second, there's adrenaline. Adrenaline, the so-called flight or fight hormone, is released in times of stress, and it basically preps your muscles so they can work harder and faster for longer. And believe me, Jamie is feeling some stress right now, and his adrenaline is pumping.
Adam's theory may be sound.
Crap.
Because halfway through, Jamie's kept up with his control.
That is seriously the most twisted Santa Claus image I have ever seen.
But that doesn't last long. Because soon, the combination of weight and bulk starts to take its toll.
This is getting to be absurd.
He gets in such a tangle that the final ammo box gets kicked to completion to reveal a duration that's double.
Well, Christmas has come early. How was that?
That was awful.
Really?
That just took all the fun out of it.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, after the first couple of guns, stuff starts falling off. It's like, okay, I could take my time and spend a half an hour neatly packing and hooking everything on, but That's not the way this is supposed to work.
Well done. Have a rest, and then I'll gear up. I got good news, and I got bad news. The good news is Jamie made it through the level alive and gathered all the weapons. The bad news, it took him more than twice as long as his first run to make it through. That's pretty definitive that the video reality is not equivalent to reality. But now it's time for me to go through the Doom level, picking up everything. And I know Jamie said that it removed the entire fun quotient, but frankly, I think I might be better at distributing the load than he was. He was just carrying everything like a bag of groceries. Can't wait. Here we go. Ow!
Adam, are you set?
I'm ready, sir.
3,
2, 1, go.
Adam has a plan to bring this myth back from the brink. Jamie ignored the backpack and packed his weapons poorly.
Dead.
Adam, however, is going to lock and load efficiently.
He's dead.
Using the utility backpack and equipment slings properly.
One shot.
But there's no getting around the actual mass and bulk of the gear.
It's starting to take its toll.
And in the heat of the action,
They'll never hear me kill me.
his neatly packed plan begins to come undone.
Oh, crap, another ammo case. This killed me.
As he slows to a painful-to-watch crawl.
You made it.
Yeah! That was a freaking nightmare.
Isn't that awful?
Oh, I was doing okay until about halfway through. And then... I just couldn't strap anything else to my body. I'm just gonna take a nap right here.
So, I made it through the level alive, defeating 10 zombies and carrying all my weapons out the final door. I made it also faster than Jamie did. 10 minutes and 17 seconds. Yeah, in your face, Hyneman. Age before beauty. Wait a minute. Never mind.
In the video version of the game, all this extra equipment is supposed to help you progress through the game and succeed. The reality, however, is quite the opposite, because the more of it you got, the more encumbered you were, the less agile and the easier a mark for the bad guys.
Yep, the video game makes it look so easy. But a side-by-side comparison shows that, in reality, it's anything but. But all is not lost.
Now, based on Jamie's and my performance, it would seem that the myth is busted. But while we are in reasonable shape, we're nowhere near close to that dude that you are controlling when you play Doom. That's where this guy comes in. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Brendan Shaw. He is a UFC heavyweight contender, and at 6'4", 245 pounds, and an expert in many martial arts. He is in every way equivalent to the dude you are controlling when you play Doom. We're gonna run him through this level, and then we'll make that call.
As Adam has comically concluded,
Oh my gosh, I'm missing everything.
mastering the 3 dimensions of real-world flying fruit is not nearly as simple as the game would have us believe. The fruit in the game is larger and floats in the air for longer, meaning the numbers just don't add up. But Jamie's not done yet.
Samurais and ninjas and swords and things like that, they're fine. but they're a little passé.
Jamie's gearing up for something you should not try at home. He's following the Mythbusters mantra that if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Welcome to Fruit Chainsaw.
Nowadays, we use chainsaws.
Oh, yeah!
Tackling fruit with a sword is one thing, but with a chainsaw, it's something else. I mean, all you have to do is touch it, and thanks to that chain going a bazillion miles an hour, you've got instant fruit salad.
Yeah!
So if you find yourself having to hack away at flying fruit, it's hard to beat.
Yeah! Beautiful! Jamie's chainsaw was unbelievably effective. I was really kind of worried that the fruit would skip off the edge of the blade, but oh man, it was actually so much more awesome looking on camera than the sword. I'm thrilled. I want to keep going. Can we do some more? Scott, our cameraman, is collateral damage from sliced up banana from Jamie's chainsaw. The sword's just much cleaner and easier on the crew.
I've got to say, this is some of the sweetest smelling carnage we have ever produced on this show.
How do you want to call it?
I'm going to say it's much harder to play Fruit Ninja in real life than it is in the game, but it's also much more fun. What do you think?
I'll let you know. I'm waiting for the chainsaw version.
They're totally going to do that now. Let's get out of here.
It may be game over for the false physics of Fruit Ninja, but coming up, the denizens of the Doom Dungeon.
Brendan, are you ready?
Let's do this.
Face a more accurate avatar.
Oh, right in the face.
Cue our real-life video game superhero.
Right in the moneymaker.
We're going to pause for a second in our slicing and dicing, because if you don't mind, there's something I'd like to cover.
Sure.
When do you think the first computer games were played?
They had digital computing around the time of the Second World War.
Yeah, didn't you work with the British codebreakers on that?
And shortly after that, they had to be starting to play games with them.
In fact, you're totally correct. The first computer games came about in the 1950s, just after the advent of the first computers on machines that could handle about 200 computations per second. Video games as we know it really blew up in the 70s after games like Pong, and kids today play at a completely different level on machines that manage a mind-boggling 2 trillion with a T operations per second.
So basically, you're talking about 20 million times what the Apollo mission had to get to the moon.
The Eagle has landed.
Exactly.
Just to make life hell for some digital fruit.
Yes, isn't that awesome? Technology, man. Back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Crap. Adam and Jamie have just failed to fire in their first-person shooter. But an accurate avatar, they're not. That's where this guy comes in.
This is the moment of truth. Jamie and I have run this Doom level once each, carrying all the weapons with an average time of just over 11 minutes. Now it's time for Brendan to do the same.
Brendan, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm ready. Let's do this.
3, 2,
1, go.
Like Adam and Jamie, Brendan starts with the one weapon at a time test.
Let's do this.
Which he tears up.
Yeah! Boom! Right in the face. Got him. Boom! Right in the moneymaker.
Brendan completes the control in a mere 4 minutes.
Good job.
Thanks, sir.
But how will this ultimate fighter fare when he has to collect and carry?
Brendan, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Let's do this.
Start the level.
In 3, 2, 1.
Go.
Right from the double doors.
I'll bet he's gonna kick our butt at this.
We'll see.
Useless backpack, check.
Brendan tackles the course with the same energy as before.
Right in the face, sniper.
That's very fast first encounter.
2 guns and 18 pounds has no effect.
Got him.
33 pounds, the same. Even the dreaded chainsaw impedes him not at all. And while he's groaning like there's no tomorrow,
I'm not sure whether that's the bad guys or Brendan.
It's almost as much fun to listen to as being part of the actual level.
he's so fast that before the guys know it,
Yes, sir.
Dude,
Yeah.
that was magnificent.
Man. I didn't, you know what? I forgot to use the backpack. I just carried all this stuff. It's choking me a tad. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's snug.
Oh my gosh, you beat us carrying everything when we didn't have to carry stuff.
It's amazing what a little bit of adrenaline will do you when you got zombies chasing you.
it's a stunning result. Because even loaded down with 9 weapons, 3 medikits, and 2 ammo boxes, Brendan's time was not slowed in the slightest.
This is awesome. Once again, the numbers tell a very different story than I suspected we were going to tell. When Brendan went through, carrying everything.
Yes, sir.
He came in at just over 4 freaking minutes. And given that he fits the exact profile of the dude you are playing when you play Doom, I have to conclude that carrying all the weaponry is actually plausible. I never thought that I would actually say those words at the end of this episode.
But that's not all we've learned today.
You know what? These zombies, demons really, right in the moneymaker. They don't like to get hit in the penis. For whatever reason, I'm just really good at hitting them there. Right in the money shot. In the groin. I don't think the extras are too happy about it, the volunteers, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
How do you want to call it?
You know, it's funny because we got most of the way through this set of tests with me being convinced this was going to be busted all the way down the line, and then after Brendan's run, gotta say, I think it's plausible.
I think you're right. Let's get back to the real world.
Okay.
It's game over, but Adam's not done yet. For gamers, the lines between the real and virtual worlds can often be blurred. Adam's taking that concept to a whole new level.
Guy jumped down, I shot him before he even landed. Oh, machine gun, I'll take that.
He's playing a virtual Doom level designed by our Doom designer that he has only just conquered in real life. Can you spot the difference?
Yes!
easy.
Where to, Jamie?
To the hotel and step on it.
Okay. Jamie says step on it. I say time to break out the drifting moves. Because apparently drifting is not just slicker, it's quicker.
Here we are. That was quick, but sloppy. You could use some lessons.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm coming.
You know what drifting is, right, Jamie?
Yeah, it's a style of racing where they spin the rear wheels and are able to slide around corners going sideways.
Exactly.
You know, it's funny, that's the one thing that I can think of that we haven't actually been trained to do with cars.
Well, that ends right now because this entire episode is devoted to drifting. Later, we're gonna power slide into a parking space. But first, we have a myth on the docket that drifting is actually faster than regular race driving.
Time to break out our racing gear.
Exactly.
The perfect drift requires a precisely timed sequence of moves. The engine's revved, the handbrake momentarily engaged, and the power applied. Then by steering into the slide and keeping the throttle floored, the kinetic friction of the spinning tires supplies the centripetal turning force. But is it actually quicker, or does it just look slicker? To find out, it's driver training with a difference.
Our drifting instructor today is professional driver Conrad Grunwald. He's been racing for 15 years, the last 10 of them in the Formula Drift Series. And he's going to show Jamie and I a little bit about what's what when it comes to drifting.
Shotgun.
Okay.
Before the guys take the wheel, the lesson begins with a demonstration to get a feel for what the drift is all about. Cue the joyride of a lifetime.
One of the biggest joys of doing this job is getting trained by experts to do all sorts of weird things. And drifting, well, drifting has to be right at the top of that list. Conrad's one of the best, and I've drawn the first straw, so it looks like I'm in the hot seat. Conrad, I can tell already this is going to be pretty high on the brown pants index, watching you come up here.
I think you'll be fine. He's right about the brown pants, though. All right, Jamie, you ready? All right. Okay, let's slide. Uh-oh. Here we go. Oh, my God. Whoa! Holy. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's a little taste of a drift car. What do you think?
That's insane. But I do think I need some earplugs or something.
What?
With Jamie suitably impressed and 4 tires already totaled, it's Adam's turn to calibrate the brown pants index.
All right, Adam, do the best you can to pay attention to how I move the steering wheel and what I'm doing with the gas pedal. All the movements are going to be quick but subtle, all right?
All right. the thing. I have to admit, I didn't pay attention to anything you said to pay attention to. I was just sort of along for the ride.
That was crazy. All of my driving training is about not allowing to happen what this is all about. Keeping your car from losing its tension with the road. This is about maintaining that. I absolutely can't wait to get behind the wheel.
With the demo done and dusted, first up for actual hands-on instruction is the Hyneman.
About 20% of what we're going to do is with timing, and that's with the steering wheel inputs and what we're doing with our foot on the throttle and or the brake. Oh, too much. The other 80% of what we're doing is really your eyesight. Steady. Way too much throttle, way too much. All right. Keep your eyes focused where you want the car to end up, not necessarily where you're going.
Even with intensive tuition,
clutch, handbrake, and turn the wheel.
It's an incredibly tricky technique to master.
Ah, darn.
Jamie's attempting to simultaneously lose traction but maintain momentum.
I lost it. Let's give it another try.
Through a full 90-degree turn.
Brake, 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 brake.
Spinning out and losing control is not ideal.
A little more practice.
This is intense.
I think I'm starting to get the hang of it.
Really? Because it doesn't look like it from over here. It looks like one of the most difficult things we've ever had to learn how to do.
It's right up there. It's it kind of gets you going. It's a lot of fun.
All right, keep going.
But our drifting debutante eventually dials it in. And here's how.
Okay, hard on the gas, that's it.
But what is the technique?
Stick with it. Nice, good.
Basically, as you approach a turn, you drop the clutch and floor the throttle so you rev up the engine.
Yeah. Nice work, Jamie.
That was a really nice turn.
Then when you release the clutch, there's a huge surge in power, which makes the wheel spin so fast you lose traction and the back end swings out.
Hard on the gas, go.
That, believe it or not, is the easy part. The hard part is holding the drift rather than wiping out.
Nice job, man. Nice job. That's what I'm talking about.
And that needs a delicate combination of throttle, steering, and a bit of a handbrake. And what can I say? It takes practice. Back to Earth. I was in outer space.
So obviously we've been working on this story for a while. We've had a lot of time to think about drifting from an intellectual standpoint, from the physics of it. But in a few minutes, I'm about to get behind the wheel and try to understand the physicality of it. And that switch off from the intellectual to the physical, it's one of my favorite things in the whole world. It's one of the best single parts of this job. I'm very excited right now.
With Jamie looking like a pro, it's finally time for Adam to take a turn behind the wheel. Or is it?
Well, things have changed. It has started to rain, and the rain is going to cause us a real problem.
The thing is that if Conrad's car is able to do what you just saw it do on dry pavement, on wet pavement, where we've lost about 50% of our traction, that 900 horsepower behaves more like 2,000 horsepower, and it's going to be hard to control it.
But that doesn't mean we're totally done drifting. No, no, no. The plan all along was for Conrad to give Jamie and I lessons in drifting in his car, and then to help us transfer that knowledge to a car we can do more mythbustery things. We've always planned to bring our own car in, and now it's just time to bring it up a little bit earlier. All right. Oh, that was inauspicious. Hey, man. You want to show me some ropes about how to do some drifting in this thing?
Yeah, let's do it. Just go ahead and give it some gas and look where you want it to go. Wow.
It may be a world away from Conrad's supercar, but to drift, this more mythbustery motor requires the same technique, which is just as difficult.
Part of what Conrad is teaching is you start going in a circle, gun the engine a little bit to break it free, and then kind of feather it, keeping it exactly that same RPM. Too much.
You did everything right, just the timing was off.
and then if you don't control it just right, you go too far and you end up going backwards and stopping just like that.
Whoa!
It's a tricky task to master.
A little too much. A little too much.
Adam takes a while to get a grip on letting it slide.
That's it. That's it. Dude, really good. Off the handbrake. Good. Aha! Very good, Grasshopper. Nicely done.
I have to tell you, this is one of the most fun things I have ever learned on this show.
Power. Go.
Yeah! That was the best one yet! Maybe it's because it's so hard to get right.
That feels good. Wow, the whole world changed shape there for a second.
Doesn't it?
Maybe it's that when you get that 180 right because you've shifted into gear and you're starting to give the gas and the wheels start to spin out and you're looking at this spot to your left and you're spinning around it like you're attached to it by a chain.
Oh, what a show off. That was pretty good.
It's a rush. Have I made that clear?
Good speed, clutch, handbrake, turn the wheel.
It's been a long, hard training day. Tough on the tires and tough on the trainees.
Back off, back off, back off, back off, slow down.
But after 12 hours of intense instruction...
Oh, nicely done. Where did that come from? Holy dude, that was great.
Our dynamic duo are ready to delve into the myth.
We're going to get to the meat of this story, and that is whether drifting is better than driving. We're going to have to deconstruct the drift, set up some courses, and see if that is, in fact, looking like the case. Welcome to the dry part of our episode. Now, Jamie and I have gotten educated in the rudiments of drifting.
Yeah, nice work, Jamie.
But now it's time to bump that up a level and do some actual testing. So we have abandoned the runways of Alameda, California, and come to California's Central Valley to this beautiful dry runway. That's it. This is a former NASA testing station. But for right now, let's just call this Adam and Jamie's Mythbusters drift testing facility. How does that sound?
Over the years, we've ended up using runways quite a bit, and I gotta say I really like it when we do, because it's nice to get out of the city once in a while into the wide open spaces. Mostly, we use the one in Alameda because it's close and it's got a great view of the city across the bay. We've done more stories there than I can count. But other times we use Tracy. We've done things like dodging bullets there. We've gone up to Merced, where we've flown a plane off a conveyor belt. This one here is at Crow's Landing, and it's new for us. I think it's going to work out really well for us. It's got a really nice surface. Check it out. The view's great.
Time to try some more tires.
In pursuit of the myth that drifting is the fastest technique for taking a corner, the guys set up for a time trial.
Let me run you through our course. We're going to be trying to gather consistent timings with 3 metrics, the first and foremost being entry speed. We're always going to be crossing the starting line of our turn at 45 miles per hour.
When the car crosses the start line, I click.
We'll be doing 2 kinds of turns, one drifting and the other non-drifting.
And when he crosses the finish line, I click again.
And it's just that easy. Here we go, turn test in 3, 2, 1.
Yep, first up with a consistent entry speed.
There comes 45, 45.
How fast can Adam get through 90 degrees without drifting?
Well, that could have been better.
You're gonna have to back up.
Oh, look, it sprung right back.
There's your problem.
Well, that was not my best turn, but I gotta dial into this. This is the first time I've driven this thing. It's gonna take me a few tries just to get the comfort and feel.
45. Oh, boom.
Well, there goes our car. I'm actually a little surprised. I thought Adam would ease into it until he got the right feel for that corner, but it seems like he's not.
Here I come.
It's an inauspicious start.
Pulling to the outside.
But from there on in,
Yeah!
Adam dials it in and nails the corner.
What was that?
4 seconds.
In a consistent time.
4 seconds. 4 seconds every time. So now it's time for Adam to try and do the course while drifting. This might get interesting.
Here we go. Let's drift again.
Remember, for the myth to be confirmed,
40, 45, 45.
Adam must rip through the right angle in less time.
Initiating the drift. Yeah! That was cool!
But a PDQ power slide, it ain't.
That felt genuinely cool. How was my time?
7 seconds.
From the start to the end?
Yeah.
All right.
Do it again.
Yep. There is a lot going on in order to drift through this 90-degree turn. I've got to choose a specific spot, and at that spot, pull on the e-brake just a little bit while pushing on the clutch, and then steering against the turn so that I slide into it, and then give enough gas so I can come back out of it. I need a couple more to get scientific about this. That's it. 43, 44, 45. I'm at 45 miles an hour. This is perfect. I'm going to do it now. Yeah! Damn, that feels good. What did I get?
4 seconds.
Excellent. Well, I've done my runs. Yeah! Woo! And while I had some mishaps here and there, I did get 2 really nice fast times, one in drifting, one without, and they were identical. So while I know it's too early to call, the fact already seems that even though it looks cooler, it might not be looking good for drifting as a myth.
So far, not so good. But the Hyneman's up next. Can he beat his control time?
4 seconds. Nicely done.
When he tackles the turn with a perfectly timed drift.
Go. He starts to turn there at the stanchion, and boom! Well, that didn't go as planned. All right, so the goal is not to hit those things.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, cool.
Well, I have to say, it's kind of strange to throw the car into a state of slide right when you're facing something that you're about to impact. It is something that you sort of naturally don't want to do.
Yeah, that's bad right there. That's bad. We have a special technique for that. It's called tape. Yeah.
It's all happening so fast, it's hard to say, like, okay, turn exactly now. Frankly, I think I would take a lot of practice before I could get through this at a maximum speed.
That's bad. The right-hand suspension arm is totally bent, like an inverted V, where the other one's totally straight.
Well, maybe that's why I can't make it through those curves.
No. Wait a minute. I think you're confusing causality and result.
Didn't you hit the thing right there?
Oh, no, that couldn't have been me. Couldn't have, it has to be you.
That's the cue for more less than subtle running repairs.
Never happened.
And a new angle of attack.
With the 90-degree left-hand turn under our belt, it's now time to add a real wrinkle to this, and that is a 180-degree turn inside of two-lane road.
A complete reversal of the direction of momentum is the ultimate turning test. But there's a tweak to the planned protocol.
Before we destroy that little car, we figure I'll just take over the straight driving, Adam will do the drifting, and we'll do our comparisons that way.
So, first up.
Well, here we go. The 180, straight up.
Let's log some data.
Jamie lays down a series of controls.
Into the turn, give a little goose out. Yes, that's it, and boom.
Clocking a consistent benchmark.
Eight seconds, like clockwork. Literally, like clockwork. Well, Jamie's done his straight runs on the 180-degree turn. I'm about to try and drift the same thing. All right, here I come, drifting 180. I'm looking for one really good one. That's what I want. Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Woo-hoo-hoo! Damn, that feels good. That felt beautiful.
It looked good.
How was it for time?
9 seconds.
9 seconds! I don't think I'm gonna do much better than that. Dude.
I think it was perfect.
I felt like an action movie hero, man. That was awesome.
It looked cool and felt great. But cold, hard data doesn't lie. It appears that drifting is not faster.
Which I'm frankly totally astonished by, because if you look at Jamie's 180 in regular driving and my drifting 180, I swear that mine looks like the faster run, but it's not. It was slower by a half second in my best of all runs. Yeah! It's not looking very good for this story.
So we've run ourselves through a couple of very sharp turns, which would be about as sharp as you would ever run across in an urban environment, which is exactly where we're going next. At this point, we've established a foundation of knowledge about what exactly drifting is. Holy and how it works. But the one thing that we haven't done is take the car through a regular driving course. And so that's what we're going to do next.
All right, let's go. Now we want to put all of our experience into a full and complete test. This is our starting line. A sort of an urban driving environment full of twists and turns. Both hard and soft, easy and difficult. I love this game. And put drifting to the test against regular driving. Yeehaw! We're filming out on this runway and we keep getting flybys from this guy here. It's kind of loud. Hello! I'm not even sure what that is. Is it like a MiG or something? Looks like it's fun to fly. This is our course that we feel provides a really good balance of twists and turns and both standard and exciting driving maneuvers to make this test fun, but also experimentally valid. Now there's nothing to do but to drive. Jamie's up first. I don't know how to make that work.
But before that, here's 2 insights into the workings of Adam's brain. Exhibit A.
As you can imagine, I'm a little hard on my equipment. Earlier today, I actually dropped my walkie into a water-filled traffic barrier and had to get it out. And through the magic of a thing we call a flashback, you can see exactly how it went. A call on the radio. I seriously did drop a walkie into one of these traffic barriers.
Ah, all right. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Ah, there it goes.
Ha! Got it. Ha! Ow! Luckily, when it's your show, no one yells at you. They'll yell at someone else.
And Exhibit B.
This is a very cool location. As we said, it is a former air testing facility for NASA, and behind me is the boarded up, really spooky control tower. I got about 3/4 of the way in before I was too afraid of getting bitten by some cornered rodent, and I left. But what really fascinates me is the question of what the heck happened to the ladder. Look at that. There's only two possibilities. A Japanese monster. B, a plane hit the freaking control tower. In either case, what happened to that ladder is the worst thing that ever happened to that control tower. I guarantee that.
Now back to your usual transmission.
Now it's time for me to run the course with straight driving as fast as I can. We'll take my best time and compare it to Adam's best time while he's drifting.
In 3, 2, 1, go! Sounds exactly like that when Jamie leaves for work every morning.
To clock his fastest time, Jamie will take as many laps as he needs.
Go!
Using more traditional racing techniques in direct contrast with drifting.
Come on! Yeah! That was beautiful!
Jamie maintains traction, clips each apex, and accelerates through the corners. Fast and smooth is the goal.
Trying to race like this is actually a new experience for us. And in this case, with my skill and with that car, I'm as fast as I'm gonna get.
Here it comes, it's gonna be a good time.
That's what I'm talking about.
Now, if this myth is true, drifting should allow me to ride this course much faster. I'm not talking like 1 or 2 seconds. I'm talking like 5 to 10 seconds. That's what we're looking for, a nice big difference between these two types of runs.
3, 2, 1, go.
Unlike Jamie, Adam is all about the drift. As he hits each corner, he flicks out his rear end and powers through the slide. Or not.
He did a 360. That's not good. Not unless you want to do a 360. See, that's the thing. You start to slide, you lose traction. If you're not really good, you lose control. Crap!
That's the problem.
Go.
Despite dialing in the drifting, Adam makes at least one major time-sapping error on every lap. To accurately test the myth, he needs one mistake-free run to compare with Jamie's control.
One more. Let me do one more.
Back up, you've got a cone.
Okay.
There we go.
That was cool. I screwed it up by hitting it too fast on that last 180, but up until then, everything was dialed in beautifully. I think one more chance I'll get my best time yet. Whew. All right, sir, I'm in place.
Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. That was 1:54.5.
Dude, I matched your time!
You did.
Boom!
So Adam completed his stylish sideways lap, but in the final analysis simply failed to go faster. Meaning the myth is dead and buried, unless... Cue our professional race driver. If Conrad can't, no one can.
For due diligence, we brought back Conrad. Now, Conrad is a pro both in drifting and in racing. And so in comparison, he's way up here. And we're going to put him in that same car and see how he compares.
All right, Jamie and Adam, I'm ready over here. You guys count it down and I'll go.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
Using his 15 years of racing experience, Conrad tears through their track. Without doubt, his regular driving is seriously speedy.
I think he's going to beat us by over 15 seconds.
That would be awesome. It's nice to know sometimes how far down the totem pole you actually are.
As he comes home in 1:47.2. Over 7 seconds faster than Jamie. The question is, can he trim more time off when drifting?
Adam and Jamie, count it down. I'm ready to go.
3, 2, 1, go! That sound just makes me so happy.
What's immediately clear is that Conrad's killing it. His drifts are bigger, better, and louder.
He's squealing a little more than you were.
That is as it should be.
But how does this more talented technique time out?
How do we do?
2 minutes flat.
So you think that's about as fast a drifting run as you could do?
I think that's about it. I don't know if I can push any harder than that. That was a pretty sideways run.
Dude, that's the result. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Thanks,
All right.
Conrad.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Conrad couldn't have completed a classier lap than that. And he was 6 seconds slower than the straight driving control. It's a conclusive result. But there's an anomaly.
Right about now, you're probably wondering why my best drifting time was actually faster than Conrad's. And simply put, it's because Conrad is a better drifter. He spent more of his time with his tail end swinging out, moving sideways into the turns the way you're supposed to when you're properly drifting. And strangely, that meant that I went faster. All right, it's time to call it. Where do we stand on the myth that drifting provides a significant speed advantage over race driving?
Well, it didn't look good in the beginning, and it doesn't look good now. I'd say it's busted.
I think it's handily, cleanly, in every way busted. Like our car.
How much further we gotta go?
Just up till there.
Till the commercial break.
Yes, there we go. Oh, here comes the commercial break.
Now that we've shown that drifting is not necessarily a faster way to race, I had an idea that maybe there is something that is quicker to do with drifting.
What's that?
Parallel parking.
Parallel parking? You mean like with real cars on either side of the parking space?
Yeah.
Dude, that could get expensive.
Yeah.
Now, no clear investigation of the slipping and sliding and racing and speeding would be replete without an investigation of parallel parking. The bane of everybody's driver's test. You got to pull up alongside the car and turn the wheel according to some formula your mom told you. No, no, no. The action movie hero has a totally different way of parallel parking. They drive at speed towards the parking space, slam on the brakes, and power slide perfectly right into the space they want. Now, Jamie has been practicing out on the open tarmac. That was really cool. And he feels like he's got it dialed in.
Yeah.
Yeah!
There we go.
So we've got a little parking space right here, and he's gonna put his practice to the test and see if it works.
All right. Here we go.
So I don't know how this is supposed to be done, but what I'm doing is getting up to the right speed, throwing the wheel over, pulling the handbrake.
Oh, so close!
Breaking free of the rear wheels with that handbrake.
That was better.
But then stopping with the foot brake at exactly the right time. Oh, there's no room for error on this thing.
Rush hour. You want this space before anyone else steals it. It's gonna be yours. You're gonna take it. You're gonna own it. Own it. Here it comes. Oh!
Yeah.
Beautiful! Yes! You are literally like kissing the cones on the other side. That is what I'm talking about.
I'd say the evidence is pretty clear that this car was not parked in a normal fashion. You can tell by the linear black marks on the pavement that the driver must have brought this in at speed and hit the rear brakes, swinging the rear end of the car exactly into position against the curb, if you catch my drift.
That's a great start, and it's seemingly as simple as the movies would suggest. But at 90 degrees, they're only halfway there.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
And he's off.
Hollywood would have us believe the full 180 is just as easy.
Well, there's a reason they called them bumpers, right?
Maybe not, but Adam ain't done yet.
There I go. 40 miles an hour. 40 miles an hour. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Oh! Oh, so close! So close! Now I feel like I'm making progress. Now I feel like I'm making some progress. Good. Oh! Come on! How do we make this work? Hey! Beautiful! Woo, woo, woo!
Good job.
Awesome! Give me some. Awesome! Woo! Oh, if only there was a horn, I would honk in celebration. Here, sound guys, could you give me a horn? Thank you very much.
It was a thing of balletic beauty. But it's time for a dose of reality.
Well, it's one thing to try and do a 180 parallel parking job with cones surrounding you. It's another thing to do it into a real parking space with real cars around you. For Adam to get in here at speed doing a 180, well, if he makes it, it's only going to be by a hair, so it's almost a guaranteed impact. With that in mind, we're going to have him in a helmet with a neck guard,
like going into battle,
with a 4-point harness, with shin guards.
Snug as a bug in a rug.
Everything that we can possibly do to keep him safe.
Not only will a mistake mean a major impact, the space itself is tighter. Now, how will this nonchalant movie maneuver stand up to this level of real-world detail?
Okay, Adam, on your mark.
Here we go. I'm fine.
So close.
Rats.
That wasn't quite the slide rule slide Adam was after. But unlike his car, he's undamaged and raring to go again.
All right, Adam, on your mark.
This is your last journey, little baby. Here we go. Give it everything. Let's go. kept seeing the cars, and I was not steering towards them as like a natural survival mechanism. Because really, you don't want to steer into cars. So I thought on this run, I just got to ignore the cars. Ignore that the cars are there. And I totally succeeded at that part.
Well, that's a good thing. You got a little more of the car in the slot. I'd say you're up to about 50%.
I can't park this car, dude.
Yeah, it's tight. I don't blame you.
This movie-inspired parking procedure was purportedly a pushover. In fact, it's more like an accident waiting to happen. With the course marked out in cones,
yeah,
Jamie and Adam were clearly on course for a confirmation.
Hey!
Although with a smaller space and cars in place, it wasn't nearly as simple.
I have to say, as the skilled collectors Jamie and I have been all our lives, this episode holds a special place in my heart. This is one of the coolest things we've ever...
I think it's time to bump it up a little.
What do you mean, Jamie?
Time to raise the stakes.
Raise the stakes how? Oh, no.
Let's see a parallel park this beast.
Okay. It just got real.
Well, the bad news is that big old cars like that are basically like driving boats. They got crap for suspension, they're spongy, they're all over the place, they're anything but a precision driving machine. But the good news is that things like anti-lock brakes and stability control and electronics didn't exist when they made that car. So between the two of those things, I'd say it's a toss-up whether Adam hits the mark spot on or not.
Because the guys are not allowed to damage the vintage limo, the parked cars are played by foam cutouts.
Okay, Adam, are you ready?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be. 3, 2, wish me luck.
Oh, he's going too fast. Told ya.
I think I might have hit something, like another car.
Good as new.
Time for take 2.
Well, a few attempts in, and I'm doing abysmally. That was me trying to remember everything and forgetting everything simultaneously. It's just terrible what I'm doing. I'm not 180ing at all. Ah, what a piece of that was. I just hope the limo lasts long enough for me to get this right.
Too fast.
Ah.
Like I said, too fast. Well, after the last crash, we've reset as best we can. We're gonna give him one more try. Okay, Adam, one more time. You can do it, buddy.
That was terrible. That was terrible. Did you order a limo? I'm here.
I think it's time we brought in an expert. Conrad, you're up.
All right, Jamie, I'll give it a shot.
I call this maneuver prom night. Wow! That was amazing! That was astonishing. That was beautiful.
Thanks, Adam.
Amazing.
Nice work.
Thanks, Jamie.
Can be done.
No, it can be done. I just can't do it, but it can be done.
And so concludes the Mythbusters crash course in street racing. 2 cameras, $600. 18 tires, $3,600. 1 second-hand car, $3,000.
Oh!
Yeah. Spending all day drifting, priceless.
Give me some.
And back at Crow's Landing, the course deserves a fitting finale, a drifting masterclass.
Why on earth would we still be on the runway?
Why indeed when all the testing is done? Well, it turns out that Conrad Grunwald liked the testing course that we built so much, he's going to pay us the high compliment of drifting through our testing course in his own race car. For your viewing pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, Conrad Grunwald.
See what we got here. 20,000 emails? Hi, this is Adam. That is a good idea. Oh, hold on just a second, can you? Hi, this is Adam. Yeah, that's a terrific idea. Oh, and can you hold on just a second? I'm getting another call. Hi, this is Adam. Okay, everybody, hold on just a second.
That's fine, man. Coming through. Coming through. Coming through.
What the heck was that?
Suggestions.
What, for stuff we got wrong or stuff we should retest?
All of the above.
Sounds like we have some unfinished business.
What's all this?
This is a bit of unfinished business for us. Every single letter here represents a fan's request that we either A, retest a story they think we got wrong, or B, take a new tack on an old story.
Is any of it any good?
Actually, there is a bunch of really fine material in here. We've got stories about holding on to hand grenades to keep them from going off. Fans that want us to revisit some aspect of our old spy car episode, specifically involving the tire-bursting tacks. Whoa! And we've got a story about reloading automatic pistols. Can you really do it as fast as they do in the movies?
Anything else?
Yes. The first one I think we should tackle involves video games. Fans want to know, if you're playing a video game that is representing a real-world skill, can the video game make you better at that actual skill?
Video games as a teaching aid.
Yes, I think we should test that.
That sounds great. I'm up for it.
All right, let's do it.
In the video game special, the Mythbusters had a blast. But fans say there's unfinished business. because Adam and Jamie didn't test an idea that's as old as gaming itself. Can virtual practice provide real-world skills? To find out, Adam and Jamie first need a blank slate.
When it came time to choose a skill that video games might make us better at, we ended up choosing golf.
Hop in, fancy pants.
All right, let's go play golf.
It turned out upon discussion that neither of us had ever played a game of golf in his entire life, either in real life or in the virtual space. Thus, golf it is, and golf is perfect.
We're here at one of the most beautiful and certainly one of the most famous golf courses in the world, the legendary Pebble Beach Golf Links. The fact that Adam and I, with absolutely no knowledge of golf whatsoever, are playing our very first game here is, well, it's kind of a travesty, actually, but what are you gonna do?
Well, luckily for the course, that travesty will have to wait, because first, it's time to swing for science.
At this point, neither Adam nor I have played any golf at all. So the first thing we're gonna do before anything else is we're gonna take a swing here on camera. Am I supposed to whack it or putt it? In front of this high-tech golf swing analysis system. And we're gonna compare to a later analysis that we'll do after we've received training and played a game of golf.
Having a good swing is one of the key skills for all golfers.
There it is, in all its glory.
So precisely comparing swings pre- and post-training will be one of two crucial pieces of data.
That felt terrible.
And with the pre-swings in the can, it's on to the second metric, comparing their before and after scores on the course. And for that, our golfing greenhorns,
shall we play?
Must fare to the fairway.
If we're going to investigate improvement, we need a baseline to compare that improvement to.
I think we're supposed to go that way.
That means we need a control, and that means Jamie and I are going to play golf as the blank slate neophytes we really are.
I've never played a game from scratch before.
We're going to tally up those scores and then separate for some real training. Jamie's going to spend a day getting trained by a machine. I'm going to spend a day getting trained by a person.
Do we have any balls? And you got those little stick things, right?
After the training, we will reconvene on the golf course, play the same holes, and tally up and see just who has improved the most.
Coupled with the swing analysis, the guys are pulling out all the stops.
Go for it, sir.
And first to tee off, it's Jamie. Who can literally only get better.
What do I know about golf?
Maybe you need a different club for that.
Seems like it's as good as any. Well, most of my knowledge centers on the aerodynamic qualities of the dimples on a golf ball, which I seem to recall applying to a car to improve its gas mileage.
That's the coolest thing ever.
Beyond that, I understand there's something that you hit the ball with to make it go specific places.
I don't think you're supposed to use the tee every time.
And that's about it.
Ooh! That was beautiful, Jamie.
The par score for this 300-yard hole is 4 shots, something that the boys are already beyond.
Oh!
Even before Adam loses his ball.
My ball ended up bouncing into there, and I've been looking, I can't find it. It's a shocking amount of energy these clubs can deliver to these balls. Oh.
That's bad.
I know that's the whole point, but it's sort of surprising to be on the business end of it.
By hook or by crook, the guys slowly approach the green.
Oh! Hey! Jamie!
Uh-oh, sandpit.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Same sand pit.
And that's where the fun really begins.
Oh, that's bad.
Their fundamental lack of understanding of course management and swing mechanics.
I'm trying to imagine all the golf aficionados just screaming at their televisions right now.
Racks up their score.
That wasn't very good, Jamie.
No. Tick-tock, Grandpa.
But eventually, they escape the sand.
Hey! Ho, ho! Nice!
And get down to the business end. Putting.
Looks like it slopes that way. I know enough of watching golf that you want to account for the slope and the momentum. I mean, come on, I know a little bit about physics. In the hole. In the hole. So there you have it. For the first time in my life, I was able to get a little piece of plastic several hundred yards from where I started to a hole using some carefully engineered sticks. This is a very interesting process, trying to learn a game as complicated as golf without being told anything. There we go.
Not bad.
It's pretty clear that Jamie and I are improving certain things.
Oh.
Dude, that was so close. But it's also clear that it is this mountain of knowledge that we're not even touching. Feels like sort of stabbing around in the dark with a fork, trying to kill a bear. We should have been able to do this in 4.
Oh.
That's a par 4.
Taking a break from the fairway, what's next for unfinished business?
So what was the issue with how we did spike our tacks?
Well, fans noted that while we correctly replicated spikes we'd seen in movies,
there we go,
tetrahedral in shape and spiky, they also noted that those would let air out of the tires a lot more efficiently if they were hollow.
Well, that kind of makes sense, and we can easily test that.
I know. I think we should.
Hollow tacks should make for a better getaway gadget. But will they immediately stop the chase car first time, every time?
In our previous Spy Car episode, our spikes looked like this. But fans have told us that they want hollow tacks, and that is where this stuff comes in. This is a bunch of hollow steel tubing. I'm going to use it to fashion some hollow spikes. Now, I could just bend and cut and weld each spike individually, but I'm a big believer in the assembly line process. Perfect. Oh, not perfect. That's perfect. So this bending, this is actually the first step in my assembly line for these spikes.
It's the first step in a 4-part process.
I love blacksmithing.
So what's next for our resident Q?
Step 2 of my assembly line process, the cutting. So now there's 2 halves of one spike, and there you go. That's how that puppy's gonna work. Cut out a bunch of these, start to weld them together. Boom! We have our hollow spikes.
With Adam cutting corners for science, it's soon onwards and upwards.
Step 3 of my assembly line process, the welding.
You may recognize the rig I'm gonna use for welding as the one I built for the first episode, and it works like this. Look at that. You sit the 2 parts in there and weld in the middle, bang, you're done. Isn't that cool?
Because only a small weld is required per tack, it's not long before Adam sealed the deal on all 50.
Ah, awesome. That's the last one.
Now, normally if I was a cop making my own road spikes on the weekends, I would leave them this color because they blend in with the road. But we're making a television show, and I want these things to be bright. So step 4 of my assembly line process is to paint them bright pink so we can see them on camera.
Oh, yeah, look at that. So pretty.
It's worth covering why the tack is the structure that it is. Why 2 90-degree angles join perpendicularly at the center? Well, it's because when you do that, what you end up with is called a tetrahedral arrangement. A tetrahedron is a 4-sided regular polygon, one of the Platonic solids. In layman's terms, it means one point is always facing up, and that means it's ready to pierce the tire.
That's the theory. But at the runway, will it be license to kill?
Tick-tock, Grandpa.
To find out if you can gain real-world skills
Wow!
from video games.
I went off the cliffs. There are cliffs?
Adam and Jamie are attempting to play golf.
See the flag right there?
I do. It's another stick. They should just call this game Sticks. Sticks and balls.
They'll call the myth based on 2 tests, a pre- and post-training swing analysis and a before and after score comparison.
There we go.
It's worth repeating right here that Jamie and I know absolutely nothing about the game of golf.
Where'd it go?
I think it's gone.
Don't get me wrong, we understand there is a game called golf and that people play it.
Bit by bit.
And I have spent many Sundays watching it on television because golf is the only sport that I enjoy watching on television for some reason.
Woohoo! Yes! In your face, Hoosier!
But as far as, you know, what these clubs do.
Okay, be the ball.
Why there's so many of them.
Pretend that ball owes you money. Nice!
What they're good for.
I'm going with a 5-iron.
Okay.
I don't know why.
We are blank slates. We are tabula rasas.
There's my ball. Right at the edge of doom.
Having no prior golfing experience is the only way to see if video game training can work. And after sinking the final putt,
Give me a high five. God, that is such bull. What are you, 12?
we now know the scores to beat.
You beat me.
Woohoo! Yes, 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 yes. But seriously, I guess now it's time for us to go away and get some learning and come on back and try this contest again.
That's what it's about, isn't it? Adam did better than I did, but let's be honest, we were both really pretty terrible. So it effectively means that we're starting with an even playing field. But from here on in, I'm going to be trained by a machine, and Adam's going to be trained by a person.
I'm genuinely curious to see if Jamie's game improves by playing against a machine. I mean, heck, the man was born from machines. They ought to be able to speak his language.
Back at the shop, Jamie plugs in and goes to work upgrading his internal golf app.
There are a lot of different virtual golf games out there, but we've chosen one in particular called John Daly's Pro Stroke because it claims to help you improve your swing. Now, a golfer's swing is crucial to his game, so I'm going to see if it helps me improve mine because I could improve a great deal. So we're on the first hole, and I've got to go 440 yards to get that ball into the hole. I'm going to have to hit it as hard as I can, which means that I'm going to have to come all the way up.
Using the game's motion capture wand, Jamie's often swinging.
I almost hit some people.
And despite being instructed what club to use and when...
Okay, so it says I need to use a 3-iron. Oops. What'd I do?
His virtual start is as bad as his real-world start.
I bumped the ball, and it only went a foot. That was bad. Watching me practice with this software, you might think there's no way it's going to actually help me improve my game. Did I overshoot that? But if there's one thing I've learned on this show, it's to not be so sure of myself. I'm back where I was. So we've got to give it its due chance. Where's my caddy?
A double-digit start is not great, but Jamie soon realizes that there is information he can glean from the game.
At this point, I'm noticing a whole bunch of stuff. I guess I'm going to try to mimic what he's actually doing physically, and we'll see whether that helps. And it does seem to be very exacting about what it requires. While I'm in the rough, the little subtleties of a slight change of the angle of the swing, the head of the club in a certain orientation to the ball. Oh, well, I'm not in the sandpit. So this is pointing out that even the most minute variations on that are going to make a huge difference out on the field.
after 2 hours of intense practice.
Nice. Bogey. I made a bogey.
Jamie's swing seems to be improving.
Looks like I got fairly close, actually.
He's also learning how to read the wind and the greens.
Well, it is teaching me that I need to account for the angle of the terrain.
Something that's reflected in his scores.
Oh, my goodness. I made par. I'm doing fairly well. The numbers are showing that I went from 10 down to where I'm now at par for the first time. So I'm apparently learning something.
Jamie is getting better and better. But will any of this help him back in the real world, as the myth would suggest?
I've spent a day with this golf teaching program, and I did dramatically better here than I did out on the actual course.
How about that for a shot? I made my first birdie.
Now, does that mean when I go back out on the course, I'm gonna do dramatically better there because of what this has taught me? That's what we're testing.
When Adam and Jamie recently took aim at grenades, there was fire in the hole. But fans have found a new detonation drama.
So get a grip.
Get a grip yourself.
No. That is actually the name of the story that we're doing. There is a TV show called The Bridge, and on this show, a bad guy took a mother with her kids and locked them in a shed, but before he locked them inside, he handed the mom a live grenade. So that she's holding on to it, knowing that her ability to hold on to it is her only line between life and certain death. And after a couple of hours, she can barely hold on any longer. Her forearm's all cramped, and she's just about to let go when the hero shows up and saves the day. But here's the question. Is holding on to a grenade really that difficult?
Well, I hope when we go to test this, we can use an inert grenade.
That was the plan, yes.
Well, do you mind if I put something a little extra in there, a little surprise, maybe?
Something to raise the stakes?
Just a little.
That sounds good. Let's do it.
Some more, Zada.
If I'm gonna test these mitts' ability to hold on to a grenade for more than a couple of hours, I could just sit on the couch and do it while the camera rolled.
That's it.
But where is the televisual interest in that, I ask you? Oh, no. We are going to conduct this experiment in an experiment-conducting kind of place.
Good enough.
A room in which I will be locked in for a couple of hours to see how well I can hold on to a grenade. There's nothing worse than painting ceilings. When I get to hell, if there is one, they'll be like, oh, time to paint the ceiling.
With Adam's flat pack pad signed, ceilinged, and delivered,
now that's an experimental space.
it's over to Jamie, who's preparing some extra motivation.
To try to replicate the pressure the woman in the clip was feeling, I think it's important that our genuine grenade not be completely inert. So I've rigged a little consequence for Adam if he lets go. Let's just say he's in for a shock.
Both Jamie and Adam are trying to make sure that everything matches the clip, including...
Nice outfit.
Well, never let it be said I'm not willing to go the extra mile for science.
And with that, it's go time.
3, 2, 1. There we go.
In the TV show, the woman had to hold on to the grenade for about 2 hours.
So far, it doesn't feel so bad.
But the thing is, there's a spring behind this that wants to flip that lever away. So over time, this could be really difficult. A lot harder than you think.
25 minutes in, and Jamie's prediction is turning out true.
I have to say, I seriously thought this was going to be just a ridiculous cakewalk, but I am starting to feel a little fatigue in my hands.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what Jamie set up in terms of his consequences. I have to tell you that it adds a genuine psychological aspect. Knowing that I will unleash some version of hellfire if I let go of this, it definitely makes it a little bit more accurate.
Adam's basic instinct is to hang on for dear life. But will he go the distance?
see what we got here.
Thanks to an inbox that's fit to burst.
20,000 emails?
And a mailbag that's full to the brim. Adam and Jamie are retackling fan favorites.
Sounds like we have some unfinished business.
And next up, they're returning to the runway for Spy Car 2.0.
Do you have to tailgate me like that?
No, but it's fun.
Shall we set up the course?
Yeah. Our plan today is pretty straightforward for a Mythbusters car day. In general, it's a little bit of driving and a little bit of mayhem.
Whoa!
In specific, it's about a quarter-mile course, starting with a straightaway.
Last one.
Jamie will drive down that straightaway in a pickup truck at about 40 miles an hour, and I'm going to chase him about 3 car lengths behind. At a certain point, he'll drop his load of tacks and then make a U-turn followed by a slalom. Obviously, by chasing, I'm going to drive over those tacks, and I've got to follow him through that U-turn and that slalom as closely as I can, if I can at all. Our goal is to see how well our new hollow tacks work compared to the old non-hollow ones.
There's no doubt that hollow tacks will puncture the tires, but will it stop the car stone dead, as many viewers claim?
A prediction? Look, I have a tremendous amount of experience from this show of driving cars that are out of control.
Jamie!
And my prediction is that I'm going to get a little more experience with that today. I think that these tacks are going to deflate my tires fairly handily, and while I may be able to make the U-turn after I run over them, I don't think I'm going to be very useful on the slalom, but I cannot wait to find out.
Are you ready, Adam?
Dude, I'm ready. Let's do this.
Okay. Hollow tacks on the road in 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. All right, we're up to speed. Jamie's got his bucket ready. Here it goes. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh yeah. Oh, I feel them in my tires. Oh, now I'm making the turn. Okay. Hey, I'm still making the turn. Yeah, I'm still making the turn. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Go on, no. Oh.
Now that's what I call a result.
That was freaking awesome. So I'm driving behind Jamie when, like it's Johnny Appleseed of death, he starts sprinkling these steel tacks along the road. I drive right over them, and immediately I start hearing them tunk in my car. And then almost as fast, I start hearing my rims hit the ground, and the car rolled to a complete halt about 300 feet later.
Oh, no.
That is an effective tool for stopping cars.
Yep, just 15 seconds after impact, Adam was brought to a grinding halt as all 4 tires got trashed.
One of the things I noticed about this particular design is that if they stick into the tire, they form a nice tube through which air can flow and deflate the tire quite quickly. But if the tire is moving really fast, they can sling back out again, and instead of leaving a narrow hole that will close up like the solid spikes did, they're cutting a rubber plug out and taking it with them. It's pretty cool.
Now, I want to start this wrap-up by saying I don't think we got the tacks wrong on the first try because we were imitating tacks we've seen in movies, right?
Yeah.
All right, but with our new hollow tacks, were the fans right?
Yes, they're deflating tires in seconds as opposed to minutes with the other one.
Totally confirmed. Let's get out of here in a car that runs.
With one piece of unfinished business now finished, it's back to the Hurt Locker.
These safety goggles are starting to give me a headache.
Where Adam's testing if he can derail a detonation by gripping a grenade.
I've been holding this grip so long that I actually can feel that my fingers are a little bit weaker. I can feel the spring of the spoon wanting to push my fingers outwards. That is interesting. And
not a little scary.
The reason Adam is struggling is down to cramp. Because the muscles in his forearm and wrist have been contracting for more than an hour, the chemical balance inside is out of whack, which causes the muscles to contract more than normal. Now, not only is that painful, but it means that Adam is not in full control over what his arm is doing. So he may just let go yet.
That's the theory.
How you doing?
What are you, a marionette?
But because Adam's grasping with a light touch, he's able to keep most of the cramp at bay. And while it is undoubtedly uncomfortable,
ow, 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 ow. Oh.
It's not long before time's up.
There it is, 2 hours. I'm still alive. I just want to point out that in the show, she was saying that her arm was all cramped up and really hurting, but I don't feel anything like severe cramping. I could easily go for probably a couple more hours at least before, I don't know, I'd switch hands and I get another 4 hours. Oh.
Yep, despite the odd twinge, Adam got a grip with way less hassle than the clip. And that's not all.
So I was thinking, why take the risk of getting cramps at all?
I don't love this. I don't love it. It's too wide.
I mean, this woman had access to all sorts of stuff.
My pantyhose.
Stuff she could have used to tie down the spoon of the grenade.
Oh, and I thought this experiment couldn't get less dignified.
Surely that is going to be the easiest of all options.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I only had to sacrifice my dignity to make it happen.
With the grenade bound and gagged, there's no chance of a boom. Until Adam takes one for the team.
This one's for you. I'm also kind of curious about what's going to happen.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh! That was beautiful.
So the myth that you can't hold on to a grenade for longer than 2 hours?
Totally busted. And I think in a mighty fine way.
And what about being able to disable the grenade?
Totally feasible. Pantyhose fit the bill.
Yeah, there are probably a half a dozen different ways you could disable the thing, as long as you're not stark naked in that room.
That would really suck. Let's call it.
Can playing video games really set you up with real-world skills? To find out, Jamie's the test subject taming the technology.
Bogey. I made a bogey.
While Adam can't resist competing, courtesy of more traditional training.
My training today is going to happen at the legendary Pebble Beach Golf Academy. Founded in 1996, it encompasses both the latest cutting-edge technology as well as some of the United States' best golf teachers. Mine today, Laird Small, was voted PGA's Golf Teacher of the Year.
So, Laird, where do we begin? Well, why don't we start with the introduction of the golf clubs and how to use them properly?
We're going to see if he can't take me from 0 to hero, or if not to hero, at least to an integer slightly above 0.
Now, this hinging is a huge power source. If you think about a hammer and a nail, this gives you some leverage.
This is a real treat for me, and it's totally fascinating. In science, we're always talking about eliminating variables. Well, this is all about eliminating variability, increasing repeatability.
So let me see if I can get you in the right posture.
Everything Laird is telling me about my grip and my stance.
There you go, beautiful.
And my roll and follow-through.
It's open. It's open, 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 squaring, close, 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 close.
Is about increasing that reliability of the swing so that the ball hits are consistent.
Good. Nice. See the ball just jumped right up?
It sounds really straightforward, but physically it feels incredibly complicated.
All right, should we go outside and hit some?
Let's totally do that. Well, I understand just a couple of things so far. One, Laird is a fantastic teacher. 2, golf is about a lot more than just how you dress. Laird has run me through the grip, the stance, and the swing, and now he feels like we've done enough work in here that we can head out to the actual outdoors and drive some balls. I'm pretty sure that that's a driver.
Adam's receiving a solid grounding in the fundamentals.
Here's your driver.
The clubs, the grip, and the mechanics of the swing.
Hey! Nice, look at that.
Wow.
That is spectacular.
It went like that way.
Yes, that's right.
And after a full day of this traditional training,
wow,
Adam has clearly lifted his game.
That felt great. Obviously, I'm an inveterate skill learner, and I have learned to do many things in my life.
That was awesome.
That's amazing.
How'd that feel when you hit it?
That felt incredible.
Way to go.
Whew. But I've very specifically taught myself a couple of precise skills that apply directly to golf. Wow.
How about that?
It left the trap. That was the thing that was flummoxing me and Jamie repeatedly.
Nice.
One is juggling and the other is billiards. In both cases, it's about refining your physical movements and your body memory until what you're about to do is predictable. Yeah. And amazingly, I'm starting to see how it could actually work as a game. It is no longer a mystifying game to me. I now start to see its outlines and think, maybe I could actually play this. Yeah! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Woohoo! I think I'm ready for the Hyneman. Laird, thank you so much. You've like radically, well, to say you've improved my game is a misnomer because I didn't have a game a few hours ago. I really, really appreciate it.
This was a lot of fun. You did great. And you know something? Don't let this get out, but you're very coachable.
Oh, excellent. I like being coachable.
Me too.
Thanks so much.
Good job.
Back at the shop,
It's really pretty out here.
the Hyneman has also been putting in the hours, and he too is showing signs of improvement.
I earned another trophy. Next.
His swing seems less shoddy.
196 yards. Hardly seemed like I hit it at all.
And he's picking up tips about club use.
Okay, so I need to use a 3-iron. Nice.
As well as putting technique.
All off to the side. I didn't compensate for the angle of the terrain, and I should have.
But to find out if that all translates to real-world improvements, it's back to the beach to see if Jamie can pull this one out of the bag. But not quite yet.
Over the years, we have done tons of stories about guns and ammo. Now fans want us to tackle the modern version of the quick draw.
What's that exactly?
Well, there's a classic trope in action movies when the hero empties his gun, he's able to reload in a ultra super fast blink and you miss it fashion.
And the fans want to know if that's actually possible.
And so do I.
Okay, then.
Let's get shooting.
When it comes to being trigger happy, Adam and Jamie have history. But are they quick enough on the draw?
Now, we'd be remiss if we didn't examine the fact that everyone in movies can spray an unlimited number of bullets in a tiny period of time with a high degree of accuracy. And so Jamie and I are going to take a look at just what the real-world threshold is for speed, number of bullets, and accuracy.
And so we've come to Milpitas Gun Range in Milpitas, California to test just that.
First up, Jamie and I are going to try to shoot 3 full magazines of bullets as fast as we possibly can. Now, this first test is about speed, not accuracy, and so the bullets we'll be using have this funny little pinched end. That's a blank, not a real bullet. Start shooting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Mechanically, firing and reloading the gun is a pretty basic process. When the magazine is out, you press a button, out comes the magazine, you put another one in, and you're ready to go again.
Wow.
But the thing you have to remember is that there's this horrific noise and percussion. It's a really kind of disturbing, violent action that is going on here. And so trying to put that sequence really smoothly together, it's not easy.
That's it. 38 seconds. You got slower towards the end there.
Jamie's shoot speed was solid, but his magazine change was nothing like the slick and quick action hero.
My turn.
Can Adam do any better?
3, 2, 1, go.
In the annals of things that we learn while doing things that we don't normally do, that is up there. Just firing 3 magazines worth of bullets, my finger got exhausted and I stopped being able to go pop, 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 and started going pop, pop. Oh! What was my time?
27:66.
Woohoo!
At a rate of 2 trigger pulls per second with a reasonable reload, Adam has upped the ante. But what if their shots had to count?
A lot of work to load 3 magazines.
Cue the live ammo.
Here's the accuracy part of this test. Our goal is still to fire as fast as possible. 3, but this time to stay with all of our shots. 2, landing within this 7 ring. 1, go. Nicely done. You improved on your time the first one, 33 seconds.
Marginally faster, but from reasonably close range, Jamie missed a stationary target several times.
Well, looks like 3 landed outside the target area.
And when Adam also misses the mark, with minimal improvement to his time,
done. Woo!
Hollywood's mythical depiction of the magazine reload is looking like film fiction.
Adam and I have acquired some experience with guns over the years, but we're not that good of a metric as to rapid firing and reloading. We do have a guy that is, though, and his name is Travis Tomasi.
Travis Tomasi is a competition shooter with 18 years of experience. He is legendary at his ability to swap magazines. Right. That's pretty cool.
Thank you, gentlemen.
That's promising. But can he pull off that seemingly superhuman movie move while taking out the target?
Go.
Wow.
Clear.
That was amazing. What was his time?
17 seconds.
17 seconds. That was incredible.
Watching Travis work is kind of like watching a machine gun. It's almost surreal because, I mean, he's moving so quickly that you can't really even see what he's doing. But the real test is right here. Not only was he doing it almost twice as fast as I was, he was pretty much hitting dead center on the target.
You know what I like about this is for years on this show, we've been finding things that are really common in movies and demonstrating how ludicrous they are in real life. But in this case, we've done kind of the opposite. So we've actually taken something that seems ludicrous in the movies and we've bettered it in real life. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that much lead being put through a pistol in that amount of time accurately, it's unreal.
Let's get out of here.
Okay.
After a truly abysmal game of golf, Jamie and I went off to get some training. Him by a video game.
Where's my caddy?
Me by a person. Now we've come back to the links at Pebble Beach, and we're going to put those potential skills to the test. Remember, this isn't about whether machine learning is better than person learning. It's about whether learning from a video game has any efficacy at all.
Whoops. That's 1.
I'm just here to provide a control, and control is what I hope I finally have over this guy right here. Let's get started.
Having been trained by a pro,
Nice.
Cool, that felt good.
Adam's first 2 shots show immediate improvement.
That worked like exactly how I wanted it to work.
The key question is, what happens to Jamie?
Nice.
Will his video game training result in any improvement at all?
Ah.
Well, not so far. In the real world, his swing is still unbalanced.
That wasn't very good at all.
And without computer assistance, he's guessing which club to use when.
I think I'll try this one. Still not really sure why, but looks right to me.
And that's reflected in the scores for the first hole. Traditional training has seen Adam's score plummet, while Jamie's only betted his best by 1 shot.
There are several things that caused me concern about the video game instruction, and one of the key ones was that it seemed virtually impossible to miss the ball. Now, I know that it's possible to miss the ball.
Well, you're on the fairway.
I'm just saying.
On hole 2, although Adam's tee shot
that was terrible.
was less than ideal.
Wow. You hear about rough, but boy, this stuff is practically jungle-like.
His post-training recovery is the shot of the day.
Nice.
I felt pretty good.
Adam is clearly doing well, but Laird's taught him not just the rules, but also the regulations.
In addition to learning what it's like to play golf on a real course, we have also learned that proper playing of golf involves adhering to the rules of etiquette, and there are many of them. Among the most important are: the green is for putting, not for sitting, not for your golf clubs, and definitely not for lying down. Golf requires lots of concentration. It's totally frowned upon to yell on a golf course. And it's vital when teeing off to yell the customary 4 to warn golfers ahead of you lest you strike one of them unsuspectingly in the head.
Try as he might, Jamie's not only unable to emulate Adam,
Well, it didn't go in a bunker anyway.
he's also unable to better his own benchmarks.
Oh, I could do better than that.
As he takes one more shot on hole 2 than he did pre-training. And that's a pattern that continues on the final 2 holes.
Right into the sand pit.
So it's no surprise when Jamie stops trying to improve his own game and starts trying to sabotage Adam's.
Adam, did I compliment you on your socks?
Jamie, shut the right now. Are you kidding?
I'm just saying, they're really nice socks.
It's now, okay.
As they finally sink their final putts.
Nice.
Yes! That felt good and complete and not stupid.
In terms of scores alone,
All right, let's tally up our scores and have a beer.
Yeah.
it's not looking good for the Myth. Adam took 10 fewer strokes on round 2, meaning he improved by 25%. But Jamie, the key metric for the Myth, took just 2 shots fewer, which statistically is no difference at all. But there's more data to come.
Frankly, looking at the numbers, Jamie and I don't feel like they tell the whole story. Luckily, because we're thorough types, we did grab one other metric, unarguably the most important metric in the whole of golf, and that is the swing. Laird examined our swings both before and after training, and the results are pretty interesting.
How did I do, Laird?
Well, come on over. So you can see that as you swing the club back, you can see how your weight is more between your feet. You can see over here that you've landed beautifully on your left foot. Right foot's perpendicular to the ground.
Laird, on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you say the comparison is?
Well, I think on the first one, I'm going to give you a 3. On what we finished up with, I give it 8.5 to a 9. I think he did really great.
Wow.
As on the course, Adam's improvement is immense. Can Jamie compete this time?
The difference that we see is in terms of how much more range of motion you have. So because of that, you can develop more speed. By developing more speed, you have a chance to hit the golf ball farther.
But what's the all-important score?
On the first swing, I'll give you 1.5. Second swing, I'm going to give you a 2 at the best. There's not real any improvement in terms of the striking of the ball. There is some in the range of motion and your athleticism, so that's great. But in the delivery of the club to the ball, sorry, no improvement. Excellent.
Yep, despite his hours spent flying solo, Jamie's swing is still not the thing.
As far as I'm concerned, while the video games did offer some guidance, they seem to be more focused on entertainment than instruction.
Oh, this is actually kind of fun.
So, were they of any real help? not half as much as coming out here and just playing golf.
So what do you think, Game Jockey? You think we've answered the question as to whether video games can make you better at real-world games?
I think we have.
And that answer would be?
No.
That's pretty definitive. Shall we play another round of real golf?
Sure, it's nice out here.
I agree. I've learned some things about my swing I could show you.
Oh, shut up. Seen it?
Definitely no. 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 Nope.
Boring. So many channels, and nothing's on.
Welcome to Myth Crackers.
Oh.
That was fun being on that show. What was it we were trying to prove again?
Don't know, don't care.
Blow it up.
But you know, I was thinking, if we did their show, shouldn't they do our show?
A Simpsons special?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Hi.
Hey.
Who's this?
It's Al Jean.
Okay. Hi, Al.
Pleased to meet you.
Jamie, it's Al Jean,
I'm sorry.
the executive producer and the showrunner of the best animated series ever and the longest running scripted show on television, The Simpsons.
Oh, The Simpsons. Welcome, Al.
You were thinking South Park.
So, are we going to be animating?
No, look, their writing staff is packed with science and math geeks, right?
110%.
And they try and hold to the laws of physics, right?
Yeah.
Conservation of mass, it's the law.
Ish. We're going to do a couple stories from The Simpsons.
Like what?
Okay, we've got one where Bart throws a lit cherry bomb into the sewer system of his school and turns all of the toilets in the school into geysers.
One of my favorite episodes, The Crepes of Wrath.
Okay, that works. What else?
We have another one where Homer protects his house from a 5,000-pound wrecking ball by putting his body between the wrecking ball and the house.
So, cartoon physics in the real world.
That's Jamie excited.
He's excited to get out of this room.
Yeah, probably. Now, it is one thing to look at physics from the movie world and see how realistic they are in the real world. It's another entirely to try that with a cartoon. And in investigating Homer versus the wrecking ball, Jamie's tackling the wrecking ball, and I've got to build a full-size Homer with all the same dimensions, body mass, and water content as if Homer was a real person.
Yep, to determine the kinetic energy implications of Homer's heroic intervention, the size and mass of the key animated elements have to be accurately translated from Springfield to the real world.
So, Al, we really strive to be as accurate as possible on this show.
So I'm hoping you can supply us with some real-world dimensions of Homer. Lights, how tall is he?
Well, you have to be really accurate. He's 5'11", and that's what the animators always use.
What about his shoe size?
11 and a half.
Those are almost exactly my dimensions.
Well, the good news for you is you have less stomach and more hair.
Speaking of his stomach, how much does Homer actually weigh?
Well, about 240, but we think 239 is funnier, so 239.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Homer Simpson, full size. Al, thank you so much. I'm gonna leave you alone with the donuts. Is that okay?
They'll be gone when you're back.
Donuts.
Armed with Homer's exact specs, Adam commences the construction of an animated American icon.
USA! USA!
Starting with upholstery foam,
that's pretty good.
Adam utilizes a method with familiar, family-friendly results.
This technique that I'm using of gluing an open cell urethane foam to itself is referred to as additive foam building. Because instead of like casting and mold making in flexible foam, I'm physically building the parts that I need out of sheet foam.
What you might not know, this is how all your Muppets were made. Yep. Same technique.
There we go. Do I look like Homer at all? Hi.
Hey, Jamie. Check it out.
Look at you, homie.
I'm Fomer now, not Homer. I'm Fomer Simpson. How you doing?
So we're gonna put you on the sphere, and you're gonna be the Homer, are you?
No, I will not. You are not allowed to touch this ever again. You're filthy. Bye.
Bye.
With the arms starting to take shape, it's onto Homer's famously tubby torso.
This kind of work, it brings me right back to this sense memory of being in the mid-90s working in commercial special effects. It was just like this. Super short timelines, tight budgets, and when we needed something carved out of foam, we didn't have time to find someone who was an expert in foam carving. We just had to figure that stuff out for ourselves, job by job, piece by piece. It's been 20 years and I'm still doing the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Doesn't look like much, but that's gonna be Homer soon.
A series of cylindrical discs glued together form the tapered shape.
Yeah!
The human-like mass and density will come later. For now, Adam's immersed in his art.
I know exactly what it feels like to be Michelangelo. Well, maybe not exactly, but, you know, just like a little bit. If he carved in foam and made cartoon characters.
This is what we call a shop shower.
Next, the arms are attached to shoulder joints. And the legs are measured, cut, and positioned on the posterior.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen.
And with those foam pieces of the puzzle in place,
All right, I'm pretty happy with that. That's looking a lot like Homer.
Adam heads out for help with Homer's head.
This is the center of what used to be Industrial Light and Magic. Now, behind that blue door is legendary machinist Merrick Cheney, who built armatures for the stop-motion films Nightmare Before Christmas and a million other movies, and he's going to help us get Homer's head screwed on right.
So, Merrick, how's this gonna work?
So we've taken your model of Homer's head, I've converted it into a machinable file, and I've cut it up into like 8 chunks.
That is cool.
And they all fit together kind of like a three-dimensional puzzle.
And that 8-piece puzzle will form a central cavity, a negative space mold of Homer's ironically large cranium.
So there you go. That is mold block number 1, comprising the bottom left side of Homer's face, the front part. That's number 1 of 8.
While Adam waits for all 8, the Hyneman has been concocting an ingenious plan.
In the cartoon, Homer appears to be on a wrecking ball that's about as tall as he is. And because it's so much larger than a real-world wrecking ball, I've got to make my own. And that's not exactly an easy task. But I've got an idea.
Easy as pie.
The task at hand is to build a custom wrecking ball the same dimensions as the one in the clip, but weighing in at a realistic 5,000 pounds.
So you're starting to get the picture?
It's a unique manufacturing assignment the Hyneman is tackling in his own unique way.
There are a lot of different ways of making a big, heavy ball, but The quickest and easiest way I know of to do it would be with steel reinforced concrete. Now, to do that, you need a mold. And I've come up with an idea of creating what amounts to a hemispherical shaped auger that I can chuck onto the back of some earth-moving equipment and dig 2 hemispherical holes right in the ground. It looks like it might sort of just make it. We pour our concrete in there around a steel armature, let it cure, put them together, and you got a ball. One big-ass heavy ball.
Yep, to make 2 hemispherical molds.
It's working!
For the 2 halves of the concrete wrecking ball.
That's what I'm talking about.
Jamie's designed and constructed a one-of-a-kind tool.
This is working great! Next! The rig didn't break. It's made a nice, symmetrical half sphere. It's clearly solid enough to have concrete poured in it. It's perfect, which is what's going to happen pretty much next. Oh, look at that.
The steel armature, made back at the shop, will provide structure for the concrete half shells. And you could say the Hyneman is happy.
This is working exactly like I had in mind. Normally, if you want to make a big sphere like this, you'd start off with a big chunk of foam, you'd carve it into a sphere. Our little hose are perfect. You'd put fiberglass over it, and then you'd make another mold of the interior cavity, and it'd take several people pretty much all week long just to accomplish this. Instead of doing that, we just dug a hole. I'm just saying.
With the concrete shaped and edged with matching seams, phase 1 of Jamie's big ball is complete.
Now that has to sit for about a week and a half, and then we're gonna pull that one out, turn it upside down, and put it on top of this one. And we'll bond the 2 things together, and we've got a wrecking ball.
With 2 weeks before Jamie can wreak wrecking ball havoc, it's back to the shop for part 2 of this Springfield spectacular.
So what's next?
Toilet bomb. Al, you want to do the honors?
Thank you, Adam. Well, in one of the early episodes of The Simpsons, Bart flushes a cherry bomb down the toilet.
So long, sucker.
And it immediately sends geysers of water shooting out of every toilet on the block.
So explosives in toilets. I'm thinking we should start small scale.
I totally agree.
I am licensed to drive this. Oh, whoop.
The scale we've chosen is not that small. It's 50%. And the reason for that is that water doesn't scale well. If we double the size of the pipes the water's in, we're more than doubling the water's volume. And the physical behavior of the water also changes a lot more. So that's why we're limiting our scale reduction to 50%.
I have to stick the tongue out, otherwise it doesn't work.
The myth is that an explosion will travel through a plumbing system, causing multiple geysers out of the toilets. That's the bowl, and that's where the magic happens. And to test that, we're gonna do 3 things. Number 1, I'm gonna make 3 transparent working toilets so we can really see what happened when things go boom. Number 2, I'm gonna connect them with an accurate waste disposal system.
2 more like that, I think we're good to go.
And finally, we're going to be introducing a cherry bomb-like explosion into that system, and, well, then we're gonna see what we see.
Recreating Springfield Elementary's plumbing system sounds elementary.
Melting my brain.
But it's anything but.
Wow. I'm trying to work out how to do this, and because I'm molding it, effectively I have to think upside down and backwards. So the negative space here, you see, I'm going to fill with a stone plaster. So that when the stone plaster sets, I'll pull out all the bead foam, and I'll be left with a toilet negative, the front to which I will mount a piece of acrylic.
Excellent. so that we can see what's happening in the toilet. It's gonna be freaking awesome.
And after the plaster is set, the negative space molds are removed.
Okay, 1.
To reveal the balls.
Number 2. Number 2, get it? Because never mind.
And once they're cleaned up and dried out,
A little bit of an oven.
Adam mounts them and seals the system with a transparent sheet of half-inch acrylic.
I get excited about a good experimental rig. There we go. She is a freestanding toilet sculpture. I think it's time to flush a toilet.
So long, sucker.
I want to watch one of these work right now. Now, right here, this is where the important part of the functionality of a toilet is about to happen. We think of toilets as like there's water and it's water all the way down, but it's not. Toilet systems are mostly air, and here's how it works. If you put more liquid in the system than it can handle, it just spills over here. Now, if I flush this toilet by putting more water in, check out what happens. That works just like a toilet!
But that's only half the story.
Now that the toilets are finished and actually working, it's time to plumb them into a system.
Excellent. Okay.
See, the toilets in Bart's school would have all been connected to a central set of pipes. That's what I'm about to build in scale.
So here we go. Go.
You're supposed to cut.
The plumbing beneath the bowls is crucial.
Good.
To accurately model the pressure wave effects of Bart's bomb, it has to be set up just like a 3-stall school sewage system. Complete with 2 crucial effluent outflows, the system has multiple exits for the blast. And with that, this Simpsons special Game of Thrones
Fire in the bowl! Explosion in 3.
is ready for blast-off.
Go!
Welcome to Myth Crackers.
Adam and Jamie have hit Springfield again.
Tonight, we take on the classic myth that a cat will always land on its feet.
But this time, instead of experimenting as animated characters,
What was it we were trying to prove again?
Don't know, don't care.
they're animatedly experimenting. And with a transparent trio of toilets ready to blow, they want to know if Bart's bomb could have really gushed multiple geysers.
Now, what happens when you flush a cherry bomb down one of these toilets? Well, it's gonna go down through the plumbing, and it could blow anywhere. It could blow here, it could blow here, it could blow down there. That's actually what these black caps are. These are places in the plumbing system we can introduce the pressure from the cherry bomb.
But we're not going to use a cherry bomb. Not in my shop, we're not. Number 1, it's illegal. And number 2, it's potentially dangerous and definitely very messy, so we're going to need a little bit more control if we're going to do it here. For that, we have my little pop gun, which has a fast-acting valve on it that releases a blast of pressurized air. And that's essentially what an explosion does. It creates a volume of rapidly expanding gases in a pressure wave. So we're going to plumb my little pop gun into Adam's rig in various places, adjust the pressure, and see what happens.
20 PSI?
Yeah, that's a big fat dump of pressure. Nice.
Let me know when you're ready.
All right, I'm gonna count it down. Cherry bomb, half-scale toilet experiment, position number 1, explosion in 3, 2, 1, go. Go.
A simultaneous tsunami and the physics of Springfield are looking surprisingly accurate.
This first test showed that pressure delivered to the middle toilet was pretty evenly distributed to the other toilets around it. It's quite pretty, actually.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of a water ballet.
Some sort of modern art. Now we want to know what would happen if the cherry bomb and its pressure went here or here. Would that make any difference? I don't know about you folks, but whenever I go to the toilet, I always take my umbrella.
Half-scale cherry bomb toilet experiment, position number 2. Explosion in 3, 2, 1, go. That's very satisfying.
Another successful concurrent eruption.
Position number 3, go.
One that's replicated regardless of where the explosion originates.
Which kind of makes sense because there's resistance in each of these toilets. And so with multiple inlets, that resistance is going to tend to equalize the pressure.
Yeah.
The pressure spread is plausible, but Adam has an issue with volume.
Now, up until now, we've been experimenting with a properly set up plumbing system, but it's not quite the fountain of water that we see in the show because there's just not enough water in the system. But what if there is a clog in the system?
Here we go.
The clog could have water backed up in that system, and the cherry bomb could go in that, and then it's pushing water. What do you think?
That's about got it.
All right. What happens to that water? Does it come out of the toilets? I kind of think so, but we're gonna try it just to make sure. All right, this is a fully clogged toilet system. 3, 2, 1, go! I think we found the explosion we were looking for. Well, aside from being pretty to look at, our half-scale system has demonstrated exactly what we were hoping, and that is the Simpsons-like fountain water shooting out of the toilet behavior from a cherry bomb thrown into the system. So, I think we're gonna go full scale. I think we're gonna detonate our cherry bomb back behind some clogged up water. The question we have when we go to full scale, will the cherry bomb actually generate the pressure we need? We don't know. That's why we're gonna do it.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
While the crew completes the cleanup, the epic odyssey of Homer's heroic intervention continues. Because Jamie's big ball has hardened. And his distinctly unconventional plan has paid off.
The dirt infilling technique seemed to work pretty well. I feel like I just planted a big potato. It's created a more or less hemispherical inside, which is exactly what the plan was. So it looks, it's looking pretty good.
Next, he makes the two halves a whole and seals the deal with a super strong sealant.
This is a specially formulated epoxy for anchoring things in concrete. So my plan worked exactly as I had in mind, and we've got a nice spherical shape. A little chiseling and a little mortar, and this thing will clean up real nice, and we'll have one heck of a big wrecking ball.
With that, Jamie heads back to the shop, where Homer's head has just arrived.
Dude, look at that. That is so pretty.
That's a nice smooth surface. Now that we have these lovely molds of Homer's head, we're gonna coat the insides with a tinted latex because that'll give us the correct color and also a nice, tough skin. We don't get to do this kind of thing that much on Mythbusters anymore because we're too busy blowing crap up and stuff like that, but I have done literally hundreds of applications of latex like this into various sorts of puppets and masks, whether you puppet them live action or you have a stop motion armature in them or whatever you do. Generally, it's done by covering the inside of a mold with latex like this and then filling it with foam.
Once the latex skin is dried, Jamie fills Homer's head with a two-part pouring foam.
Now this stuff expands about 4 to 1, and it's a little hard to estimate Homer's head volume. All I can see is that it's much larger than mine, as hard as that is to believe. You wanna help me pull this thing apart?
15 minutes later, the foam is set.
There you go.
coming.
And Homer's precisely proportioned profile is revealed in all its glory.
Oh, it's kind of heavy.
Oh, that looks awesome. Totally fantastic.
For the finishing touches, Jamie paints Homer's famously unshaven mug.
Starting to look like Homer.
Adam coats his torso with waterproof rubber. And Jamie adds the ears and those instantly recognizable eyes.
Kind of comes to life when you do that.
So Homer is very, very nearly complete. We've painted all of his body parts, including his head and now his hands, a suitable shade of Simpsons yellow. After this, we'll send his measurements out to our seamstress to make him a full set of clothes. Then it's time to take him out to the location and abuse him.
To recap, Homer supposedly protects his house by placing himself between a wrecking ball and his house and absorbing the shock with his body. In order to test this, we are absolutely, of course, going to need a wrecking ball. Check.
Well, that's a big-ass ball.
We are also going to need a house to swing this wrecking ball into. So we decided to build our own. Actually, we built two.
We're always painting some before we destroy it.
There's a very good reason, because what we want to find out is whether Homer would have made any difference to the wrecking ball's effect on his house. All right, let's go. Therefore, that's our control house. We're going to swing just a straight old wrecking ball into it. It's only when we get to this one that we're going to strap Homer to that wrecking ball and find out if the amount of destruction is actually different, i.e., less on this one. Now, it's a home worth protecting.
Yeah, perfect.
In the demolition industry, wrecking balls are kind of iconic.
Jamie wire brushes his balls every morning.
But we've come to find out that they don't actually use them that much anymore. Now it looks like it's all business. And when you think about it, it's sort of understandable.
There we go.
Because you get thousands of pounds of weight swinging on the end of a cable. It's not exactly a precision instrument.
You're right on the money. 5,000 pounds is perfect.
Not only that, it's hard on the equipment that swings it. So we've found that whenever we need a wrecking ball, we make our own.
With their accurately sized and weighted homemade Homer wrecker ready to swing into action,
Woohoo! I love having the right hardware.
It's simply a question of lifting it,
I'll hold it up in case it falls.
Awesome.
pulling it back, and letting it go, right?
Ray, how do you feel about it? You like it?
Wrong.
If it goes out too far, it's going to want to bring the crane over. You understand?
Right. So that's an interesting question. If we pull it back too far and it swings far out, it's going to pull the crane over. Probably the big question is, how far do we pull it back?
To answer that,
I can go 40-foot radius.
Okay. So let's talk this through. That's 40.
the guys look into the limits of the crane's live load capacity.
Back. Let's say the ball hangs here and the crane is here in relation to the house.
Discuss the physics involved.
Force equals mass times acceleration. So once that ball starts to move, it wants to keep going.
And after an hour of tense discussion...
Really, you have no intuition about that whatsoever?
Come up with a swing distance of...
What if we did 12 feet?
12 feet is significantly less than the freewheeling cartoon capers of Springfield.
Good.
But it's as far as the real-world physics allow.
All right, you like that?
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
And with those parameters in place, the guys set up for the control.
Extending now.
You may be wondering why we're not pulling our wrecking ball back quite as far as you see them do in The Simpsons. About 4 feet away. Well, cranes aren't designed to swing heavy weights around like tether balls. If they did that in a heartbeat, they could tip the whole crane right over. Stop. Stop.
Are you happy with that?
You betcha.
In rigging, there are two kinds of loads, a dead load and a live load. A live load is one that moves, and this load is about as live as it gets. You dig it?
Yeah, I'm just grooving on the vibes coming off of that whole thing. You know?
I didn't know you grooved on vibes.
Sure.
The repercussions of a miscalculation could be catastrophic.
It's just like destruction in potentia.
But the question they're aiming to answer is, what kind of hit will the house take without Homer?
This is Simpsons. Wrecking Ball Control minus Homer in 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah! Oh, fabulous. Yeah, the second hit. Oh, yeah. Third hit. Let's go for third hit.
The whole building just is kind of shifting.
Well, from a damage assessment, its second story is pretty much a write-off. The chimney's totally destroyed. That's not cheap. Moving through the back, even despite all of our bracing, it's also jacked that back wall back about 8 or 10 inches. Yeah, you'd be looking at a complete rebuild of your second story. This is super cool. We had a camera perched on the top of the chimney to witness the destruction from up there. And when our wrecking ball hit the house and the chimney collapsed, the camera up there landed on the wrecking ball itself, sitting nice and perched. Oh, hi there. Hello. We can cut from this to this shot. Howdy. You did very, very well. He actually hit another camera also mounted on the ball. That is like camera Olympics, man. Well done, little guy.
Our test showed that a wrecking ball hitting a house like this would severely damage any masonry, as well as the framing and the wall of the house, just like it did here.
Now the question is, will Homer make any difference if he gets in between that ball and the house? Honestly, I don't know.
The Mythbusters and Toilet Tall Tales go way back.
All right, that's significant.
And to continue this Game of Thrones, they're taking on Springfield's prankster-in-chief. To find out if Bart's Bellagio-esque fountain will translate from the success in small scale to full scale, the Mythcrackers hit the bomb range.
After having played with miniature toilets to our heart's content, go! We're going to assemble 3 real toilets on a platform 7 feet off the ground with a real full-scale plumbing system.
Ready to get started and build this thing?
Can you give me a minute?
Sure. So that we can cherry bomb it all day long. And believe me, we will.
Yeah, come on. 1 toilet, 2 toilets, 3 toilets.
To recreate the exact same setup as the shop test,
Remember, kids, proper care of your toilet requires brushing twice a day.
but as a standard-sized sewage system,
It's almost like Godzilla.
the guys plumb the multiple inputs.
Yes, that's it.
A gas vent and central waste pipe to a 7-foot-high platform.
Maybe everyone should just back away a little bit.
And up top, Adam finishes with 3 fully functional toilets.
Hey! That totally worked! All right.
Now, what about the boom that shakes the rest?
Cherry bombs are illegal in the U.S. Okay, I'm gonna light it up. You wanna get behind the shield?
What?
The only reason that we've got these now is that we're doing it under the supervision of a licensed pyrotechnician and the Alameda County Sheriff's Department bomb squad.
Come on, cherry bomb.
So if you do find yourself in possession of one, don't even think about setting it off. Cute but deadly. It's really dangerous.
Here it comes.
Nice. Oh, look, the casing's on fire. It's an added bonus.
Room. Under strict bomb squad supervision, the guys are using their own Mythbusters-made cherry bombs to find out if the fuse will fizzle when wet.
Now, when you hear that Bart throws a cherry bomb into the toilet, let's get to safety, shall we? Come on. Your mind might be set to thinking, I wonder if water would actually put out a cherry bomb's fuse. An excellent question, and one I am just about to answer. Can't get over how much like a cherry they look. Here we go. It's about to go underwater. Oh, it's burning underwater.
I don't get it. So how is it that the fuse on Bart's cherry bomb is able to burn underwater? Well, to burn something, you need three things. You need fuel, you need oxygen, and you need a source of ignition. Now, as it happens, the gunpowder that runs along inside this fuse has everything it needs to burn. It has its own fuel and its own oxidizer. So it's quite happy to burn without any kind of exterior source of oxygen.
Every time I learn something new, it pushes some old stuff out of my brain.
Oh! Nice! That was awesome.
With the fuse firing just fine and the cherry bomb packing a punch,
got it.
It's time to fill up and bring the boom.
Okay, that's it.
Our first cherry bomb experiment with the full-size toilet system is going to replicate the circumstances that we found to be our ideal circumstances in the small scale. That is, the sewer system clogged with water, with the cherry bomb placed under that water.
Right about here. Now, we're going to be lighting this off with an electric spark via these wires, because that'll allow us to place this exactly where we want and set it off exactly when we want from a safe distance. Okay, we're all sealed up. Setting off explosives in the air as opposed to water is really quite different, and that's because air compresses and water does not. So if you apply pressure to water, it'll deliver a shock wave directly to whatever it's connected to, kind of like a hammer blow. Are you ready?
I'm ready. High speed's ready?
Now, in our case, that water hammer can become massive. And 3, and it'll deliver the shock wave through the water, through the plumbing, 2, to anything that it's connected to. 1.
Oh! That was catastrophic.
Yeah.
Yep, Jamie's hammer theory nailed it. In contrast to the shop test's Simpsons-like water fountain.
Oh, yes. Hey, this camera's still rolling here.
When faced with the same firepower as a real cherry bomb,
It is a freaking horror show up here.
the standard full-size lavatory fixtures were forced free of their moorings, leaving the porcelain and possibly the myth busted.
Looking carefully at the high-speed footage, you'll notice that water starts coming out beneath the toilets at the same time as it starts coming out the bowls. Now, that means that that water was moving so fast that the toilet's plumbing was not able to absorb the onrush, which is why it broke the toilets off their mounts instead of creating 3 large geysers.
Our cherry bomb gave us a stunning explosion. Unfortunately, it also happened to rip all 3 of our toilets right out of the floor. I have to admit, just approaching a toilet in this stance, on my knees, on the floor, my head above the bowl, does not remind me of some of the happiest times of my life. That pretty good?
Looks good to me.
So we have gone to the measure of bolting them right to the cast iron flanges of the plumbing that they are plumbed to, and that should hold them tight for this test. You ever had a toilet seat cause you trouble, need to replace it, don't get around to it for a long time, like most people with their home repairs? I know I'm the same. Putting in a toilet seat is easy. Literally, put it on here, put these 2 things, tighten it. You're done! There was no reason to delay. Should have just taken care of it when it first happened. Procrastination. All right. Doink and Doink. And now your toilet's ready for blowing up. I hope this has been a good lesson for you today.
After a quick reset up top,
You know, all evidence to the contrary, I think you and I would make a good pair of plumbers.
this time they place the cherry bomb at the lowest possible point of the plumbing. The guys are hoping the larger volume of water above the explosive will absorb more energy and give them the mythical gushing geysers.
This is it. After small-scale and large-scale experiments, this is the blast we hope will work. We have changed the position of the bomb. Hell, we've even bolted them to their own plumbing, which is totally unrealistic, but it's what we hope it will take to give us the geysers that we're looking for. And it's just about to happen. Are you ready, sir?
I am.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! No force can contain the cherry bomb!
What are you gonna do?
Yep, the power was simply too much. The pressure blast couldn't escape through the narrow plumbing fast enough. And something had to give.
This is clearly why we can't have nice things. I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with the power of that blast. This time, instead of putting the toilets on their standard mountings, we through-bolted them into the steel plumbing, and still, that cherry bomb this big had enough power to rip all 3 toilets off their moorings and send them tumbling to their demise. It's not exactly what we saw on the show, but I'm impressed.
What we're seeing is that if you have enough energy to push a lot of water up and out of those toilets using something like our cherry bomb, that same energy and the shock wave that accompanies it is also going to break the toilets off at their bases. They're simply not strong enough to stay in place. So, as far as I'm concerned, using an explosive, you're never going to see the kind of geyser that we saw in the cartoon.
In this house, we obey the laws of thermodynamics.
The cartoons don't reflect reality? Wow, this is big. This is, what is the word? Busted. It's busted, yes. Yeah! Kicking toilets apart since 1930.
Them some steel-tipped shoes.
With the porcelain pummeled, Adam and Jamie head back to Homer's house, where our humble hero awaits his moment of glory.
Go! Hello, friends. If you're like most people, you probably are sad that you haven't been able to afford your slice of the American dream, but now it turns out that you can. On the outskirts of Springfield, a new development has arisen, one that provides picture-perfect homes if viewed from the right angle. We've reduced homeownership to its barest essentials. 1 wall, 1 couch, 1 floor. Welcome to Shady Acres. Pay no attention to the wrecking ball.
Jamie and Adam are chasing a cartoon conundrum.
Oh, that's his home.
The Homer record. Can our hero's leap of faith dissipate the force of this impact?
Yeah!
You know, it didn't move very fast, but it had quite a kick to it, didn't it?
I mean, that's Newton's second law right there.
Now, we're going to leave all this damage intact as it is.
Couldn't be better.
And go ahead and do the test with Homer on the wrecking ball with the identical house.
Now that is a proper cartoon wrecking ball.
And if it shows damage anything like this, we will know that Homer's efforts would have been for naught.
And ta-da! Allow me to introduce you to the completed, ready-to-be-tested with hero of this episode, Mr. Homer J. Simpson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause.
Our accurately sized and dressed Homer
There we go.
is attached to the ball exactly as per the clip,
That's it. First arm is on. Okay.
with a final crucial component.
Since part of this is what happens with Homer's body mass on the ball. We need to give him some body mass other than just foam. We're doing that by adding water.
The average density of a human body is within a couple of percentage points of water.
Perfect.
So a water-filled Homer is an almost perfect energy absorption analog for a real person of that size and shape.
Oh, Homer is substantial. Our cartoon character is coming to life.
The question is, with a real-life mass of 239 pounds, can he save his house?
I think we're good to go up.
All right.
It's happening.
We're making sure that we're positioning the ball exactly the same way that we did the first time. We'll let it settle, so the physics should all be the same, except for Homer. Does it look like his ass is dead center?
He couldn't be more perfectly on the horizon of the lines of force between the ball and his house. Look at the potential energy.
As per the control, the velocity on impact may only be a pedestrian 6 miles an hour.
What are we doing?
But with 5,000 pounds of ball,
Who's paying for this?
This is awesome.
there's a lot of energy to dissipate.
Say goodbye, Homer.
Can our hefty hero really absorb that impact?
All right, here we go. Homer versus the wrecking ball. The final experiment. 3, 2, 1. Here he goes!
Yeah.
Oh!
That's a result that I never would have bet on.
He's clearly made a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, look at this house, and then look at that one.
Wow.
I'm just saying. Homer's ass is quite impressive, actually.
It's an astonishing result. The house didn't escape completely unscathed, but Homer did help.
He did crack the chimney. It almost fell, but the fact is that it didn't, and that's a result.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. Identical houses, identical swing on the wrecking ball, but not identical results. Look at that house versus that house. Homer, it would seem, had quite the impact, so to speak.
Well, astonishingly, it turns out Homer did, in fact, make a difference by placing himself between the wrecking ball and his house. He clearly made a heroic effort, and it had a heroic outcome.
Those cartoonists don't get enough credit for proper engineering.
I am too smart. I am too smart. S-M-R-T. I mean S-M-A-R-T.
All right, Al, I got some good news and some bad news. I'm going to start with the bad news, which is the toilet bomb. Unfortunately, all we got was total toilet destruction. It's busted.
Well, you forget that the school is near a nuclear plant run by idiots.
It's funny because it's true.
And there could be a nuclear explosion at any moment, which means that the toilets are ultra, super reinforced, not busted.
I see where you're headed with that.
Good. And the good news?
The good news is Homer Wrecker. We are totally amazed by these results, but the fact is that Homer made a difference. By placing his body between the wrecking ball and his house, he was successfully able to keep it from being damaged.
So you're saying the show is 100% scientifically accurate?
Sure.
Thank you, gentlemen.
the souls I left to burn. Wondering, am I dead yet? Did the innocents get their turn? Am I marching? Am I marching? Walking with the ones who fell. Am I marching into hell?
Whoa, what happened there?
It's the symbol for infinity.
Well, eat up. Your breakfast won't stay warm forever.
It's true. Nothing lasts forever.
All right, you ready for this?
Blow it out of the water.
Okay, let's do it. Let's blow it out of the water.
All right, today we have an entire episode devoted to the phrase, blowing it out of the water.
Which has come to mean a kind of overwhelming victory against the enemy, right?
Exactly right. And in that sense of the phrase, later we've got the finale of Breaking Bad. Could Walter White's machine gun booby trap really have taken out all of his enemies? But first, we're actually going to test the literal meaning of the myth, which comes from submariners from World War II. Apparently, occasionally, when they sent a torpedo toward a ship, they would watch that ship blow completely out of the water instead of blowing up.
How epic are we going to take this?
I figure we got to get pretty epic with it.
Cool.
Blowing a boat out of the water, instead of into pieces, might only happen if the relative positions of ship and shockwave are spot on. And to find out just that, the Mythbusters are starting in miniature.
Now, when we say we're going to blow a boat out of the water, we mean specifically blow a boat out of the water, not blow up a boat. That's not what we want. So, we're going to start with this beautiful tank. It is large enough for us to detonate our miniature explosives. Oh, and our boat, which still needs a little bit of work.
Their 15 grams of black powder is perfectly scaled for a setup this size. But to find out if it can lift the boat rather than obliterate it, placement is key.
Now, we figured there's a certain depth at which the explosive reaches this optimal relationship between the water and the boat to send the boat flying itself out of the water, and that depth is what we want to find. Ow. And first up will be, I guess, our control.
Perfect.
Which will be the explosives at the boat on the surface of the water.
All right, Hyneman, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Whoa! Go. Whoa!
There's no more boat.
That was genuinely thrilling.
That was spectacular and kind of shockingly beautiful. Look at how this glowing ball forms this 2-foot diameter hole in the water. It's almost perfectly spherical before it starts to collapse on itself. And the boat, well, the boat, she is no more. So, now we're trying to find the depth at which to lift the boat rather than turn it into a bunch of little chunks. And frankly, given the size of that sphere of explosion, I'm thinking about going halfway down, 12 inches below the surface for the next cherry bomb.
Okay, from halfway down the tank, 3, 2, 1.
This time, the boat's not been totaled.
We need a hose out of here right away. We got electrical cords need to be picked up.
But the tank has.
Me.
With more scale tests to come, It's all hands to the pump to salvage some science. But it's not all doom and gloom.
Well, our breech tank notwithstanding, that last test was beautiful. As it explodes, you can see this perfect sphere of fire expand, and as it's expanding, pushes the boat literally out of the water. It was exactly what we were looking for.
Oh, that boat is going straight up.
It's lifting it beautifully.
It made it at least to the rim of the tank.
At least to the rim of the tank. That's significant.
Go. Unfortunately, the tank wasn't perfectly glued around the seams, so we're gonna empty this tank out. We're going to reseal it.
All right.
We're gonna try it one more time. Oh, yeah.
So far, we've set up 2 explosions, one right next to the boat and then one in the middle of the water. Now, both of those results were entirely different. And so this time, we're going to put the explosion much further away, right on the bottom of our tank, and we'll see what that does.
This is depth charge at the bottom of the tank. 3, 2, 1, go! Go! Boat upside down error, but no leaks. Go!
It would be kind of upsetting to be turned upside down instantly, though.
I believe that's the very definition.
Slowed down. It's clear that Test 3 did lift the boat up and out, but not as much as Test 2. Meaning come full scale, a depth charge positioned between the boat and the bottom may give them the result this myth needs.
Our 3 blasts were pretty cool. The first one at the surface, as expected, blew the boat to smithereens. There it was, just sending it into shrapnel. The second blast in the middle created this beautiful shockwave that lifted the boat and then sent it literally flying into the air. The bottom one created a shockwave that collapsed back in on itself, but still had enough energy to jolt the boat and send it jumping. Not quite as high as the middle one, but the fact that they're all super different is great. That is information that can help us make our final decision about where to place the boat and our explosives for the full scale.
We've learned that doing controlled experiments like this can sometimes give us clues that we didn't even know were there as to what's really going on. Now, in this case, what we saw was that if the explosive is too close, it'll blow it up. If it's too far away, it won't move it as much. Now, we'll be keeping all of that as food for thought when we go out into the full scale, and hopefully we'll pick the right ratio.
But before going large, what else is on the docket?
So, Walter White's machine gun booby trap.
Yes, the metaphorical testing of the phrase blowing out of the water. In the finale of Breaking Bad, Walt puts an autonomous machine gun in the trunk of his car, sets it off, and takes out all of his enemies at once.
Spoiler alert.
Come on, who hasn't seen Breaking Bad at this point?
Okay, well, if I remember correctly, that was an M60 machine gun.
Indeed it was. What are you thinking?
Well, that's probably got quite a kick. I figure we ought to go to the gun range and see what we're dealing with.
I like where you're going with that. Let's do it. Now, Walt's booby trap depended on a lashed-down, autonomously firing M60 machine gun in the trunk of his car. But could the rig he built have even held on to such a legendarily powerful weapon? The gun fires 550 rounds per minute. That is a lot of lead. Well, in order to get to know the gun, Jamie and I are going to fire it here at the Chabot Gun Club to check how much recoil and power the weapon really has. Now, Jamie said he was coming with a gun, and he's around here somewhere.
This is the M60 machine gun. It was developed in the 50s for the U.S. Army and used by them through the 90s. Now, this is the iconic machine gun that you would have seen hanging off the side of a helicopter gunship in any Vietnam War era footage. And it's what Walt had in the back of his trunk.
There's no doubt that it's some seriously heavy artillery. But is it so powerful?
This is the heaviest gun I've ever held. You'll feel it push back.
That securing it on Walt's homemade mount is a mission impossible.
Let's do it.
To find out, Adam's starting slow by not going full auto.
Safety is off. All right, firing in 3, 2, 1. Woo! That was cool. I just fired 45 rounds from the M60. And frankly, it doesn't have as much recoil as I thought it would, but it is a heavy piece of machinery, and there is a lot of movement. The gun mount in the back of our car is going to have to withstand a lot of shaking, and not just for accuracy, but also for general safety.
With less push than predicted, Walt's plan may have potential. But will that change when the gun's cranked to the max?
All right. Okay, here we go. Wow. Holding on to that M60 while it's firing a continuous stream of bullets is, well, it's kind of like trying to throttle a full-size and very angry snake, which, by the way, I've done. It does push back in line with the gun a little bit, but it's not too bad. It's quite a nice machine.
It's so far so good, but to copy the clip more closely, the guys are next adding a target.
Nailed it.
And that's not all.
Okay, here we go.
Because this time, Jamie's going to be firing 200 rounds with the gun secured on a tabletop tripod.
3, 2, 1.
Firing at its maximum capacity, the bullets leave the barrel at a rate of 9 per second. But thanks to the gun's weight and engineering, the recoil, especially when shot from a tripod, is surprisingly slight. Meaning that firing it from a homemade mount might not be Hollywood hijinks.
I think you'd be hurting.
Can we talk business?
In Breaking Bad's grand finale, Walter White ended things with a bang. But would his rig really have rocked? To find out, it's time for the Mythbusters to make their own deadly device.
Now that we are officially machine gun firers, we need a car.
Oh, yeah. This is one sweet ride.
Inside the trunk of this classic car is where we will construct Walt's evildoer vengeance machine.
Oh, yeah.
Look at all that room.
That's fantastic. If this thing is sitting about there, I do have actually a fair amount of space. Pretty sure that would clear the trunk there. That looks like about 12 inches, and it's pivoting here. This is coming together. When I started this, I was thinking there's no way that they built all this from parts from an auto parts store, but now I'm not so sure.
Well, to find out once and for all, cue the brainstorming.
All right, so we've got to set up the meanest practical joke ever.
So let's see what we got here. Okay, so I noticed a couple of things. One is that it looks like the base of this thing is...
Oh, that's a chair base.
Yeah, that's like this thing.
Okay. So if that's a chair base, I'm going to write this down. I'm guessing that's the main pivot for the gun at its balance point.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a garage door opener.
Well, wait a second and look at on this one. It looks like he's used a wrench.
Oh, as a pivot arm.
Yeah.
Okay, so a wrench as a pivot arm. This is hilarious. Now there's the question of the key fob. There's 3 things that happen when he hits the key fob, which is 1, the trunk pops open.
Yeah.
And then there's the reciprocating action. The gun starts sweeping, and then it starts firing. And on there, close-up, we can see a package that is a gearhead-driven car door opener.
Right.
Which I feel like
properly levered, it could be a fantastic trigger pull.
Yeah. Well, so far, I'm not seeing anything that seems to me like a deal breaker.
Yeah.
So, divide and conquer?
Divide and conquer. You want to work on the key fob and electronics, and I'll start getting the rig parts together?
Okay.
The guys start by looking high and low for all the key components. The chair, the garage door opener.
This looks precisely like what we see in the show.
The wrenches, and a trigger pull?
This is a cool little device. It's meant for locking and unlocking the doors in your car.
Oh, yeah!
That would totally pull the trigger.
And with that, Adam can commence his part of the build.
That's how short it is.
Walter's chair-based gun mount.
Hey.
Which involves connecting some conduit to an office chair.
Yeah. You can't foil me.
And that's it.
That's pretty freaking cool. Dude. That's fantastic.
The garage door opener, however, is proving problematic.
Since these garage door openers operate off of 110 AC, we need a 110 AC source to put in that car, and that's an inverter here that does that. It takes the car battery, DC electricity, converts it into 110 AC, and this little thing here is a remote switch that I found. In fact, I just happen to have one of these because they're pretty nifty. When I hit this button, it turns that switch on. So presumably, if I plug this thing into there, I can power it up.
With the key fob failing to fire,
that would say that that is on.
Jamie delves deeper to unearth a complex safety system.
This thing has switches that tell when the door is closed or when it's open, and sensors so that you can't kill your cat or break your foot or whatever it is. We don't need any of that stuff.
Jamie needs to bypass the safety switches.
We just want power to go to the motor, period.
So that the motor can be powered on and never automatically shut down.
I've hot-wired cars before, but never hot-wired a garage door opener for a car.
It may be a sophisticated circuit, but an hour later, and it ain't no match for the Hyneman.
Very cool.
With the door rig running, Adam next couples it to his gun mount, courtesy of the wrench pivot system.
Let's try a test.
3, 2, 1. Okay, that was too fast. Just gonna go on a limb and say that was too fast. I've hit my first big snafu, and that is that the key component of sweeping this gun back and forth, the garage door opener, spins way too fast. So I need to reduce its speed. And in keeping with Walt's clues together, whatever I can find in the local store's solution, still a few bugs to be worked out. I'm thinking I might use some bicycle parts to get me that gear reduction.
For the first time, Adam's having to go off script.
Couple of welds. Here we go.
And while this is not what Walt did, it is a fix he could have fabricated.
This is a moment of truth. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that's the kind of abuse it's gonna be under.
With a turn speed that's way closer to Walter's,
yeah,
Adam's addition should let their rig fire on all cylinders.
That's cool.
Provided that Jamie's trigger delivers.
So how this works is that there are actually two of these, one on either side, and a pin that connects them. And the pin goes across the trigger. And so when these actuate, they both push back and push on the trigger that way.
Beauty.
Well, we have a plan.
With the gun rig ready, Adam sets up a proof of concept test by loading BBs into their behemoth.
Maybe no one wants to stand in front of this. I'm just saying.
The question is, will it cause carnage?
Function test, operation Walt's machine gun booby trap. 3, 2, 1.
Firing.
Oh! The BB gun's not working, but I don't care.
There's good news and bad news.
That is so cool.
On the plus side, the mechanism's working like a charm.
Okay.
The bad news is that no BBs are coming out.
Good.
Dude.
A problem that could yet come back to haunt them.
It has not been an easy build, but we are finally at a stage when all the major components of Walt's build are here. The box end wrenches pivoting off a garage door opener, the gun on a chair swivel mounted to a piece of standard shallow conduit. I have added one thing, which is to get a 4-to-1 gear reduction, I've added a 10-speed cassette to the edge of the garage door opener. But again, all of this is stuff you could buy within a local town like Walt had to do. And check it out. It totally operates. It's hard to get excited when I find this one of the most terrifying machines we have ever built. Nonetheless, I'm pretty excited. Stop that.
In Blow It Out of the Water, Adam and Jamie's small-scale tests
Whoa!
showed that a mid-depth boom could lift a ship up and out.
It's lifting it beautifully.
But can they repeat this feat when they go large?
When it comes to explosives on the water, there's not many places that open to us. But luckily, this quarry lake in Gold Country, Northern California, poetically named Pit 232, is always open for us.
And it's in Pit 232 that we're going to put this boat along with a buttload of explosives and see if we can't blow it out of the water. That's a lot of steel.
Now, while we've gone to great lengths to buy a really big boat made out of steel that is semi-close to the kind of military boat we're replicating, the sharp-eyed viewers among you might notice that military ships are almost never painted bright orange.
We've used a lot of boats on the show. This might be both the biggest and the ugliest all at the same time.
When that bomb goes off, a lot is going to get obscured, and we want the best chance for seeing if our boat actually leaves the water, and the orange might be the thing that helps us see that.
Indeed, but before any boom, there are 3 titanic tasks to tick off. First, the guys need to raise her up, something that's easier said than done.
This whole thing is pretty finicky because if these guys don't get their rigging right, then the trailer could be damaged, the crane could be damaged. It's not the ideal situation for loading a boat.
We have liftoff.
Task 2 is to secure a centralized attachment point
Bang, right here.
from which their explosive will hang midway between the boat and the lake bed.
Jamie is now welding the ring to the underside of the boat, but that's not the most amazing thing that's happening right now. He also gave me his beret to hold. Ah, it's like alive. Handling it very carefully.
This is 30 feet of rope. By the time we tie our knots on it and everything, we'll end up with 20 feet of clear line from the water line down to our explosive. And that's what we want.
And the final task, as the sun sets,
Yeah!
is to lower her into the lake.
Awesome. And she's in.
Walter White's ultimate takedown is a classic case of blowing it out of the water. But would his rig really have worked? To find out, Adam and Jamie have returned to the range, where they're back with a bang.
The bandits have arrived.
Run! I know, the rig is done, and yet we still haven't put it into the car. Well, there's a really good reason for that. The BB gun we were working with was slightly lighter than the real M60, and we didn't have the 200-round magazine. It's a lot of lead. It's a lot of extra weight hanging off one side of this rig. Before we put it in the car, we want to make sure everything works, and if it doesn't, we want to know why so we can fix it. There is no margin of error. This is a deadly machine that we are going to be activating remotely. There is... Here, in this story, there is not an option for this not to operate the way we intend it to. That's a long way of saying it has to go the way we want.
Their first job is to remove the prop gun and replace it with the real deal.
What can possibly go wrong?
Next, they add a box for the bullets.
I feel good about that.
Before tethering it in the trunk.
There we go. You through?
Yep.
That just leaves the battery, which Jamie wires in from the back seat.
All right, well, if everything is working correctly, this should turn on just like Waltz did with the key fob. Yeah. It's looking good.
You want to give it a jiggle? Come on! That looks good, Jamie.
Yeah.
I like it.
With the gun ready to go, the guys next need a drug den to aim it at.
We're pretty much only interested in what happened to the front wall of the house in the Breaking Bad episode. Now, our information is that that wall was made of stucco, which is a concrete or mortar-like material, and we're replicating that on our wall with precast panels of a similar material. So when our bullets hit this wall, it should behave pretty much like what it did in the show.
By replicating the house in the clip, the guys will see if Walt's weapon can take down the drug lords through the wall, provided that it goes off without a hitch. To find out, Adam positions the car exactly as per the clip.
What do you think?
I like it, Jamie.
But before letting rip for real, the guys want to do a proof of concept by firing blanks.
I'm loading the weapon.
120 of them.
Safety's off, gun's hot.
Mr. Hyneman, you ready?
I'm ready if you are.
Okay, blank firing function test, Breaking Bad, Felita finale. 3, 2, 1. One shot. That test might not have looked like it went very well, but I am smiling because it went beautifully. We are looking for problems. We're trying to solve them before they become deadly problems, and that is a problem. We ended up with what's called a stovepipe. That's where one of the ejecting shells does not eject all the way and gets caught in the returning slide. Jamie's gonna add some wire, hopefully to fix it, and it should be good to go in a couple minutes.
All right, with the problems potentially solved, 3, 2, 1, go.
It's another failure, but this time for a different reason.
We were well advised to try this thing out with blanks before going for the real ammo, because even with the blanks, the recoil was powerful enough to jiggle the rifle back in its mount to where the plungers that push the trigger no longer were making contact, and the gun stopped. So we're going to anchor that back end of the gun down well enough, and there's a stop there that it'll be held against. Yeah, there you go. Hopefully that'll keep the gun from moving out of place.
Walt's rig was way more reliable than this.
It looks good.
But will it be third time lucky for the Mythbusters?
3, 2, 1, go.
Now that's more like it. With their gun finally firing on all cylinders, the guys are at last ready to take on this myth for real. To find out if you can ever blow a ship clean out of the water, Adam and Jamie have floated their boat.
And she's in.
Now they need to sink their depth charge.
Oh, doesn't really. Pinchy. A little pinchy. Ow, it's actually quite pinchy.
This thing is normally a septic tank, but we're not going to use it for that.
There we go. That's it. Awesome.
We're going to fill it with explosives and hang it underneath our boat. to see if we can blow that boat out of the water.
Hey!
That's the plan, but it's not just explosives that'll be inside.
Sand!
So we need this bulb to sink once it's full. And we've calculated that to do that, if we put 2,500 pounds of stuff in here, it's not going to float. So given that we intend to put 1,000 pounds of our explosive in here, we need 1,500 pounds of something else. So that's why we're using sand.
Yeah, go ahead, get in, Captain Hyneman.
Which is going to give us the correct amount if we put about 50 bags of sand in here before we put the explosives in. I like this thing. It's kind of cute, isn't it? Yeah, it's surprisingly stable.
But before adding the explosives, first, it's anchors away.
It's critical for our experiment that the boat stays exactly where we put it. So we are running into the reeds right now to set an anchor and a line which will go all the way across the lake and anchor our boat precisely where we put it so it doesn't move from there. It's like D-Day, except we're fighting reeds.
Having the boat drift out of place could spell disaster.
Yeah! That's it.
So it's no surprise that Jamie is taking this job very seriously.
Nice.
Adam? Not so much.
All right, sir. What do you need?
Seriously?
So I figured I'd get in the mood.
Whatever.
With the boat finally locked, there's only one ingredient left.
Let's get the bomb.
Let's do it.
1,000 pounds of ANFO.
Well, there it is. That stuff's going to go into our bomb, and boom.
At this point, some of you might be wondering why we're using ANFO instead of something high explosive like C4.
I'd say that's a pretty good fit.
Well, there's actually a really good reason for that. It's a specific choice. It, in fact, is a slower speed explosive, and we want that push. See, slower explosives are used to push things. High explosives are used to crack them into pieces. We want the ANFO to lift this boat, not C4 to slice it in half.
By using ANFO, the guys are giving this myth a helping hand.
Let's go ahead and tie it in.
But will 1,000 pounds of it, a typical amount used in both mines and torpedoes, be enough to lift the boat high and dry?
There are hundreds of moving parts to making this experiment work correctly, and this is perhaps the sealing of the container, but it is also the most important. If water gets into that container, this entire thing is a bust, and we have to start again from scratch. So Jamie's taking very careful measure and putting this petroleum butyl product around the whole rim of this thing so that no water, hopefully, can make it into our container.
Well, I think that ought to do it. We're sealed up.
To find out, the team tows the bomb to the boat before sinking it to a depth of 30 feet, exactly midway between the bottom of the hull and the bottom of the lake. Then, it's go time.
For those of you playing our home game, I'd like to cover two distinct things. One, remember that our goal is not to blow up our boat, but to lift it out of the water.
It's all ready to go.
And two, I know this hat isn't regulation, but it's a lot more comfortable than a chapeau bra.
With everyone hunkered for safety, there's just time for a...
Prediction? I have a prediction. Look, I think we've gone to the best effort, and we have the best location possible and the best experts to try and lift this boat out of the water. But I suspect that despite our best efforts, we're more likely to blow it up. It's too hard a relationship to find. I'm not positive about that, but small scale just made me feel like we're gonna end up with pieces of boats instead of a boat.
All right, everyone, this is for real. Fire in the hole, fire in the hole. Detonating the boat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boy, that's anticlimactic.
900 miles from Albuquerque, the guys have assembled all the Breaking Bad ingredients.
That is the gun, the ammunition, the classic car, a wall made of all the same materials as the target. Oh, right, and one other thing. How about Vince Gilligan, the creator of Breaking Bad? Vince, you ready to see this thing go?
Hey, man, I am seriously ready to see this thing go.
After giving Vince a glimpse of the trunk tripod,
that is the real deal. This is completely awesome.
And the drug den,
You might be one Nazi shy, but other than that, it looks pretty true to life.
he, for one, is confident.
How do I think this is going to go compared to our Breaking Bad fictional version? We've already seen the version with the blanks go off, and that looked like a dead ringer for what we did back in Albuquerque. I think with the live ammo, Walter White is going to be vindicated, at least in technological terms, if not moral terms.
I'm loading the weapon.
Well, with 200 live rounds locked and loaded, it's time to find out.
Weapon's hot.
Vince, you ready? Jamie, you good?
Let's see if this works.
All right, this is Breaking Bad, Walt's Booby Trap finale in 3, 2, 1, go!
Did you hear something?
There it go. Nope.
Okay, stop.
Powering it off.
Well, we're not even sure what exactly has gone wrong, but we're proceeding very, very carefully. We've got a hot, loaded machine gun in that trunk that for some reason didn't fire.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Slowly but surely,
Okay, you ready?
the guys remove a blockage in the barrel.
Come on, baby. Gun is safe. The ammo's out.
Before resetting for take two.
All right.
Ready to go again?
I am ready.
All right, Breaking Bad finale, Walt's Booby Trap. Final test, hopefully. 3, 2, 1, go! What the hell?
Power off.
Power's off.
Man, the tension here is more than I would have thought it would be.
Can I get one more hose clamp, a bigger one?
And it makes me think, what kind of nerves must Walt have been feeling, wondering whether or not that little key fob clicker of his was going to make this thing fire or not. It makes you think.
In the clip, Walt's fob seems to work first time. But the guys are giving him and this myth one last chance.
Vince, you're good.
Third time's going to be the charm.
All right. Breaking Bad, Walt's Booby Trap. Test in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, yeah. That's the stuff.
That was an adrenaline rush.
That was awesome.
Oh my God.
That went on longer than it did when we did it for the show.
Our rig worked. It actually swept back and forth. After all of this work, the rig worked. I have to say, my hat is off to Walter White for getting his to work on the first try.
It took a while, but part one of the myth is back on track. Walt's rig worked.
There's such a wide swath, man.
But how's part two looking?
That's really low. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's like 7 feet off the ground.
Did the bullets make it through the wall and into the enemy inside?
Also, look, that's a tumbling bullet. That is an oblong bullet-shaped hole. This bullet didn't go through while spiraling.
Let's see what's behind here.
All right. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Dead dude. Dead dude. Dead dude. They're all dead. And Walt is okay.
So the plan wasn't entirely crazy, I guess. I mean,
What a horror show.
It's one thing to watch that gun work from behind the blast chamber. It's quite another to view the damage and the carnage after all the bullets have hit their mark. It is gobsmackingly disturbing how effective a booby trap Walt designed, and it is a testament to the show that all the damage we saw in Breaking Bad, we have been able to replicate in an actual experiment. I'm thrilled.
the main thing that I see from this test is the fact that it wasn't a clean line across the building. Walt's plan to actually dive to the floor and be safe was really very risky because I'm seeing bullets that went down. The vibration in this thing is so massive that those bullets weren't just going in a straight line.
Also, I want to point out that after it's been firing for a couple hundred rounds, the rifling on the barrel is starting to disappear, which means the bullets are going to start to tumble when they come out.
Yeah. So
that too.
That plus the fact that you know, we had to have several tries, and we saw no indication that Walt actually tried this in a car. Walt was either extremely lucky or, well, Walt would have had to been extremely lucky for all that to happen the way that it did in the show.
Jamie's absolutely right when he says that Walt was taking a big, big risk to be lying on the ground when this thing went off. However, I would like to point out a couple of salient elements. He didn't really necessarily intend to survive this escapade. He knew he was dying of cancer, and all that really mattered to him was taking out these Nazi sons of guns. And B, he did get shot, in fact. Took one in the side, I think it was this side, and of course that led to his demise. But I guess the only thing he ended with is just to say, that was amazing. That was really something.
Vince, like Adam and Jamie, is thrilled at the result, but not 100%.
I got to tell you, I'm elated because our rig worked, but you must be ecstatic.
Yeah, I am ecstatic. You know, it's the little things though that get you. I'm looking at the grouping of the rounds as they appear in the front of the building, and I'm annoyed at myself because when it came to placing where the squibs would hit, I was out there with a drill gun, and I'm thinking, yeah, I think a bullet would go here, I think one would go there.
But you didn't think that they would group up at the end of their run?
I missed that the rig has to stop and then double back, so there's a lot more grouping at the tail ends, and I kind of missed that detail, and I'm mad at myself.
I appreciate your dedication to the correct physics.
Right.
I am happy that I believe we can finally call a Breaking Bad test plausible instead of busted.
We finally got one.
We finally got
one out of 3, that's not
bad at all.
That's good in, like, baseball.
Yep, it was unstable, volatile, and dangerous. But given that the rig eventually worked and the bad guys were brought to justice, there's only one conclusion left to make.
Plausible?
Plausible.
Plausible.
Let's get out of here.
Yes. I know that some of you are probably thinking, what are you going to blow up a bomb in that lake? You're going to kill the fish and the frogs and stuff. And that is totally reasonable to question. But let me explain that Pit 232 here is a quarry lake. As such, its pH level is slightly acidic, about 5.5. And because of that, even though you see the reeds around the edge, there are no living things within this lake. Nothing for us to kill. It's like perfect for blowing stuff up.
Underwater explosion in 3, 2, 1.
Having failed to blow anything out of the water,
boy, that's anticlimactic.
The guys have wired up a new detonation device that's good to go.
All right, everybody. Blowing the boat out of the water for reals this time in 3, 2, 1, go.
That was astonishing. What a geyser!
We did blow the boat out of the water, but there is no more boat.
I think technically what we did was we separated the boat into hundreds of little pieces, which we then blew out of the water.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Well, our blast happened about 10 minutes ago, and the surface of the water is still incredibly agitated. It's like the water is still reeling from what we did. Absolutely one of the most astonishing phenomena I have ever been lucky enough to witness. Unfortunately, we didn't blow the boat out of the water. We just blew the boat out of existence.
The goal was to lift the intact boat up and out of the water, something that clearly didn't happen. So was it a case of too much explosive, or is there another explanation at hand?
I figure what actually happened here was really quite simple. When the bomb went off, it created a bubble of rapidly expanding gas, which eventually made its way to the surface of the water, where the boat was. Now that opened effectively a conduit through which all of that energy could flow, where it can follow a path of least resistance, and that happened to be straight up right through the bottom of that boat, and that's why it was so destructive. So the way I see it, unless the boat this is happening to is incredibly strong, there's no Goldilocks formula of amount and placement of explosive that is going to gently lift it out of the water. What's always going to happen is this literal upward-facing cannon blast, which is going to punch a hole and decimate the boat. And so, as far as I'm concerned, it's not looking good for the myth.
Jamie's theory seems sound, and the footage of a near vertical blast with very little debris flung to the side does back it up. So what's the verdict?
How do you want to call this?
Well, it's busted. There's no boat left.
There's no boat left. We gave it our best shot. The small scale seemed to lead us to believe that this would work, but no, we blew it to smithereens. It's busted.
Yeah, so what's next?
Well, usually at the end of one of these episodes, we walk off into the sunset.
Sun's already set.
Yeah, it has.